moja ambaye alinizuilia na hiyo chuma inge ni mzuri tueleze, kwa sababu ile mpango ilikuwa pale ni ya kuua mimi, kwa sababu ile kijana moja alikuja na ile chuma, alikuwa ananitafuta akagonga kijana moja ambaye alinizuilia na hiyo chuma ingenigonga singetoka hapo. Na tumekuja kujua ilikuwa ni mpango ya serikali, watafute vijana wa Kikuyu wawatume waue Rigathi Gachagua, alafu washike wapeleke kotini waseme ni Mkikuyu ameua nani. Ni njia tu ya kutupiganisha. Hapo walikuwa wamepanga mikutano yote, nikienda wanatafuta vijana wa Kikuyu wale hawana kazi, wanapewa pesa, wanakuja wanafuruga mkutano, alafu vijana wetu wanapigana na hawa, alafu sasa rais na watu yake wanacheka pale, wanasema hii wa Kikuyu wanafanya nini? Sisi tungetaka tuseme tafadhali, hii jamii iheshimiwe. Sisi tulikupatia kura ukakuwa rais. Hata kama hutaki kutufanyia kazi, hata kama hutaki kutusaidia, wacha kupiganisha watu wetu. Wachana na sisi tukae vile tuko. Na mimi nataka kuomba vijana wetu tafadhali, msitumike kupiga ndugu yako. Msitumike kupiga dada yako. Mimi najua hamuna kazi, ni kweli, lakini msipewe pesa kwenda kutoa fujo. Na hii maneno yote tunaelewa ile inaendelea ni ya kupiganisha hii jamii. Wamepiganisha viongozi, sasa walikuwa wanataka kupiganisha vijana. Kwa hivyo tujihadhari, tusitumiwe vibaya. And I would like to ask the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja. He's a man from here, ni mtu hapa nyumbani. Wewe unajua hao watu walitupiga. Picha zao ziko. Most of them have criminal records. Why are you not arresting them and taking them to court? We know, of course, because walipangwa na serikali. Lakini siku moja Bwana Kanja utajibu hiyo swali. One day. These people who attacked innocent people, wakatuumiza, wakaumiza wananchi, wanazurula kila pahali na wanajulikana. Alafu mnakuja kushika Karongo Dhangwa, Peter Mwathi, watu ambaye hawahusiki. Wale walipigwa na wale waliwapiga wanaendelea kutembea. And we know ilikuwa ni mpango ati mtumie wa Kikuyu kupiga wa Kikuyu, ndio rais na watu yake pale wacheke kusema hii ni wa Kikuyu wanapigana. This community has been misused and it's okay. But let me say this, because I have seen a lot of analysts, a lot of commentators trying to come up with many theories about the people of this region called Mount Kenya. Let me help you.
Yes, good evening wherever you are following AFRIQ24 political discussion, as we are going to discuss some of the top stories that we are having in this country. But one of the main areas that was followed today by Kenyans showed concern on what the government is doing. And of course, Kenyans are complaining about the Kenya Kwanza government, and also the president is also trying to defend the government after several people are saying that we should not continue with this kind of government. That is, William Ruto was saying that he is confident that his government is going to change this country. But the Kenyans are asking, for the first time, we are having a government that is changing cabinet day and day. But he is also saying that he has the best plans for this country. That is President William Ruto. Today we saw, and of course, that is video of the former deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. That is Gachagua, when he was addressing after he was attacked at Limuru, whereby the goons attacked and they wanted to kill him. But now he is saying that the goons were from the Kikuyu community and they were organized by the government. That is why the government wanted the Kikuyus to attack him. Then they will be happy, saying that Gachagua was attacked by the fellow Kikuyus. And after that incident, that is when Gachagua is now speaking without fear, trying to reveal some of the deep secrets. And you saw the other day when he was saying that he will say the names of people who are abducting the Kenyans. And of course, he wanted to say that that is what Kenyans are following up. And of course, I have Jeremiah Omondi here, one of followers of AFRIQ24. Is our guest today. Jeremiah, karibu sana. Na unaonaje serikali, umeona vile imekuwa ikipigana, mambo imekuwa mingi sana. President amekuwa akidefend serikali yake, lakini bado Gachagua anaendelea kuexpose. Wewe unaona what is happening in this country? Are we in the safe state?
Yes, Bon, good evening.
Good evening.
Asante sana. Last time I left prematurely. I had to attend to some matter, so nilitoka unceremoniously. But today I'm here. Now, two things, The government, the country is not going in the right direction. Vitu haziendi vizuri, and that is not a secret. The government is doing a lot of very many bad things. Most prominent one is the abductions of the youths who are opposing the government, and worse then is killing them after they've been abducted. And those are things that can be sorted out and fixed, as we go along, as long as we have the political goodwill to sort them out. Those can be sorted out. The biggest concern for me is hiyo video umeonyesha. This man Gachagua is not exposing anything. He's just a jilted lover who has not accepted that their lover has broken, their relationship. And then now, instead of facing the issue head on, he's talking a lot of tribal sentiment, and he's not hiding it. He's very, very abrasive with the way he's talking about Kikuyu, like Kenya is only for Kikuyus, like the rest of the Kenyans are against Kikuyus, which is not the case. He should tone down his rhetoric, tribal rhetoric. I think that the way he keeps talking, even Kikuyu should come out and tell him, Bana, you are pitting us against the rest of the country. Wewe ulikosana na the president, you ni wewe. Don't try to make it like you're trying to make it. Na yeye, the worst thing about it is haogopi vile anaongea. He doesn't realize that what he's saying and the way he's saying it is dangerous for this country. Unajua vile wanasemanga an idiot asikiangi uchungu wa ujinga yake. Wale watu wana deal nao ndio wanasikianga ujinga ya huyo mjinga. Mjinga juangi yeye ni mjinga, yeye anaona ako sawa tu, but you people who are dealing with hiyo ujinga yake, nyinyi ndio mnasikianga uchungu ya hiyo ujinga yake, because you have to deal with hiyo ujinga yake. He is a classic example of that. He is very he's an idiot but doesn't know that he's an idiot. Sisi ndo tunasikia uchungu wa hiyo idiocy yake. Like that statement, the way he's speaking, that video, you even wondering now, nani alituma? What evidence does he have that the government sent Kikuyus to go and kill him and then claim that he was killed by fellow Kikuyus? Kama kuna hiyo evidence yapeleke mbele. That is one. And then two, if he knows there is a plan like that, CSM, apeleke evidence that the government wants to kill me. But as he said, ikuwe ni a tribal thing. I think every time he speaks like that, people hate him more and more. And it just makes things very difficult for Kikuyus to relate with the rest of the country later on down the road. He's not a good person for this country. He's not at all. Ni hayo tu.
Lakini ukiangalia Gachagua tangu aondolewe pale amekuwa alikuwa anasema kwamba tangu ingie pale ni yeye alikuwa tu anaongea ukweli, alikuwa anaambia serikali mambo ambayo Wakenya wataki. Yeye anasema serikali haikuwa inasikiza Wakenya. Sasa tangu atoke pale si vitu zenye alikuwa anasema pale kwa serikali ndio amekuja kuambia Wakenya tangu aondolewe pale katika kiti cha naibu wa rais.
Like what, for example? Give me an example.
Anasema ata reveal wale wana abduct wa Kenya. Alikuwa anasema anaambia rais wa Kenya wataki mambo na finance bill. Anaambia rais wa Kenya wataki mambo na SHA. Wanataka kutulia pale kwa NHIF. Hayo baadhi tu ambao amekuwa akisema. Sasa amesema kwamba alikuwa anaambia rais pia au advisors wake wanamharibu. Amwambie ukweli.
Do we have evidence to that effect? In their private
Rigathi Gachagua. Acha nitafute clip zake akisema hivi.
Do we have evidence that he told the president those things he's saying? We don't. That is one. And then two, what you have said, if assuming they were true, would be fine. But what is he revealing when he says that the government sent Kikuyus to kill him and claimed that Kikuyus killed a fellow Kikuyu? How much truth is in that? And how is that revelation? It's just not a revelation. That is warmongering of the highest order. He's creating animosity between one tribe and the other. I think that that body that was it ethics and anti-corruption, or no, there is this one that was to deal with people who are talking tribal rhetoric. Ilikuwa inaitwa aje?
Kuna hiyo body yenye naongelea mambo na tribalism.
Yeah, what was it nice? Why am I forgetting? Because it's been that dormant. Haifanyi kitu. That's why people are even forgetting what it's called. That body should call him and ask him, what is this? What you are doing? You are creating tribal tension between Kikuyus and other tribes. Yeah. So you need to stop hii mambo ya kuitaita Kikuyu peke yake all the time. It's not healthy for Kenya. That is not politics. Akitaka kulia kwa sababu aliwachwa na boyfriend yake, alie tu, but si lazima a focus on Kikuyus. Ati the government is against Kikuyus. It's not against Kikuyus. Him and his boss, they disagreed. Boss yake kamtupa nje. Has nothing to do with him being a Kikuyu. Yeah? And this rhetoric is so bad. I think it's not, those types of statements are not very healthy for Kenya.
Lakini pia Gachagua tangu atolewe pale amesaidia sana Wakenya. Amekuwa akiambia Wakenya vitu ambazo zilikuwa zikiendelea pale. Sasa wameleta pale Kindiki tangu aingie pale ni nini ameambia Wakenya ambao wanaweza kumbuka?
No, Bon, what is he telling Kenyans? Can you just give me an example of something that Kenyans didn't know that Gachagua has told us now that he's out of government? Just give me an example. Just one. Just tell me. Just tell me.
He is still trying to reveal to Kenyans the secrets.
What?
That government is not exposed.
Sikata, I just asked you, you are saying he's revealing. Just give me one example of what he has revealed. One thing that he has revealed.
Amesema mambo na SHA. Alikuwa amekataa.
No, Sha, that everyone knew. All Kenyans were against Sha. Kila mtu alikuwa anakataza. There's nothing is revealing. We already knew everything we need to know about Sha, and all Kenyans were opposed to it, including him. So there's nothing is revealing. Is there anything he's saying that Kenyans don't know?
Maybe we are on the way. You will see some of the deep secrets that Kenyans don't know about the government.
No, I don't. Ukingoja utangoja sana. I think the guy he's just mad that things didn't work out between him and the president and the government. And now instead of trying to fight back as an individual, the way he was there as an individual, he's trying to bring the whole Kikuyu nation with him, which is not a bad thing, but the way he's doing it is the wrong. You can't create animosity between tribes so that your tribe can rally behind you ati wewe unateswa. And when you are there, you are eating for yourself. You're not eating with your people. Kenyans have to be smarter than that. Kenyans have to understand these things more deeply and be able to tell when somebody is just trying to tag them along for his own personal gain, which is exactly what Gachagua is doing. And I think that, like I said, and I'll insist on that, his rhetoric is not healthy for this country.
Gachagua spoke today, aliongea leo, wacha tumsikize vile alikuwa anasema kanisani. Alikuwa na respond to William Ruto friends, the likes of Oscar Sudi, Kimani Ichung'wah, and those who are fighting the mountain.
Muthenya wa ithuĩ kuonania tũrĩ arakaru rĩ, ithe ndũgũgĩkinya. Ithe mũtiũĩ ũrĩa twĩkaga. Tũgokĩra kenda. O harĩa karebe-inĩ. Marakara maitũ mothe rĩ ku. Katiguo. Ũguo mũthiĩ na mbere na gũkira na kũina. Na mũtikarume mũndũ na mũtikonanie kwĩna mũndũ mwĩna ũru nake. Tondũ ithuĩ ũguo nĩguo tũhiana tũrĩ andũ ogĩ mũno. Ithuĩ tũrĩ andũ mendete andũ, tũrĩ andũ mekaga andũ wega, no nĩ tũthũire kũhenio na gũkunyanĩrwo. Maũndũ maigana macio nĩ andũ a nyũmba itũ mathũire gũtũhenia na gũtũkunyanĩra. Na we watũkunyanĩra we
to hiyo video
no tũgakũrĩha. Wega ndũrĩ warĩhwo na ũru, wega ũrĩhagwo na kĩ? Koguo rĩ no tũrĩ o gũkũ, Ngai atũmenyerere, we twĩke marĩa mothe ũrenda gũtwĩka, tindaga ũgĩtũruma ũkiugaga tũrĩ a kabira, caria andũ arĩa matakwendaga, mahaicie ngari igũrũ, ruma andũ aya, andũ aya meciragia no andũ aya nĩ a kabira, tũrume ithe ciothe ũkwenda gũtũruma. Nĩ tũgwetereire kahinda nĩ gagwĩka atĩa, ke tũrumwo tu na tũkire na tũiganĩre. Na mimi ningetaka tu niseme kwa heshima kubwa sana kwa rais wetu, tumekusikia vile umesema ya kwamba watoto wetu wako na tabia mbaya, tuwaongeleshe na tuwalee vizuri. Tutafanya hivyo rais. Hawa watoto ni wetu, ndio tulizaa. Ni kweli kama wako na tabia mbaya tutawalea. Lakini rais, hata wewe, hii matusi wewe ndio ulianza. Si ulisema tuko na mapepo? Si ni alisema? Sasa hii maneno ya matusi juu ya gari yako, watu wale wako pale vile Meja Dong amesema. Huyu mheshimiwa umetoa hapa Garissa, ametukana wamama. Ile matusi ya wamama inafanya sisi tulie machozi. There is something you can never say about our women. Na mimi nikiangalia rais hapo nimeona anacheka. Hawa vijana ya kwako ya Rift Valley wanatukana kila mtu. So much as you are telling us that we have not brought our children up well, before you remove the speck in our eye, remove the log in yours. Because your friends and those who hang around you ndio wenye matusi, ndio wanafundisha hii watoto wetu matusi. Na wewe ni rais na uambii hii viongozi wacha matusi. Hayo matusi huyu mheshimiwa wa Garissa alitoa watoto wakiwa pale na wamama. And then unaambia hii watoto muache matusi. Na wewe kiongozi uko pale unatoa matusi, unatusi wa mama wetu. Na unatumia matusi ambaye kwanza hapa kwetu inafanya tusikie vibaya sana. So Mr. President, okay fine, we will try to talk to our children. We admit probably, as you say, we have brought them up badly, tutajaribu kurekebisha. Lakini wewe wale unatembea na hawa ndio mbaya zaidi, na ndio wanafundisha hii watoto wetu matusi na tabia ambaye haifai na ya kukosea watu heshima. And therefore, lakini waja nikwambie Meja Dong, usikashifu hawa viongozi. Najua mimi nimekaa na rais sana, mimi namjua. Ukiona hao wajumbe wakitukanana, ukimwangalia anacheka, anakuanga yeye amewatuma. Si mimi namjua? Yeah, I know him. If you check when they are abusing people, wakitukana wanatembea kama umemwangalia hapo nyuma, alikuwa anapiga piga mguu namna hii. Huyu kijana ya kwetu ni kudago tome ya Ruto. Era worumo oyo, horo oyo, igiriro oyo kegenyo. Ti wakora kwa kiaria, mundu wakora kwa kiaria ikarite haye. No gikaro ra TV wega.
Yes, that is Rigathi Gachagua today when he was saying that the friends of William Ruto are the ones who are abusing people and they are sent by the president. Jeremiah, hiyo ni siri moja ambayo Gachagua anatoboa.
Bana, I refuse.
Hiyo siri ametoboa hiyo siri.
You see, nimeona mzalendo ameingia. Isi bone?
Yeah. How are you?
Very well,
How
very
are
well.
you, Jeremy? Nice to see you. You know, I'm getting on and off because I'm on the road, but nice to see you this Sunday. Anyway, a lot is happening in politics, including Gachagua and the new revelation. But anyway, you are differing with the new revelation. But I think he has got a point. He's saying that the president is well aware of what these people are going to say, although maybe he doesn't give them the script, but he encourages them to say. But immediately, Farah Mahalim said whatever he said, which I don't want to repeat on air. I think the president ought to have come out very clearly and said that this should stop. You are a leader. You should set a good example to the citizen of this country, and you cannot use such kind of insults in my rally. Remember, Farah Maalim is one of the guys who said that the youth who are demonstrating if he was the one in charge, he would have killed them. He was insinuating that, and later on he said that he was misquoted. So this is a very reckless leader. Very, very reckless, and in fact, maybe he's not even a Kenyan. He wants Kenya to go the Somali way. If you look, if we dig deep down into his roots, you'll find that he's not a pure Kenyan. So some of these people, they are there and they are drunk with the power, and they want to destroy this country. And those leaders should not be given any platform. I have said it time and again, that people like Farah Maalim should be given a total blackout in mainstream media, in any other media outlet that is there. On the YouTube platform, it should be condemned completely, that we don't need such leaders in parliament or anywhere. or anywhere near the executive, because these are people who can flame the country anytime, and they don't really care. So his comments are regrettable. The abductions are still continuing in Kenya. Just lately, you've seen the Tanzanian activist who has been kidnapped in Kenya. So there's a lot of lawlessness in Kenya, a lot. And people like Justin Muturi, people who came very late to support the government of William Ruto, knows this very well, that he has been a victim of abduction. His son was abducted and later on found in a police station somewhere. I don't know whether it was Gigiri, but I'm not very sure about the story. He was found in a police station. So abductions are real. Until it happens to you is when you will know the magnitude of abduction. You will know you will know that when a family member is missing in that dining room, then there is a problem. The sisters, the brothers, the cousins, everybody else, the mother, the father, everybody else is in trouble. I mean, they want to know where this child is, you know. So we cannot sit comfortably and say that, okay, fine, we are in this grand coalition government, broad based, I call it bread based eating government of William Ruto. Yet people are found in rivers still. And remember, this is a president who swore on the Bible and the Constitution of Kenya that he will protect the people of Kenya. He will protect them. Now you hear people are just something and people going back to history at when we were demonstrating as the poor community during that time, we didn't raise these issues and all that, and it was just okay. They are playing the tribal card, which will not allow. This war is not about Gachagua. This war is about restoring the soul of this country called Kenya. And the only way we can restore the soul of this country, Kenya, is by speaking the truth. So let us learn to speak the truth. Let the church leaders who are coming from the opposition stronghold start speaking out. They are not speaking out. In the regions where I come from, the church is not speaking out. It is only in central Kenya where the church is speaking out. And some cosmopolitan places like Nairobi, where the pastors are really coming out to speak the truth. But the rest of the country is silent as people are dying. So this is something that needs to stop. This is something that we need to talk about each and every day. And this is something that is regrettable in the 21st century, where children are being abducted by the executive, by the police, and the police are pretending like they don't know anything. So, poleni sana, but that is my opening remark.
Yes, Mzalendo, that is a good response because of what is happening. Jeremiah, umesikia vile Mzalendo amesema?
Nimesikia vizuri sana and I agree with him. So just to clarify one thing, the statements by the UDA, leaders is absolutely regrettable. Yeah. And it's very unfortunate that our leaders can go into a public sphere and make such remarks. They're absolutely abhorrent. The president should have, at the very least, condemned them or distance himself from them one way or another. But I wish Mzalendo was here to understand that what I said, Bon, is not that I support Gachagua in any way, or that I don't support Gachagua in any way. Like Mzalendo said, this is beyond Gachagua. This is a fight for the soul of our country. And Gachagua is just drawing political mileage on whatever happened, right? And he's doing it in the wrong way because he's using tribe as the foundation for him trying to condemn the government or trying to put his point across, which is not the right way to go about it. If he would just be coming out and saying all these things without trying to make it look like it's the government versus the Kikuyu, and everything that is being done to him, is being done to him because he's a Kikuyu, and the government is anti-Kikuyu, things like that. The more he says that, the worse he makes things. If you would come out and say these things without making reference to the issues potentially being targeted at the Kikuyu, then it would make sense. Yeah. The reason I disagree with him very seriously is because he is making it a Kenya versus Kikuyu tussle, which it is not. We all know that. And Mzalendo said it. So that's my point of departure with whatever Gachagua is doing. And by far, I don't believe there's anything he's saying that we don't already know. Every Kenyan condemned Farah Maalim's statements. It was in the public space. Everyone heard it, and everyone who is in their right minds condemned it one way or another, personally or publicly or whichever way. So there is nothing new Gachagua said by trying to say that he also condemns what Farah Maalim did. So I disagree with you still that there is nothing Gachagua is revealing that Kenyans don't already know. I want, like I asked you earlier, just tell me one thing that he has revealed that we did not know. Yeah? You see, like the gentleman who brought out the Adani airport deal, he brought that up. No one knew about it. It was something new. And they were like, yeah, what's going on? Airport inafanyika nini? That is revealing something new. Let Gachagua come out and tell us, oh, you see, this government, this is what it's doing, 1, 2, 3, and let it be something new, and that starts with him. Then we can say that he has revealed something. But if he's just making already evident Kenyans' concerns, then twisting them to be tribal, and then you say he's revealing, I don't see anything he's revealing. If anything, Gachagua should be given a very serious blackout, media blackout, until he stops making things again, about Kikuyus. Just like Mzalendo said, all of these bad-mannered politicians, they need very serious mainstream media blackout, but I don't see that happening in Kenya because some of the media houses they own. So it's going to be a long tussle, but we have to keep fighting. We have to keep going.
We have to keep going. We have to keep going. That is Jeremiah Mondi when he's responding to Gachagua case. Alex, of course, what is your take about the situation in this country and how Gachagua has been reacted since he was impeached?
Good evening to you, Bonnie. Good evening also to you, Jeremiah Omondi. I'm happy to be here, and I've been hearing some good analysis from you and Mzalendo about the state of the nations, how things happening, the abductions, the issue with Gachagua. So my perspective, first of all, I agree with what you are saying, Jeremiah. Let Rigathi come and reveal to us deep secrets, like the way we saw Nelson Amenya coming out to reveal to us that the government was planning to lease the airport for 30 years. But again, I remember, as much as Rigathi is very, very truthful, at some point he cannot bite the hand that used to feed him. He cannot bite the hand that fed him because he was part of the, let's say he was part of the loot, but the moment he stopped eating, that's when he became super truthful. And after being impeached right now, he became extremely truthful and is very objective in attacking the government and speaking things the way they are. So, and it's not a good thing. He's trying to paint an image that the president is after the people of the mountain, or it's Kenyans against the people of the mountain. So I think if he wants to really become president or clinch any national seat, he has to stand as a nationalist. We have had leaders like Kibaki. Kibaki never came out to stand as the leader of the mountain. he always stood as a nationalist everywhere he went. So, and that's the point where Rigathi misses out. So even I question his delivery of equal resources towards the country if he ever gets the seat. That's why he doesn't deserve it. And the issue to do with abductions, I think it's very wrong for Paramalim to come out and say the things he said that I think, let me try to quote him. He spoke about something. He said hiyo kura si alisema hiyo kiti si ya mama yako, hiyo kiti si ya baba yako. Then he spoke about Ruto going till 2032, and he said he would change the constitution so that he can so that Ruto can come back as the prime minister, of which you will need a referendum in order to do that. And if in 2027 Kenyans are determined to send Ruto home, why would he start saying that in 2032 he will change the constitution so that he can come back as the prime minister? If he hasn't delivered in the few years he has been in office, then how comes he needs another 5 years then to come back as the prime minister? So that means that if he gets the 10 years plus the prime minister, he's going to finish all the corporates, the parastatals, all the institutions will fail, and he will improve his net worth. So I think Faramalim needs to lose his position 2027, and he needs to be banned from the media. And at some point, he needs to just even lose his citizenship, because it's very wrong for him to come out and say that. And I think also the party leader where he's at, Kalonzo Musyoka, spoke about him. And Kalonzo should ensure Faramalim leaves the party. He should resign, or if not resigning, he's supposed to be removed from the party. So and also the abductions need to stop, as Mzalendo said. I've also seen today one of the Tanzanian activists was abducted today. So we are wondering where is this country headed? And President Ruto, the reason why Kenyans are very angry at President Ruto is because people believed in him in 2022, because he was tackling issues that people were facing and the previous regime failed to address. So the reason why Kenyans are very harsh on him, because he hasn't delivered as per the expectations people had on him. So that's my opening remarks. So, and I'm glad to hear what the people on the panelists here have to say. Thank you.
Yes, that is Alex, and he is giving his views about the current state in this country. But again, this one goes to Gachagua, to Jeremiah. Jeremiah, do you think that Gachagua might be here even in 2027? You know, the heat might increase until 2027. And this one can just give attention to William Ruto when it comes to 2027 general election, because you know that 2027 things are going to get hot. Kenyans are going to decide. You know, Kenyans are going to decide, and 2027 is going to be a hot one. So we are joined by Honorable Vincent Machoka here. Honorable, you have been missed here in AFRIQ24. For a long time, we have not seen you here live, but we're glad that you got time today. But I just want to ask you, what is your view about the current state of this country? Do you think that the country is heading in the right direction? And if yes, why do you say so? Because most of the Kenyans, when you just collect the data from Kenyans, they are saying that the country is heading in the wrong directions. There is political heat, and yet developments in this country are very poor. You can't hear me? Okay, we shall be checking that. I think you can log out again, and then you log in so that we can get in touch. Jeremiah, I was just asking. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, continue. Yes. Janet, karibu sana AFRIQ24. Yeah.
I think Vincent's network is still bad, but maybe we'll get back. But as you're waiting for him, Bon,
Let me log out and come back.
Your internet is okay, Vincent.
Can
it
you
comes and
guys
goes.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Vincent, are you there?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
You are getting me loud and clear.
Yes, I can. I can hear you now.
Oh, perfect, perfect. So the question that I was asking you is, do you think that the country is heading in the right direction? And if yes, why do you see so? Because most of the Kenyans, from the data that is being collected, they are saying that the country, since 2022 general election, it's heading in the wrong direction. They are just saying that Uhuru was the best or Mwai Kibaki was the best because they are complaining the Asla Nation did not promise what they are doing.
That's actually, I don't know if I should answer that question the way you've asked it, but I feel like it also depends on how you observe things. If you follow the people on X, where I see it, I think the country is not in the wrong trajectory as people are claiming, because we all have been here. I'm sure a majority of the people in this panel and the people who are listening to us were there during Kibaki's government, and majority of them managed to be there during Uhuru's government. The very reason that we had to campaign so hard against Uhuru's policies is because we all believed that development into his gave his friends tenders, and there was massive corruption in his government. Those are the kind of things that we majority of the people campaigned against the policies, because we felt like their priorities were misplaced, especially borrowing so much money and putting it into certain projects that have come to be not projects that we needed at the moment. So I think the country might not be in the good trajectory as you're claiming, but it's not as bad as the people are portraying it on X. Because if you look at, for example, when now you open that application called X, and the first tweets that you see, they will scare you and make you feel like everybody is against the government, and that's the one thing I want to insist on, because I feel like we are getting it all wrong. If you all think that those people that are on X, I'm sure if you all have worked as influencers, know that if you have 40,000 people engaging on one thing, it will most obviously be the most talked about topic of that day, because trending something on X is so easy, and the same people repeating the same thing every day is so easy. The only thing that concerns me most is the youth that are portraying a bad picture of our country outside there. Of course, I can't say that the country is good, but I feel like the youth are also not doing image of the country out there the way we are trying to do, and that thing is gonna be a damage that we can never ever clean unless we all come into our senses that this country is also bigger than everyone, and for as much as we hate an individual, we must love our country. That's one thing that we must all preach every day. Because if you go, for example, to the villages, and majority of the people in the villages who believe in, okay, who listens to the mainstream media, especially the local televisions and radios, I can tell you majority of these people sometimes hear these things and they interpret them soberly. They don't misinterpret them the way actually twist the news. Every day I turn on my I read a certain thing and the next tweet about it is so different that you wonder how we interpret these things. And we have all become political. We are so acting so idle that some people spend 99% of their time on X. Sometimes some people are just becoming unproductive, but I can't speak to what they do every day, but I feel like some people are becoming unproductive to the society because you can't wake up in the morning, spend 24 hours on X talking about the same thing, supporting your candidate and banning, saying things about other people, insulting everybody in the comment section that is against your post, calling some communities bad names and insulting them from Monday to Monday. I think if we are claiming that the country is in wrong hands, we should also start thinking about if truly what we see on X is the clear image of that, saying that the country is not heading in the right direction. For an election is supposed to attain 50% plus one. So it means that whatever number of votes that are cast on a particular day, a president only needs 50% plus one. William Ruto, for example, managed to get 7,300,000 votes. Raila was close with 6.9 million. Close to 10 million people did not vote that day. So whenever I open my X app, I go there with my right mind that in fact, William Ruto was not elected by 14, close to 14 or 12 million people. So if you see these people hating on him so bad, sometimes you should ask yourself, are these the people that voted for William Ruto, or are these the people who were criticizing him before he became president? That's when you start now reasoning as a sober citizen. And this thing that is going on in the country right now is going to also change the minds of these people, that the generation that is above us. You saw what happened in America. It's going to change the minds of the generation that is older than us, because they respect that respect is also earned. I'm not saying that William Ruto deserves everybody's respect, but we have all demonstrated to our parents that we can disrespect anyone. We can even disrespect our bishops. We can disrespect anyone who seems opposed to our ideologies. So claim that we are doing the right thing. These people are really feeling like we are losing trajectory as the youth of this country, and it's time we also start also being patriotic to Kenya and look at everything with the eyes of a sober citizen, not a political citizen. Because if you, for example, take a moment and look at the abductions that have been going on from the eyes of a sober citizen, stop being political and think as a sober citizen that does not want to be associated with any politician. You all know that in politics, anything, but I don't know that thing well, but I think in politics, everything is meticulously planned. And sometimes your enemies can do everything in this world to make sure you keep being the enemy. And if you look at these abductions from the eyes of a sober citizen, you can start asking yourself, William Ruto is already suffering a war of words from the youth, is suffering political rejection from some people and some quarters. Why should he again continue doing this, the same thing that will make him more and more unpopular in the eyes of citizens? Those are the kind of things that when I look at, I'm like, for as much as I've done politics for some time, I feel like we should start looking at this issue of abductions from the eyes of sober citizenship. We stop politicizing this issue of abductions. Wishing that he should be abducted. He is wishing that he should be abducted. Is saying that some Subarus are following him, and some people on the comment section are saying, "Why should the Subarus follow? What have you done?" Just writing an email to used by now the political enemies of the president to move this, to whip the emotions of Kenyans. And the moment we fall into their hands, to this political forum is because for the 1 year that I've been away, I've also been doing a lot of things, studying and trying to also prepare myself for the political journey ahead that I wish to have. I have studied the way we people are reasoning, and I don't like the way we are going. And I hope that going forward, using this political forum, we are going to reach to our of everybody being political. We are becoming political and unproductive. In fact, and other countries are gonna laugh at us one day because of the kind of things we are doing. Some people are focusing on innovation. Some people are focusing on inviting people to their country to see the good things in their country. Some people are ambassadors of their countries. If you look at, for example, what happened during the December holidays, majority of the events that were organized by some quarters so that they can also make some money during the festive period. Some youth stand up into those events and turned them political. You cannot now go to a club and sit there and drink and take your drink in peace, because you have to be enchanted, or you have to be also involved in some chants of political statements. You have taken your mind off job the whole day. You are struggling. You go into a club to take a soft drink or to drink and go home. But instead, the same thing that you've been hearing all over the social media follows you to the club. I think we are also becoming a country that should be looked at from the mental health problem crisis. I think I will end my submissions there and listen along, and I hope I find some minutes to jump in and also contribute. Thank you, Bon, for inviting me here, and I'm glad to be back.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Vincent Machoka, for getting time and speak to AFRIQ24. We have Janet Buki here, so just to ask Janet. Janet, what is your view about the current situation in this country? If you can see what is happening, you're seeing Kenyans complaining about the abductions, you see Kenyans saying that the Asla nation did not provide the manifesto that really Kenyans wanted. Now they are complaining that underdevelopment, and yet we are few years to 2027. I think 1 year or 2 years to 2027, and still the political heat is getting hot. What is your view about the current state of the country? I think Janet will be back. Jeremiah, you have listened to Honorable Vincent. Maybe something you want to respond to Honorable Vincent?
Thanks, Bonnie. Vincent Machoka, pleasure meeting you. We have not met on this forum before, but I like your submission, although I do have a few reservations on some of the points you've made, especially those touching on, how much time individual Kenyans spend on X or any other social media platforms, and also the issue around us looking at the abductions, with a sober eye instead of a political eye. But also I agree with you that we need to be a little bit more patriotic than we are. Okay. And I also agree with you that we need to, focus on attracting development and innovations and such to our country. And with that said, I think that one thing we cannot run away from, Vincent, is that the abductions are happening. Okay, people got abducted. Some got lucky and got back to their family and loved ones. Some not so much, right? They died. They were probably found and buried, given a decent burial. Some had it even worse. Their bodies have not been found. Okay, and truth of the matter is that these abductions were done by government operatives. and they were done on the foundation of political, opinions or political, sentiments. So we cannot separate politics from the abductions. And the best way that Kenyans can, rise up and speak against it is through political forum and through political, actions. We cannot expect Kenyans to look at that with an apolitical perspective, whilst it's a political activity or a political happening that has happened. So I think in that sense, maybe you can probably maybe reconsider your position on that, just to see really where we are. And for me, I support all agitations and picketing that is done by Kenyans within the law, as long as we do not break the law, as long as we do not infringe on somebody else's rights. I think that every Kenyan deserves patriotically to agitate and to picket anytime the government is doing something that it's not supposed to be doing. It is a civic duty of a citizen to keep the government in check in their own little way. If you are lucky to be elected as a political leader, then you can use that authority to keep the government on check. But if you are not, the best way a citizen can keep the government in check is through picketing and summons and maybe even things like that. Yeah. So me, I support that Kenyans need to do that. To the question that Bon asked, that where is this country headed in the run up to the 2027 election, and whether Gachagua will be there. One thing I can tell you is, if Gachagua is not there, maybe through some natural act, all right. But I think that there won't be anything man-made to stop him from being there during the elections. Whether he will vie for any post is probably not a question we can ask, because being that he was impeached from a public office, he's not viable, he's not eligible to vie for any political or public post over a period of time since the time he was impeached. So for him vying, I don't think he will. You never know. But him being a force and a factor in the elections, I think he will be. Depends really a lot also on how he plays his cards in the next 2 years. My concern, as I said earlier, Bon, is that I'm really, really, really uncomfortable with the way he's making his experience. He's trying to make it out like it's a Kikuyu experience, right? That whatever he's going through is not him; it's the Kikuyu, nation that is going through that. I really don't feel comfortable with that. And like I said earlier, it is really very bad. And that body, I am forgetting, was it EACC or which body was it that is supposed to be monitoring tribal or racial slur, that is supposed to be the watchdog for people that are talking tribal sentiments? I think they should be looking for Gachagua on a very serious note and let him know that every time he utters his words and tries to make his tribulations as a tribulation of the Kikuyu nation, it's not good for the country. Because why doesn't he make his happiness of the Kikuyu nation? When he was in deputy president, when he was doing all these personal businesses, buying all these hotels left and right, was it Kikuyus buying this, or was it Gachagua buying? It was Gachagua buying these things. So he can't make it that selectively when he's enjoying the trappings of his post, it's him as Gachagua, but then when now the heat comes down on him, it's the Kikuyu nation that he tries to make us believe that it's the Kikuyu nation that is being hounded by the government. I think that is very wrong, and it needs to desist with immediate effect. Otherwise, the impact of those types of speeches will be very bad for the country, especially with the hindsight of what happened in 2007. I don't think the country is heading in the right direction politically, right? Economically, I don't think the country is heading in the right direction. Socially, I don't think the country is heading in the right direction. I don't think generally there is any aspect of a country that is going right for us as a Kenya, right, as a country right now. Politically, economically, socially, I will find it very hard to point something that is really going great that now we can say Kenya tuko sawa hapo. Yeah, I'm a businessman, and my business, entails a bit of international interaction. So I try to look for international businesses and into Kenya and all. And the sentiment that the international business community have about Kenya is not just based on what they see on social media. They do their analysis. They compare Kenya with other countries in the region. They compare us with all manner of KPIs and metrics. Yeah. And everywhere I can tell you, we are scoring very low in all of those. So when somebody looks at us from a geopolitical, socioeconomic, measure, we are not very good. When somebody looks at us from a governance, legal compliance, regulatory tax, environment, we are not doing very good. When somebody looks at us from, social democratic, empowerment for the people, we are not scoring very well. When somebody looks at, there is hardly anywhere where we can say Kenya is scoring better than, its peers. For example, Tanzania, for example, Rwanda, for example, in some case, even across the border to Uganda. So if you ask me in a general, perspective, we are not going in the right direction. We are not.
Yes, we're not going the right direction. Honorable Vincent, I think you have heard what Jeremiah said. I'm very sure you want to respond to him. But as you respond, I want also to ask you, what do you think is the impact of Gachagua impeachment to the government? Because he is
Thank you,
revealing
Bonnie.
some of the secrets. Is he speaking this because of Henka issues? Or he was like this when he was the government? Maybe you can tell us, and also you weigh on what Jeremiah said.
Thank you, Bonnie. You know, I agree I agree so much with what Jeremiah said, and he's really spoken so well on matters, especially investment into our country. And I know mostly when these investors compare us with other countries, there's always one thing that comes up in this their comparison and these metrics. And I'm sure the experiment that we fail on is the corruption question, because there's something that I have studied in the last 1 year, and I'm trying to find a way to bring these people into these things into public, and I'm gonna try to use these political platforms to say there's one thing that I've learned, that we all try to condemn things that happen, especially the corruption. We all condemn, and we sometimes even can kill our brothers for corruption until it's our time to eat. That's one thing that I've learned from what Kenyans are. We all manage to fight corruption until we find a chance to eat ourselves. Because if you look at these people that have for the past 2 years been in government, they have enjoyed all the machinery, the favors, the per diems, the small tokens that they make, their salaries. They were so silent and mute on corruption. Now that they are outside there, they are seeing the flaws that are in government. Why? Because we Kenyans have this tendency of pointing the finger to ourselves first before we can point to anyone else. We look at our stomach always. And my biggest problem that I have with the political class of Kenya, including our president, is the corruption question. Because we have never found a way of facing corruption head on. If we manage, the way I heard CS Mbadi say, if we manage to even curb corruption by half, that will not only boom or boost the economy, that will be like us saving close to the half money that we borrow every year. That will be like half, 300 and something billion will be saved from corruption. If indeed this corruption happens, I don't know. I've not enjoyed any fruits of corruption, but I believe as a country we make so much money, and that money is lost somewhere in this bureaucracy. And one thing I wish to say, because the question of corruption was the reason why I felt like I supported the president, who is now William Ruto, is that when he was campaigning, he was saying much about how they are going to try and streamline the government systems to make sure that they are working flawlessly, to minimize bureaucracy in these offices. Those are the kind of things that he promised, and said that much of this money that is we collect as taxes, some of it does not even reach to the offices that are liable for collection. The KRA offices does not even receive this money. Some staff in the KRA are even channeling money to parallel tax collection, whatever. I feel like if we all can channel our energy, instead of me and Jeremiah and Bonnie here complaining about corruption, why don't we put our focus on such kind of a question? Because I'm sure the problem of Kenya is not William Ruto. The problem of Kenya is corruption. And this corruption can never ever be fought by someone who is sat in the position of presidency. I'm sure we all feel like the president should be the one fighting corruption head on. But you all know what corruption, or how the corrupt operate. These corrupt people are so powerful that sometimes unplugging them from the system will make you so much unpopular and will destroy your career. So if the president, okay, we understand that the constitution gives the president some limited powers on how he should command the police, on how he should direct the police to do, and that answers to the question that Jeremiah has raised. I have never supported abduction, and I've never supported anything that is unlawful arrest, because from the acts of 2023 March, when there was protests about the cost of living, those people that plotted for Raila to be shot, those people that plotted that some people who are protesting for the high cost of living to be tear gassed or shot, those kind of people, sometimes I usually feel like they let our democracy down, because the people who are protesting against the cost of living were justified to do so, for as much as their concerns were not genuine as per me. They had a right to raise their voices, because the cost of unga was literally so high, and we can all agree that when Uhuru was leaving power, and the last year of Uhuru's presidency was like trouble in paradise. Everybody was crying about the cost of living, and that's why majority of the people ganged up against Uhuru's candidate Raila Odinga and voted him out. I feel like since 2023, the way my regime that I support handled the protests from March, went to June. There's another one that was in July, and then there's another one that was in 2024, earlier 2024, before now that before Raila joined hands with William Ruto, and now the protests that shook the world, the June 25th protests. the way our police handled the protests were not proper, and I felt so embarrassed to be a Kenyan that time, and I felt like as a people we should in fact work so hard to make sure that we streamline our police service, because for as much as the president gave them financial autonomy, I don't feel like this financial autonomy is the only thing that will make this police independent. And the DCI also, that those people that lie in the criminal justice system, in fact, including the judiciary, the president gave them their financial autonomy and increased their funding, because he claimed that he who calls a piper, there's this proverb that he likes using about mwenye analisha umbwa ndiye anaicommand. So I feel like the president had good intentions to fight this corruption, but sometimes when you try to fight corruption alone and the people the people back under you are not ready to fight corruption, it will be so tough for you to fight corruption. Even if you limit your CSS from stealing money, their junior staff, the PSS will fix. I had an incident, by the way, and I cannot say this for sure, but I had an incident that the former deputy president Rigathi Gachagua had this tendency of calling these ministers and telling them, I want this, I want this. I will speak this from experience because I come from Kisii County and I campaigned for my favorite person to be governor, and he was lucky to be elected as to be selected as cabinet secretary for education. There is a time that William Ruto wanted to hire teachers that were close to 56,000 teachers in, I don't know, March 2023, January to around April. I went to Waziri to try and ask for a barua for my brother. And in fact, one of some of the people in his offices told us that those letters will be so tough for you to get because someone higher up is trying to call shots for his community. I'm told that Rigiji was trying so hard that for every letters that were being signed or were being given to teachers, a certain percentage was favored to his community, and he used to he used to call the CS to his office if he does not respond in time. So some of these CSs worked in very tough conditions to try and please their boss, and some of them tried to go against Rigiji, and they found it so tough to run their offices. That is some allegation that I had, but I didn't know for sure that that happened. But I'm sure from the way Rigathi Gachagua speaks, he has a very high chance of doing that, because Rigathi Gachagua is the first reason why people hated the KK regime, because this guy tried to beat the drums of tribalism every day he got up to the stage. He tried his level best to make sure that he preached about the Kikuyu community. He preaches about his community from Monday to Monday. He made us, some of us that come from less privileged communities, feel like we are less Kenyans. Whenever you see a Kenyan, he sees you as not only a human being, but as a voter. He does not see you as someone who has a right to live in Kenya, who has a right to vote, who has a right to be a leader in this country. He sees you as someone who should help Kikuyus elevate to power. That's one thing that I hated about Rigathi Gachagua. And I have spoken in this platform before, and I said that, and I predicted that Rigathi Gachagua and William Ruto might have a very rough time to manage to manage to 2027. But I didn't know for sure that he would get impeached. But I said here before that Rigathi Gachagua will not work so well with William Ruto, listening to the sentiments that he used to make. And I'm sure the reason why most of the people do not care about Rigathi Gachagua is because he never favored us in the first place. That's why whenever you open a tweet that is favoring Rigathi Gachagua, the people that respond positively to the tweets are normally from the community that he comes from. That's why you even had yesterday, the CS for public service, who is trying to distance himself from the government, who I'm told from some quarters that he's working with Rigathi Gachagua and trying to do things, form parties and stuff, and rename the party that he had into another party and stuff. But I'm not sure. Rigathi Gachagua is not someone I'm sure anyone can defend, because he has a loose mouth. We all know that. I'm sure if he had even listened to the people that told him not to make a speech before his impeachment, before appearing to parliament and calling those members of parliament dogs, he could have survived the impeachment. But because he does not listen to anyone and because he is arrogant, he was taught a lesson. And in fact, I'm sure the people that are still supporting this guy are those people that William Ruto knows that I can never be loyal to you, can never support you genuinely without something in return. Those people that work with give and take policies. You know, those people that you have to give me something for me to support you. And you all know that the reason why Raila Odinga survived so long in this politics and William Ruto is because these people have learned to make some people loyal to them with no pay. And that's one trait that Rigathi Gachagua does not have, and he's trying so hard to make his community become like what the communities that these two leaders come from, and that thing will most probably be the downfall of the Kikuyus in the next election. And I'm sure, for as much as people claiming on these social media platforms that they hate the president, they will unite against this narrative of the Kikuyu that, Kikuyu this, Kikuyu that. Majority of the people are going to unite against that. And Rigathi Gachagua is the people leading them into that. And I'm sure if these Kikuyus are so bright and so brilliant, they should not agree to that because they all know what that thing led to in 2007, being isolated from other communities. That thing almost led our country into what Sudan is now. So I think we should tread this tribal narrative carefully and look at this politics that is going on from the sober eyes. As I said, first of all, and I want to be very clear on this platform, is that I do not and I will never subscribe to the politics of abduction, threatening your enemies, or doing this kucheza siasa chafu, as Sakaja says. Kucheza siasa chafu, cheza siasa chafu, lakini don't kill someone for it. Number two, I wish to say about this thing of the economy of Kenya. The economy of this country is not great, and we all agree. And I want to use one example of why I feel like our economy is not even going to improve anytime soon. Because an economy that is positively improving should create jobs, real jobs to people, and on that we must agree. But I feel like this economy of Kenya can only create jobs for a few people. Some people have to also be look for elsewhere to go. Not, I'm not gonna use that as an excuse to why we are not creating jobs locally, but from the conditions that I've stated and what Jeremiah said about corruption and what our metrics are indicating out there, I think we have a very skilled labor force that we can also export and sometimes create these online jobs that the president usually speaks about. Not that they are not real, but they are jobs that are online. Only that they cannot accommodate all of us. I feel like from the recent example of what happened, and I was so saddened to see that the KCSE results that were released the other day, 952,000 Kenyans sat on KCSE exams, 200,000 made it to university. And to everybody's shocker, close to 500,000 people, 500,000 Kenyans managed a D plus and below, D plus and below. So it means like 60%, 60% of Kenyans did not manage to go into tertiary institutions, government sponsored institutions. Because I'm sure the C plane and C minus are the people that are going for these colleges, KMTCs and stuff. These other 600,000 people, whenever I look at this thing and imagine that for the last 10 years, there has been around 50% again, close to 500,000 every year, that does not manage the entry into university. And I ask myself this question, where do these people go to? Why is our education system making us go through these kind of things that we are going through every year, seeing people failing, getting close to 100,000 E's in our national examinations? Whenever I look at these things and I ask myself, will even the president be able to solve these problems, because he has so much in his plate that whenever I look at this, and I'm shocked that my dreams of becoming president are even dying, because I'm not going to sit and do exams for these people. I'm not going to tell every parent to discipline their children. I'm not going to sit and be innovative enough to help everybody in this country to find something to do. I'm sure even in America there are people who doesn't have jobs. Some people are working 3 to 4 jobs a day to survive in America. But in this country we are having people who does not even make into tertiary institutions. So whenever I look at these kind of things, and I'm like, how are we going to even correct this problem of unemployment? Because unemployment is the biggest problem that we have. And I used to say here before the June 25th, I used to say that we have a very big problem looming, and it's a ticking time bomb. And I said that one day it's going to erupt and it's going to be bad. And people are going to kill each other for this, because people are going to look at my neighbor is successful. Sisi hatuna kitu. I will go for my neighbors' financials. They will even murder their neighbors, because people are going to be frustrated that every year we are having 600,000 people going out there without education. They have only the KCSE certificate. The same applies to university. Every year, close to 150,000 people graduate from university. I'm sure from the 150,000 people, only 50,000 can manage a job the first year. Majority of these people go to 3, 4, 5 years before they get employed. And imagine in those 5 years, there are people who are graduating, there are people who are joining university, there are people who are sitting for KCSE exams, and the cycle will keep going on until one day it will get to the limit. And whenever, for those who have studied physics, know what the Hooke's law states about the elastic limit. When it's breached, what happens? So I feel like we are heading there, and I feel sorry for our country, and I feel sorry for Africa. In fact, this problem of unemployment is even worse in Nigeria, because their population is 6 times ours, and their youth bulge is too much. But I think in Kenya, civilization seems to have reached us so quick that we see things and we want to correct them so fast. So I think as a people, instead of all of us lining up on X, complaining about this, complaining about that, calling other people names, if we should channel this energy and work so hard to make sure that we can manage to streamline our criminal justice system. Because if we have a clean criminal justice system, even fighting this corruption problem will be so easy for us. Even fighting these people that are blocking our investors at the airports, at KRA, we can streamline that. If we streamline the criminal justice system, even our leadership will be streamlined, because the criminal justice system is the one that clears these corrupt leaders to run for office. If we can streamline this is the only thing that I feel like we should streamline. And to the last question of if Rigathi Gachagua is going to be a threat, he's only a threat in the Mount Kenya region, and I think he is not he's not experienced enough to know how to run the politics of this country. He does not know how these people run politics, and he's just starting. This is maybe the 7th year in politics, and he's trying to show his power, not knowing that sometimes these powers have limits, and there is a way these people will come and crush you. He's enjoying the space while it lasts. And this year, before the year ends, you will all see what the president will do, because the president combined with Raila, and I'm saying here because I spoke here, I think last year before the bid of Raila Odinga was officially launched. I told you William Ruto is going to do everything in his power to make sure William Ruto wins. And we are going to see what Kenyans are going to do when Raila wins, because there are going to be a lot of celebrations in this country when Raila wins this election, because Raila Odinga still has a backing of millions of citizens, and that thing is going to send shockwaves into some quarters. That's why Rigathi Gachagua is trying so hard to even paint our international image bad. He's trying so hard to even plan things, and I'm telling you this here not because I'm in government. I'm telling you these things here because I like looking at things from the sober eye. For as much as I'm political, I like looking at things from this eye that I feel like, what if this is not what we are seeing? that's how I have learned to study these things that are happening. I have taken much of our time here, and I wish to stop at that and maybe allow you others to contribute. Thank you, Bon.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vincent. That is good submissions, and you have really stated a lot of things concerning the government. But I'm very sure Jeremiah needs to respond to your views about the government and what is going.
Thank you so much. This time around, I don't want to respond to Vincent's submission, but I want to sort of just add on to it. Vincent, let me tell you, I like what you said about, us looking at things with a sober eye and approaching them soberly. That is the best way. Even kwa nyumba, when you have issues, with your wife or your children, the best way to solve them is look at them very, very soberly. Then you make a rational decision and respond appropriately. So the problems of Kenya, and this is why people go back to blame the president. In Luo, there is a saying that goes something like "Rech top gikawi." Yeah, what that means, loosely translated, is that when a fish starts going bad, it starts from the head. And this is practical. I dare you, buy a fresh fish tomorrow, put it somewhere, and watch how it starts rotting. The head rots first. Then the rot goes from the head, spread to the rest of the body. And even in English, there's a saying to that effect, right? That damage starts from the top and then spreads down. And Vincent, I think this is something that you should already be aware, that it's our leadership that is failing. And in these circumstances, I want to really point it out for you. I want to give you an example, right? The president, okay, has 3 slots of ministries, okay? He has Ministry of Agriculture, and then he has Ministry of Education, and then he has Ministry of Economic Planning and National Development, right? Mark those 3 ministries very well, okay? Then the president has 3 individuals that he can put in these positions. One of the individuals he has is somebody who is a BCom with economics, emphasis, and probably has an MBA, and has probably worked for some international, business or economic entity, and has a very good background in economic planning. Okay. The second person he has is somebody who has a background in education, be Bachelor of Science, arts and education and things like that. Okay. And then he has a third person, okay, who fits also one of the other ministries. Now, what do we do in Kenya? And that is what this government has done, and the previous governments did. Okay. They will take the person who has an economics background, okay, and put him in the education docket. Why? Because there's something they're planning to do there. He takes this person who has a background in education and puts him in economic, docket. Then he takes, so he mismatches the talent, right, and the skills with the portfolio that is being given. What tells you that if somebody can make such a fundamental mistake, by mismatching the skills and competency with the docket. Do you think this is somebody who wants to really solve a problem? Do you think this is somebody who actually wants to prosper the country? Okay, I will tell you for a fact that the answer would be no. And we can go, if we had the luxury of time, we could come down and look at all of our ministries and the cabinet secretaries and the permanent secretaries for those dockets. Okay, you will find very, very serious skill mismatch, competency mismatch with those dockets. So when you put somebody who doesn't understand matters health, somebody who has a background in IT, he will struggle to see in this health docket, what is it that you can do to transform this and this docket, to transform Kenyan's public health service and make it a job creating, activity so that Kenyans can get employed in this. So when you talk about us not having jobs, the genesis of us not having those jobs is exactly what I've brought forth. When the skills are not matched with the docket cannot come up with policies that are progressive. They will come up with policies that are intentionally designed for somebody to eat or somebody to benefit at individual level. Until we fix that, so that we have meritocracy in political, public appointments, when we have skills matching with the portfolio that is somebody is being given, and we give jobs to experts in those fields, and then mandate them with the instructions that I need you to do: 1, create jobs through your docket; 2, I want to transform this docket so that it performs. Until you are able to do that, we are always going to have problems. And I can tell you that for a fact. Until we fix our leadership issues and have the right people going into the right dockets, we are always going to have a problem. That is what I wanted to add on to what Vincent said.
Until we are going to fix this country, then that is the time we are going to be safe. But of course, these are the things that Kenyans are used to, and I'm very sure that the president has been doing all this. Umeona vizuri juzi Abel alifanya, alichukua Kipchumba Murkomen akamuingiza pale kwa interior, akaleta pale kwa...
He's a lawyer. Murkomen is a lawyer by profession. What does he know about security? What does he know about? Nothing, zero. So what do you think he's in there for?
Akachukua Salim Mvurya akamweka kwa sporti.
He has never played any sport.
Teseka. Leo
We never know Mvurya to play any sport.
Leo nimeona tu vile alikuwa anaongea pale KICC, alikuwa anaulizwa maswali na sports, haelewi kitu. Ule ni waziri wa michezo Salim Mvurya.
Tell me. So for me, that is the simplest way to fix Kenya's problems. Let us get a skills match with portfolio. If you have a background in economics and you understand economics and how countries, economies can be improved, work up economic planning. If you have a background in sports management, or you are actually a sports, you played some sports and you've gone through that, ingia sports. If you've done something to do with the health, you understand how the health, sector works in Kenya and globally and all, ingia Ministry of Health. Upewe hebu fix maneno hapa, you know what to do. But we don't do that. So until the day we will do that, Kenya tutakuwa na shida.
Rais leo aliongea, wacha tumsikize vile aliongea leo, alikuwa pale Dagoretti.
Nataka niwashukuru watu wa Nairobi, hasa viongozi wetu wa Nairobi kwa kupanga ili tuwe hapa pamoja na hawa wangwana na hawa washiriki. Tumefurahi sana. Anytime we are in the capital city of Nairobi, it is a joy, it's a moment that we share with a lot of enthusiasm, na tunashukuru sana. Mimi nataka tu niseme mambo mawili ama matatu. Kwanza ni confirm that Nairobi, being the capital city of Kenya, is among the priority areas for my administration. In the face of our nation, ndio the capital city of Kenya, mbele Nairobi ikibaki nyuma. So we have to, as we of the administration in Nairobi, I must also commend the members of parliament. They have been a team working together so that for the benefit of the citizens and residents of Nairobi City. Nataka niseme pongezi kwenu nyinyi nyote. Mimi vile vile nataka niseme asanteni sana watu wa Nairobi na makanisa ya Nairobi kwa kutuombea, kuniombea mimi na kuombea serikali ya Kenya na kutuombea kama taifa, kwa sababu Mungu ametupatia majukumu. Kuna watu wanaongea mambo ya humu. Kuna watu wanaongea mambo ya one term tu, kufikiria nitakuwa na any term. So Mungu nipatia nafasi hii niwe kiongozi wa Kenya. Mimi ambaye nilikuwa mtu mdogo, sijulikani, familia yangu haijulikani, kutoka mahali kidogo, I am a very proud President of the Republic of Kenya. Na mimi nataka niwaeleze ya kwamba na nitafanya. Yes. God has given me an opportunity to lead this nation and an assignment to transform Kenya. And I have every intention to make sure that we transform our nation. Ndio sababu tuweze kutimiza mapenzi ya Mungu kwa Kenya hii, na tuweze kutekeleza ile mambo ambayo itabadilisha taifa letu la Kenya. Because one man cannot do it. One party cannot do it. One region cannot do it. But together, united, people from all communities march together. Na ndio mimi nawapongeza watu wa Nairobi kwa sababu ya umoja wenu. Mumeungana, mumeshirikiana, mumefanya kazi pamoja, mumetuambia hapa. Hii Mwatakuyu, leader wa majority, amesema broad base ilianza Nairobi. Pengine tungesema mlisoma barua ikiwa bado ndani ya bahasha. Mlitutangulia na mkaona ni vizuri Kenya ifanye kazi kwa pamoja. So mimi nawashukuru sana, and I want to commit to you that Kenya is going to go places. Unajua kuna maadui wa taifa letu wanatuombea maovu, wanatuombea mabaya. Kenya itateleza, Kenya itaharibika, Kenya itaanguka, Kenya itakwama. I want to tell you, Kenya haitakwama, Kenya haitateleza, Kenya haitaanguka. Kenya itasimama imara na tutapiga hatua ya kwenda mbele kama taifa, because that is the will of God for our country. So msikuwe na wasiwasi, Kenya hii iko imara and we are going to go places. Tayari iko dhahiri wazi, Mungu ameanza kuponya uchumi wa taifa letu. Mahali inflation ilikuwa sio mahali iko sasa. Mahali dola ilikuwa sio mahali iko sasa. Mahali interest rate ilikuwa sio mahali iko sasa. tunapiga hatua ya kwenda mbele. Hakuna watu wengine hawakuamini ya kwamba kwa kweli tunaweza kupunguza gharama ya chakula. Wengi hawakuamini ya kwamba tunaweza kuimplement affordable housing. Hawakuamini ya kwamba tunaweza kuimplement universal health coverage. But we are making steady steps in the transformation of our nation.
Yes, that is the president. That is the president, and I'm very sure.
Bonnie.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah, can I say something before, because I'm driving and sometimes I will lose the network. That's why. But I'm following the show from the background. Now, today we have got very good speakers on the show, but one thing I want to say is that what Jeremy has said is very, very true. Why would the president give responsibility to somebody who does not have security background to add to be the CS for internal security? These are so misplaced. It does not even happen in anywhere in the world apart from Kenya. Now it means that those who are serving as in the military and have risen to the highest ranks, or probably even retired, cannot be employed by the government even after services. So this is something very, very serious that people need to look into. There is nothing that Murkomen knows about security. His profession is quite different. He's a lawyer, and is now given the responsibility as a minister as a cabinet secretary for internal security. And this is what we are saying. This is what we are saying to William Ruto's government. And I can tell you that the people who used to support William Ruto before elections, know that he has walked back on his promises. Just unlike the speaker before, who was saying that William Ruto is doing a lot, and we should not be querying the government of the day. Now, with the absence of the opposition, with the absence of the opposition in Kenya, the citizens have become the opposition in Kenya. Now, this issue of a broad-based government is just simply taking us back to an issue where the president is the authority. He is the authority. We don't have any other alternative voice. So when everybody in parliament joins the government in building the nation, then what does that tell you? He is telling you that support my agenda at all costs, because we are one. Yeah, it is killing the spirit of multi-party democracy. Multi-party democracy came as a result of one-party rule. We have those devolved government as a result of a skewed kind of planning by the head of state. If we had a good president, there would not be this clamor for devolution, because all resources would have been distributed equally by the head of state. The civil service, there will be no nepotism. There will be like what Gachagua is saying. As I told you, and I've said it time and again in this particular show, Gachagua is not somebody that we can look up to as a very good leader, because we have seen him what he did when he was given power. He has positioned himself as a tribal leader for the Mount Kenya region. Not bad, because he's reading the politics of the country. The politics of the country is all about tribalism. When you go back to Nyanza, Raila Odinga is positioning himself as the Luo leader, another tribal leader from the Lake region. If you go to Eastern, Kalonzo Musyoka is positioning himself as a tribal leader. If you go to Rift Valley, the same William Ruto is looked up to. Look at his tour just the other day, a few days ago. in his stronghold. That is his base. That is his base. And William Ruto came into power saying that he's going to finish these issues of kingpin. So is the issue here. Whatever William Ruto says in his mouth, it's not what he does. That is the problem. He says very nice things in his mouth, but in the background, he's doing a very, very different thing. If you get a clip of what Moses Kuria said in his interview just recently with Trevor Mbinga, another ODM apologist, Kuria said something that is very, very interesting. Coming from a government advisor, he is saying that, we don't know who is abducting these people. And, and at the same time, he's saying that, the AIG should resign. And at the same time, he's being asked, should the AIG resign? He's saying, no, he should not resign. The people of Kenya should resign. Some stupid statements coming from leaders that should be an example. It's pathetic. And we entertain them, we enjoy, we cheer them. Call them out, especially when they do a mistake. We will not stop from talking. We will not stop from talking, Geoffrey. We will continue saying what we are saying, Mheshimiwa, even if it is hurting the base. Is it hurting the country? No, it is democracy. It is democracy. That is what we are talking about. And when you copy the standards of democracy in your constitution, please practice them. Please practice them. They are not just there on paper. They are there to be practiced. When these young people are on the streets, they are picketing for a reason. They are agitated for a reason. When they see the airspace is the place they can rant, it is because they are being killed on the streets. And when they are also when they stop going to the streets, they are being followed to the airspace and being killed from the airspace. They are being fished from the airspace and killed and abducted. So what are we saying? What are we saying? Is that the right thing to do? No. Even if you are in government and you support William Ruto, some of us did support William Ruto. We knew that he was taking this country in the right trajectory. We knew of his past. We knew that he has changed from what he used to say on top of the vehicle. But little did we know that he would make a 360 degrees turn, just like the young Kasmuel. Yeah, people looked at Kasmuel. Oh, this is the Tom Mboya. This is the Martin Luther King of the day in Kenya. And what happened? The same government, they went for the Gen Zs, they separated them, they destroyed them completely and abducted them to submission. Even those people who were earlier on in that particular movement, they have been threatened. These people will live with the terror of being traumatized by William Ruto's government for the rest of their lives. And history will judge, no matter what the government does today, there is nothing that can bring the lives of Rex and the doctor who died in the demonstrations back to life. That is what we are saying, that you will never erase the political martyrs in Ruto's regime. That will be part of him for the rest of his life. And those who are supporting that kind of regime, poleni sana. We can't go back to those days when people were being abducted. We can't go back to those days when your phone calls were being tapped, when you couldn't speak in a bar or in a restaurant, when you could speak in the office because the next day the government would kill. We can't go back to the days when the bodies of people like Robert Ouko were found on Gotalida. We can't go back on those days when Bishop Muge was murdered. We can't go back on those days when young people who are just carrying an handkerchief and a flag are irritating the president to an extent that the only thing that they can do to these young people is to kill them. Which society are we living in? Ask yourself that question. Who is supporting those who are supporting William Ruto? And we are not criticizing William Ruto because we love Gachagua. That is out of point. We are criticizing William Ruto because we love our country and we want our country to move in the right direction. Thank you.
Mzalendo is really speaking a lot of things concerning the president and also the government, the current situation in the country. Honorable Vincent, umesikia vile Mzalendo anasema.
Zalendo, good morning wherever you are. Najua
No, I was missing your name. You know, we were with you in this struggle and we were supporting the same, we were on the same side. But maybe fortunate for me, I left. Unfortunately, you still
okay.
don't get. Unfortunately, you are still stuck in the same
No,
position.
Zalendo, I said something last time when I was here. I said that I'm the last person to always leave someone. I believe in you, I support you, I criticize you, and again look at you from the eyes that I call the sober eyes. I don't normally politicize my vision, and I usually want to listen to myself first before I do anything. I have heard you, and in this issue of broad-based government, I think we the people forced this guy into submissiveness. Najua tulimweka in this corner that he had to first look for survival, and that's first tool of politics that you have to have as a leader. You have to know how to survive when hell breaks loose. And when there were protests in March 2023, first thing we heard that William Ruto will not survive to 2024. He will not even get to June 2023. That's one thing we used to hear in majority of these platforms. And I said, William Ruto has been in politics for close to 40 years. And the first thing that William Ruto has done is learning to survive. And it got worse in June last year. Everybody knew now William Ruto's cast is done and he's going home, and there's nobody who can stop that from happening. Little did you guys know that this guy being in politics for a very long time, he knows when to stop, he knows when to start, and he knows when to survive. Let me start with when to stop. For as much as he was forcing this finance bill down our throats, for a moment I sat down and asked myself, is he not listening? Is he not seeing what is going on? Of course he is seeing. Is he stubborn? No, he is not. What is he doing? William Ruto knew his administration was collapsing, and there are people who are plotting day and night, including the cabinet secretaries and some senior figures in his government, were crafting and planning to do things that I don't know if for sure they were, but sometimes when you work with these politicians, you know how they reason. You can say from what they speak, there's something going on that we don't know. So I think I listen to my friends in the higher spaces, and I talk to them about how is this government operating, because I feel like they are reading from a very, very different script. Everyone is reading from pulling from a different side, and very soon something bad is going to happen. William Ruto had to also be careful so that he doesn't expose his plans. He had to sit tight, wait for the right time to also act. He want he wanted to get some people out of his government, and he needed to do it at the right time. Sadly, that these people, when they realized that he was on top of his plans, they also started planning fast, and they got a chance, a very good chance, to do it. But then William Ruto again was ahead of them because of the experience he's had in politics. He knows how to survive. That's how he survived June 25th. Because that time, there are people who planned evil. For as much as we want to say the protests were sporadic, of course, I agree 100% that there are people who got out there and raised their voices. But I'm certain there are people who are out there to disrupt the activities of the protest. There are people who are sent out there to even do harm. to their fellow Kenyans just to make not supporting government, and I'm not saying this in support of anyone. I'm just saying there are people who are sent out there to do evil, for as much as the government also played a very big part in doing the evil. So we the people forced the president to look for survival, because that way is the only way he was gonna correct the mess. He had to look for a way to survive. He survived the June 25th, which we will forever remember. For as much as my brother Zalendo, who is not in the platform, has said, will be part of his legacy or his bad legacy is part of his legacy. And I want us to also, as we engage in these discussions as Kenyan, let's also look at this seat of presidency from the eyes of what if I was the one sitting in the office of president, and there is these people who have got now there to raise their voices, and they are trying so much to make me see that this finance bill is bad, and I see that this finance bill is bad. What am I going to do? Because this finance bill has made me realize who my friends were and who my enemies are and what my enemies are planning. As a president, what do? You sacrifice a lot of things. As president, you have to sacrifice everything so that you also make these friends of yours learn a very tough lesson. And I'm telling you this not because I am President William Ruto, but because I know I want to be president and I want to sit down and look at this presidency from the eyes of, am I gonna get a smooth presidency? No, I'm not. Am I gonna get a chance to run a government that is perfect? I won't. That's how I want us to reason. And from there, we can have this sober discussion of, if William Ruto had to drop this finance bill, immediately these Kenyans started protests. Could we have seen the other side of these politicians? Could we have gotten rid of these people who were in government, who are planning to sabotage the government from within? No, we could not have. That's one thing. Another thing, Raila Odinga knows, for as much as we know Raila Odinga, if it because by the time we get to 27, he will be 82 years old or 83. Raila Odinga knows his body is not as energetic as it used to be, but there is one honor that he knows he has to do. He has to serve his people. For as much as he is not going to serve us as people, as the people of Kenya, he's going to serve the continent of Africa, where he and other people have contributed greatly to make. I have spent 1 year, because I spent 2021, 2022 hating on Raila Odinga because of the things we used to hear. But again, I studied and I started reading these books that are written by politicians and written by these great minds. And now I started realizing, for as much as I don't originate from the community of the Luos, but these Luos have been overlooked for a very long time. And for as much as it took the protests to get the Luos to also to enjoy the fruits of government, this is the first time since I don't know what time in independency that these Luos have been given some positions. These Luos have sat in certain positions, like the CDF, the position of CS Finance, the PS Interior. They had one. I think they had one of them. So I think there are positions that were preserved of some communities, but the president has broken that curse and put people from the lower community in those offices, not because of Raila Odinga, but because for as much as William Ruto wanted to survive, he has done things a little differently during his tenure, and he has done so many things imperfectly, and I disagree with him, and I usually feel like he could have done them differently. But look at this issue of, for example, the SHA, the healthcare system. We all complained about NHIF every day from Monday to Friday. We complained about NHIF. We said NHIF is not working. There's a lot of corruption in NHIF. But when one person stands up and tells you that we need to kill this thing called NHIF, we brought all manner of conspiracy theories about it. People were stigmatized, were sold fear about SHA. That is the kind of system we live in now. Negative criticism is what that carries the day. But when you look at the people that are benefiting from this system, for as much as I don't know the much details about it, there is this thing people said about, I don't know how many billions were put into creating this system. I don't know about that because I didn't see the documentation. But I believe if there was, then that's wrong. But the SHA is a very, for those people who have taken a moment to read it, SHA, if implemented into fruition, that is a very good system because it's going to chase these people that are operating on dolis in their hospitals and writing to NHIF to give them money. We are going to kill those kind of people. I'm not saying this to cleanse the presidency of William Ruto. I'm just saying that for as much as we want to criticize the president, for as much as we want to show him as a bad leader, sometimes as a leader you need to also look at these bad policies that are there in the country. For as much as they will be unpopular, you have to also tell Kenyans that we need these things. For as much as I'm the one who is going to suffer from the consequences of forcing you to do these things. We need them. There's this issue that we were pushing the other day, and of course, as much as I didn't understand why Kenyans were criticizing him, this issue of vaccination of our animals, the cows and the sheep and the goats. When I was growing up in my village in Kishi, I remember my grandfather and my dad, mom, we had a few cows in our community, and there were barazas that were happening, I think, monthly. Sometimes these chiefs could come to our barazas and tell us that next week from Monday to Friday at 7 a.m., we are going to have our veterinary officers who will come to vaccinate our cows somewhere at a certain location from a certain time to a certain time. In fact, we used to be very punctual. One of us could skip school so that those cows could be taken to that place and they'll be vaccinated. And we were told that once vaccinated, you will not drink milk for the rest of your life. I got into around 2011 to 2020 something. I have never heard about vaccination. I have never seen those veterinary offices. Nowadays, you have to contact a veterinary officer. They come to your place, diagnose your cow, and you have to pay very expensively to vaccinate your cow. So most of these people even prefer to use herbal medicine to vaccinate their cows to treat their cows when they are ill. And I'm sure that's one problem that we are not seeing. But because most of these people who didn't grow with cows in their villages don't understand that, they are criticizing this thing, but it's something that used to happen. The only difference between what happened then and now is because our technology has started showing us that there are vaccines that are no good, and there are vaccines that are this bad. So I think for as much as I want us to criticize the president and I want us to be so fierce critics of the president, I want us to also look at these things from these eyes of, is this thing right or is it just the timing that is wrong? We will talk about the timing later. Another thing that I want to talk about is the problem of housing. And I will use my community again. And when I was campaigning about the housing projects, housing levy thing back then in this platform, there's one thing I used to say. My grandfather didn't leave us so much land because he had two wives and five sons. Those sons have subdivided their land into a small pieces of land. The fragmentation that has been done into our land is like, I don't know how to explain it. And we all know Kisii is the most fertile, has the most fertile soil in Kenya. We grow close to everything. But right now, when you fly using a chopper on top of our land in Kisii, what you see is buildings, buildings. People who have gone outside the country, they are trying to make greener pastures for their families, are competing to build mansions and mansions in Kisii. They are building beautiful houses, which I like, but the land for agriculture in Kisii is the other day I was glad I was maybe let me use I was lucky to fly a chopper on top of the Kisii soil. People have turned the land close to the rivers into an economic activity of making matofali. We are living swampy places. We are cutting trees. People are people are building houses even closer to the seen in years. Kisii has never lacked rains for a whole year. But since we decided to become, I don't know, we were competing with who, building houses, building what, we have made Kisii almost become a slum. People are living next door. Jirani yako there's not even privacy in Kisii right now. You can even see your auntie showering in a bathroom outside. You can see them going to toilet because they are just next to your compound. That's the problem of housing we are having. And if the people can only think about how agriculture is a backbone of Africa, not even Kenya, agriculture is the backbone of Africa because we have the most fertile soils in the world. We can plant food and sell to the outside world and make a lot of returns. But what are people saying? Our youth just want money from technology. They want money from white collar jobs. Some people money. I'm sure 90% of the people that are within the age of this we call Gen Z. If you take them to a shamba and ask them wakusaidie kupalilia mahindi, 99% of these people don't even know how to do it because we focused much on the education, we focused much on technology, we have focused much on finding jobs, white collar or this a job. But there are people who are living in agriculture and they are surviving so well. They have so many projects, kuku wengi, wengine wako na mbuzi, wengine wako na ng'ombe. Some people are growing maize and selling. Some people are growing. So this housing problem is not only a problem that is going to be sorted by the housing projects that the president is building, but it's going to make this country relook at how we are destroying our lands in the villages. Instead of the youth struggling to make money and build houses next to their parents, they should make good use of the lands that is at home. Build instead of building, walime hizi mboga ya kienyeji yenye ziko healthy, tuache kukula KFC. Watu wapande mahindi nyumbani instead of going to the supermarket to buy kavagara which is processed. We plow maize from Kisii and mtu akutumie kuja Nairobi na 200 buy a parcel, ifike, usiage, you eat. But what have we turned into? We have turned into even hating agriculture. But everything we eat every day comes from agriculture. We blame the government of the cost of unga, but the unga that we eat every day comes from agriculture. We don't want to participate in agriculture. Even joining university, people don't want to study anything related to agriculture. Those are the kind of things that we have to look into before criticizing these kind of projects. We have to look at what is happening in Nairobi right now. Sometimes you can spend 24 hours walking from door to door trying to find an empty house for you to rent. You have to look for a temporary place to hang, maybe a relative's place, so that you wait for end month. Mtu akose rent, ahame, ndio uende upate nyumba. Thank God, yes, technology has come now that you can Google search and know a location where there's a good house where you can rent. Maybe it's a location where you have to pay very expensively to go to town. This affordable housing problem, this affordable housing project is not a bad thing as the people are saying it. The only problem about the affordable housing is that there was a lot of criticism that people didn't even get a chance to speak about the positivities. I have gone to several TVs trying to say this thing, but sometimes you don't even get the audience of your co-panelists. They don't even give you a chance to explain a point about it because we have created this mentality of criticizing everything. We don't not even want to listen to one thing that a person who is from the other side saying. That's the problem that we're having. That's why even the Gen Zs that my brother Mzalendo said before leaving, we got ourselves split into the middle after the protests. That's what happened after the protest. We got ourselves split in half because we had no unity. We could not even listen to contrary opinions. We could not even give the president a chance to explain to us why he's done what he has done. That's the problem that we have. We called each other traitors. We started taking sides, and this way is how we are going to get to 2027, split in even into three pieces, and that's how William Ruto is going to take the show. So I feel like for as much as we Mzalendo has said that he used to be with us and now is not with us, is because I think we all have fallen into this trap of criticizing everything. We have all fallen into that trap because if you look at this issue, for example, and allow me to take one more minute and speak about this issue of Raila Odinga going to AUC. If you look at the excuses that these people are giving, it's just pure hate of the Luos. People are just hating it on the Luos. They are not hating on Raila Odinga. They are hating it on Luos because the Luos are the only people who can stand up and defend the wrongdoings of government. These are the people who have to do the dirty job for others to live happily. And now that the laws have said enough, we also want to also make our children go to school. We have to also get good roads. We have to get electricity into our rural area. In fact, and this issue of electricity, I'm sure that's the reason why the president gave you the Ministry of Energy. If you go to Luo land, you'll be surprised that there are people who have never even seen the in Siaya. There are people who have never even seen electricity. They even take phones kilometers away to go and charge. We had a wedding somewhere in Siaya, and in production you have to use electricity. In fact, these people had generators being shoveled now and again, running off fuel, and I can tell you these things are real on the ground. And when people are hating it on Raila, sometimes I feel like we also give when he's doing something for himself. I don't know why we are hating it on him. Why do we want the Luos to keep doing the bad things for us to survive? But when jobs are being announced, what you see there is Wairimu, Wanjiku, Kipto. There is no Mondi, there is no Tieno, there is no Mokaya, there is no Mora. The names we see there comes from a few communities, and that thing had to stop. And right now, some people are so bitter that some names are starting to appear in the hitting it on Raila and calling him Betroy of Gen Z, stay away from the protest, to stay away from the Gen Z movement. The same thing is happening to what Kazimel Mokore is doing. Kazimel Mokore has ambitions. Kazimel Mokore has a dream of becoming a leader in the future, but you have to do it with courtesy and respect. You have to learn from the people who have done it because politics is not going to change just because a generation has changed. Politics will still remain the same because we, the people, learn from what our parents do. For as much as we will do differently, some things have to remain the same for now. So I think if you are going to criticize the president, let's not only criticize him, let's also try to look at these things and ask ourselves, how could he have done these things differently? There's an issue that maybe I captured from my brother Jeremiah, and he spoke about the kind of people you bring to office. And I want to also say that in 2022, when President Ruto was reading the names of the cabinet secretaries, and it was on my birthday, 27th of September, I remember that so well. I was so surprised that there are names that I didn't expect to see in the list of cabinet secretaries. One of the names was Justin Muturi's name. Another name was Machogu. Another name was who is this? There's this guy I don't know. Yeah, somebody who was Chelugui. I didn't expect to see such names. Those people were in previous government. No. Those people served 10 years in senior positions of government. with so much less from their work. So, for as much as we want to say that the people like Murkomen, who is now serving the position of Interior, and I want to argue this as a person who is interested in politics, that William Ruto almost saw closest friends betray him, and he decided that there are dockets that I have to put people I can fully count on and trust, especially the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Interior. That's why you all saw that he had to move Duale and put a woman there who he trusts, who has been with him. He wanted to do something we call cleanup and bring people you can trust close to you. You can give other people these other ministries that does not need you to sit down during critical moments to solve a problem. So I feel like we, the people, forced the president into submitting into these powers of the dynasties. He had to look for Uhuru. He had to look for Raila Odinga. He had to look for these people, the likes of Kabogo, to survive politically. Because right now, the only what he does, social media people will never see it as a positive thing. But I'm telling you, if the people keeps on campaigning on social media and stay in Nairobi, they will be surprised that in 2027 they will be complaining about the results of the election. But the truth of the matter is that there are people in the ground who still believe William Ruto is delivering on his mandate into churches in Kisii. Sometimes when I'm given a chance to speak, I don't speak politics, but I just tell them, make sure that whenever you listen to something from the media, you also take your time to internalize that. Because if we don't internalize anything that the media, you hear from the media, we are going to ban our country because of false impressions or false news from these people that blog on Twitter. Thank you very much. Jeremiah, are you guys there?
Yes, I'm here. I don't know, the moderator is asleep, but I hear you. I hear you very well, Vincent.
No. I'm
One,
still here listening to what Vincent is saying. Yeah,
yeah,
I think my
one thing,
network is a bit down. Yeah.
yeah, one thing we have to accept, Vincent, is that Kenya is not a banana public. Uh, we have laws. We have a constitution, right? And anything that touches on the lives of the population, there is a procedure very well prescribed in law through the Public Procurement and Disposals Act. If you want to do something like vaccination of cows, okay, when you want to do something like transitioning, from the social welfare program from one to another one, right? When you want to tax the citizens' income for purposes of doing, building a house for them. When you want to put money in, changing the education system, whatever, there is a clause that requires you to do a public participation. Okay? And the people really have to understand what you're doing. And I'm forgetting one more one. When you're trying to outsource the management of a critical infrastructure like the airport, right? The problem with this administration, Vincent, is not that what they're doing are bad per se. Yes, some of them are bad, but the problems that Kenyans have with them is they are not done procedurally. The law is not followed in carrying out these changes or in bringing these new programs. or outsourcing this government, property like the airport. And that is what I think, if we are clear on that, then you will see why Kenyans have a problem with this. But as politics plays itself out, when the issue becomes how is the procedure followed to do this particular activity, a politician will tend to take advantage of it and say, oh, not even just the procedure, this whole project is bad in its essence. So let's get that clear, Vincent. Kenyans are not necessarily opposed to all of the administration's projects because the projects are bad, but because the procedures that is laid out very clearly in law was not followed in implementing those projects. With that said, you've made a very good point with regards to agriculture and all of this, how people should focus on agriculture which is all good. But can I tell you a story about this this project, this irrigation project in Tana River? Okay, we modeled it, and this is not really a Ruto administration issue, but Uhuru Kenyatta administration issue. That project, the way they could have made it work was that they could have come to Kisii, okay, and said to Kisii farmers who are willing to temporarily relocate to that region, and one is good in planting, maize, one is good in, peas, one is good in this crop, you are given a portion of land in that space, okay? Then government provides you with the implement you require to produce this produce. Then once you produce this produce, okay, they goes into the national government coffers or granary or whatever the case may be, then it's distributed into the country. Then they would have people from different regions coming in with their expertise in whatever type of product and produce that. That was the initial model, but that was not implemented. However, what ended up happening was that the people in the government at that time took up these spaces that should have been for kawaida wananchi like your father or my father or us, right? And they took it and they're doing large scale. As we speak, the Kenyatta family is resident in that program, producing a lot of the seeds that we use for a lot of the, if you go to Kenya Seed, yeah, they supply Kenya Seed with all the seeds out of that project. And that is some example of state capture of sorts. So when you say that people need to focus on agriculture, yes, we need to, but Kenyans end up going to focus on agriculture for subsistence as opposed to as a commercial business, right? Agribusiness that can actually give them some money. So that is there. Now, this particular administration, I don't know if you heard me in my previous submission, because I realized at some point you went out. What I've said is that for this country to change, and you intimated to exactly what I said when you're about to finish, we should have a president that does appointment into portfolio, not so that he can survive politically, but so that the individuals in those dockets can spur development, can drive innovation, can create employment, can deliver services to the people. If we had a president who looked at advancing and developing Kenya, he would not say, let me take a lawyer and put him in the Ministry of Interior. He has no background into security at all, zero. But you put him in there because you want to have somebody that you trust, because you want to survive politically. And that's the point I was making. Until we have a leadership that appoints people meritocratically into portfolios that match with their skills, we are always going to be in problems. I rest my case.
I agree. I agree with you on that issue, specifically on that issue of putting competent people in office. Friends, your friends can let you down because I've seen what CS Mutu. The same way Rigathi Gachagua claimed when he was about to be impeached from office. This is the problem that we have with Kenyans. So sometimes when you also select this kind of bureaucrats into offices, you have to also look for technocrats to help you because their ministries who understands this uh, someone who understands those specific dockets. In this ministry, of, for example, the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Technocrats, and the ministry that I feel like sometimes every president misses the right person for the job is the Minister of Education, because education is the backbone of a country. For as much as agriculture is also a very very big backbone of the country, education is also a backbone of the country. And no president, I don't know which president has gone. Magoa was so good in that ministry, and may his soul rest in peace. Magoa was even twice better than what Matiang'i was. Matiang'i was someone who liked to enforce and just streamline things. But Magoa was so innovative. Magoa knew how to handle teachers. Magoa knew how to handle students. Magoa knew how to even bring something that is not popular into popularity. That's how he managed to steady the CBC ship until he was out of office. Even the president, with the current president William Ruto, used him to form a task force that now recommended a few things about the current CBC and university funding model. Magoha contributed a very, very bigger factor in making CBC ship steady. And that's why I'm telling you, in this Ministry of Education, you also need someone who is a technocrat. You don't need to reward someone in such kind of a ministry. And in Kenya, we have made politics. I don't know how to use those words that will be so kind on these people. We have made politicians look like they do not fit the technocracy profile, because once you put your hands into politics, people assume that you stop being a technocrat you are. If we, for example, look at what the Ministry of, for example, the Ministry of Interior entails, there's a lot of police uses. There's a lot of policies that you have to also make to protect the law enforcement officers, and you have to make sure that whenever a police officer commits a certain crime, you have to be on the right side of the law, so that you also help protect the image of the government in that ministry. The same happens with the AG, Attorney General. And I think Murkomen might not be good in that ministry, and he might not fit in the profile of Interior CS. I have never had an Interior CS who has studied something related to that portfolio, but there are people who have been put there and performed exemplary well. But if you look at the history of all Interior CSs we've had, majority of them have misused their offices at some point. If you look at Matiang'i, for example, Matiang'i, in his capacity as CS Interior, managed to disobey so many court orders that people were so angry with him. During his watch, the people were murdered so much. So many people were murdered. And for as much as we claim he was as powerful as he was, and he was a good and a competent person, he failed to curb the banditry in the North Rift. And right now, it took a little effort of a CDF the people who feel entitled, and we had into office Kindiki, and who is now the deputy president. It took a lot of effort to craft the programs, craft some laws, and come up with plans on how they're going to fight this banditry and end this thing once and for all. Because if you remember, every day uh, we were hearing about extrajudicial killings. Majority of that was happening in the North Rift, not even in this abduction story that we hear. Is what these DCCs were doing in the Rift Valley, killing these youth, and instead of giving them what they lack, something else to do so that they don't practice this. That's a very simple thing that you do as someone who is competent in your own capacity. It doesn't have to be something you've studied to do. But I agree with you that we need to put into office people who are competent and people who understand the docket so well. Another thing that I wish to raise and I wish to be very clear on that is that sometimes we Kenyans should also look back at how we have shaped the politics of this country. We are the people who have made politics ikuwe na tabia mbaya sana. We have made politics so difficult and we have made it so expensive that these politicians have to survive fast before they can even work for us. A politician can spend close to 100 million to run for an MP seat because you cannot come sit down and listen to a member of parliament if you are sure he's not going to give you 500 or 200 shillings. We have made politics a burden, and we have made these people work so hard to return the money that they spend in these campaigns. And that's why we can never have good leaders into office. That's why we can never have competent leaders into office. For example, you've heard over the years that for you to get an ODM certificate, which is once you get the ODM certificate, you are guaranteed that you're going to win this election. You have to spend a lot of money to get that certificate. And I participated in the primaries of ODM in 2017, and I saw what happened, and I know how it happens. Sometimes a winner wins fairly, but announcement will take ages until you fulfill some obligations to the party leaders or the leaders or the cartels in the party. So I feel like we have made politics also, as the people, we have made politics so expensive that those of us who feel like we have a good heart and we can serve the people of Kenya so well, and we have clean hands. We don't have any skeletons in our closets. We cannot even go to the ground and campaign if you have not built a good house. You have not demonstrated to the people that you can run anything. You have not demonstrated to the people that you have money that can fuel your campaign. You do not have allowances for the people who are around you. In fact, the people can lie to you, and at the last moment during election, they betray you. You heard this story of agents. That story is real. That story you heard about Azimio elections, the agents betraying Azimio at the the moment of need. That thing happened because this team of Azimio ignored the work of the agents in the polling stations. And these agents were easily manipulated. Some of them were bought at the last minute. And that thing will happen again. If we the people does not start shaping up the politics of our country, make our institutions work, because we don't even allow our institutions to do their work. Some people will even want to come and camp at the polling station in hundreds so that their favorite candidates' elections will not be stolen. We don't even trust the agents that we send to the polling station. We have a lot of trust issues, and I have a lot of things to say about what we people are doing wrong and pointing our fingers at our leaders. We are doing everything wrong as a people, and the moment we see that, that's the moment we're going to become even a fifth of what American democracy is, a fifth of what these other developed democracies are, because these people, they have come of ages. They have seen what we are seeing now. And the only way these people came out of these things is the people themselves decided that they want to fight bad leadership. They want to make a step of electing good leadership. That's why you even see in America the ADCs, this the way they select their president, how the way the parties do their primaries is so organized that I even became jealous of how Kamala Harris was announced as the presidential candidate for Democrats. It was so organized. It was like every state was represented and everybody got a chance to endorse from their region that we the people from wherever we support the candidature of Kamala Harris. We do not have such kind of a thing in Kenya because we do not even have fair primaries in our elections. So before we start pointing these fingers at our politicians, we should start pointing the rest of the fingers to ourselves and say, are we doing the right thing? Are we the reason why this politics has turned out to be the scandal itself? Because before we even get into an election, a politician spends so much money that when they get into office, they struggle the first 1 or 2 years to recover the money they spend. That's why you see sometimes these people jump ship after election. Unaona watu wamevuka, mtu alikuwa Azimio anavuka anakuja Kenya Kwanza because he is looking for a way to recover the money he spent in campaigns because people ate his money and never voted for him. We all become, we soil our hands in corruption. We all soil our hands in participating in making bad leadership in this country. So I think it's time we also start having this conversation. And I think going forward, if this platform is going to be voicing for us, we need to focus on us. We should stop on this issue of criticizing what these people are doing. These people are doing this thing is wrong, this thing is wrong, and start giving solutions. Let's start giving solutions to these problems. Let's start sensitizing the people. That's the only way we're going to cure this problem once and for all. And I started by mentioning this. If we can manage to streamline our criminal justice system, I'm telling you here for sure, even these policies that you pointed out, Mr. Jeremiah, that these leaders are not following the procedures. These courts that we have, the Supreme Court, the High Court, and then the Court of Appeal, if we have competent people, people who are free from corruption, courts that we can rely on, that someone cannot be bribed at night, then we can start talking about why is this bill not good enough that it could not go to public participation and make changes and go to parliament and go through the first reading, second reading, third reading, and then the voting. If we can streamline our criminal justice system, that's the only way we're going to cure this problem of even corruption, this problem of electing bad leadership into office, this problem of having tribal kings like Rigathi Gachagua running all over and saying things and going scot-free. That's the only way we're going to cure this problem. I can speak all night about these problems, but I usually see these problems from the side of Kenyans. I don't see this problem from the side of leadership because we are the people who send our leadership in, our leaders into office. Our relatives are the people working as staff in these offices, and these are the people who are committing corruption scandals in those offices. These are people who are enabling corruption because they are helping these people doctor documents. Our relatives in those offices are the people who are helping these people doctor these documents that they are the people who are even coming up with these policies. So before we start pointing these fingers into these politicians and before it's too late, we need to start pointing these fingers back at us. I submit. Bonnie.
Yes, Vincent, I've heard you, but of course, you know, the situation in this country need a lot of time. So some of the Kenyans have been following comment section there here, and some of the Kenyans are asking, When? The question is when. But the president today, that is yesterday speaking, he said that he is a man on a mission. He's going to transform this country. So when? That is what most of Kenyans are asking. And I think Jeremiah still asked that question earlier when we were starting the show.
Nataka niwashukuru watu wa Nairobi, hasa viongozi wetu wa Nairobi kwa kupanga ili tuwe hapa pamoja na hawa wangwana na hawa washiriki. Tumefurahi sana. Anytime we are in the capital city of Nairobi, it is a joy, it's a moment that we share with a lot of enthusiasm, na tunashukuru sana. Mimi nataka tu niseme mambo mawili ama matatu. Kwanza ni confirm that Nairobi, being the capital city of Kenya, is among the priority areas for my administration. In the face of our nation, ndio the capital city of Kenya, mbele Nairobi ikibaki nyuma. So we have to, as we of the administration in Nairobi, I must also commend the members of parliament. They have been a team working together so that for the benefit of the citizens and residents of Nairobi City. Nataka niseme pongezi kwenu nyinyi nyote. Mimi vile vile nataka niseme asanteni sana watu wa Nairobi na makanisa ya Nairobi kwa kutuombea, kuniombea mimi na kuombea serikali ya Kenya na kutuombea kama taifa, kwa sababu Mungu ametupatia majukumu. Kuna watu wanaongea mambo ya humu. Kuna watu wanaongea mambo ya one term tu, kufikiria nitakuwa na any term.
Yes, Vincent, kuna Wakenya wengi sana wamekuwa wakisema, I know these questions sometimes huwezi jibu, but Wakenya wengi wanasema kwamba rais anaweza kuwa wa kwanza kufanya miaka 5 peke yake.
How is that a bad thing? Because I feel like William Ruto has achieved. In fact, right now, for as much as he will go down as whatever history you guys want him to have, this guy has served as president. Who thought? If you followed my campaigns in 2021, 2022, we were in campus together. You remember I was very educated by because I only believed in him. So myself.
Umepotea Vincent, sikusikii vizuri, sijui ni network yako.
Yangu inasumbua kidogo, nisikii bado?
Sasa ina kusikia vizuri.
Okay, so I was saying, majority of these people that speak about terms did not even believe, the way the president has said, did not even believe that this William Ruto will ever become anything. And that's why I was saying that when we were students at SECU, I used to campaign for the William Ruto, and I was so determined to see him win this election, not because I knew him personally, but because I aligned myself to his policies, I aligned myself to his politics, and said, if I want to become president, I have to see someone who has my origin, has a background of nobody, has a background of the name of the parents not popular, becoming president. Kenyans standing up and voting for someone who's like their own, winning the election. And when William Ruto won the election, I said it in my prayer that this tenure is going to be so difficult because he has picked up the baton during the wrong time. The wrong time that we have to pay debts, the wrong time that we have to repay high interest loans. the time that we have so much pending bills, the time that we have a youth problem, a time that we had drought for 2 years. So, and we were coming out of a crisis, COVID-19. The economy was still not stable. That's one thing I said. That William Ruto has won the presidency, which I wanted, but at what time has he won presidency? A very bad time. How is he gonna come out of this situation? We have seen how it has gone. And Bonnie, the economy right now, you can't compare to the economy as it was when he was taking over. For as much as it is not felt in our pockets, the macros are indicating that the economy is not doing badly. That's one thing that we must all agree. The only problem is that for an economy to reflect in the pockets of every Kenyan, even those people who didn't have money before he became president, is that the president has to make sure that the pending bills, the taxes, and the tax regime is fair, the pending bills are paid, all the project that has been stalled are completed, there is minimized corruption because it's so hard to fight corruption. And you have to make sure that for as much as you are doing all those things, you have to open your eyes to the sectors of agriculture. You have to open your eyes to the education system. You have to open your eyes into the infrastructure of the country because that's the only way you're going to open up the country. So if you focus on one thing as president, the rest of the 21st, 21 or 30 things will fail. So William Ruto is trying to balance all these things. And he's trying to do these things during such kind of a difficult time. He's trying to fight to make sure CBC does not collapse. CBC has been a fraud and something that I was dead from the word go. But he's tried his level best to make sure that CBC at least survives to this far. If we could have ignored that and focused on the fuel, because that was the problem then, focus on the unga, that was the problem then, the transition to grade 9 will not have been possible because now we are heading to grade 9 and we're supposed to start grade 10 next year. We don't even know what grade 10 is. You are a teacher, you understand this. So the president has tried so much to make sure that this ship of education is steady so that it does not collapse. Another thing, the cost of living that was being measured during the 2023 protests by the cost of hunger. He has tried his level best. He's not God. He brought rain. God is the one who knows how rain became of all of a sudden. We had rain, and by God's grace, the rains were there. There was fertilizer, and then now people grew food, and at least the demand and supply of food commodities started improving, and some things came down, and now unga is a little bit cheaper. For as much as it's not at 100 or at 110, there are brands that are closer to even 109 shillings, but kuna brands bado they are 140, 150. So that is another sector that he had to sit down and look at and say, for as much as nimechaguliwa at this particular moment, I have to look at a solution that will not only last me through the first year, but through the maybe first term, solve the problem of agriculture once and for all. The only problem that became of his administration during that moment is that some people became greedy. They started stealing money. They, 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 they diverted fertilizer funds into their own pockets. You know what Mythical Inturi did. The reason that almost got him impeached. You saw what happened. That is another sector. Another sector that he also did know is the energy sector. We had a problem of fuel shortage. Unakumbuka tukielekea election, there was this problem of fuel shortage. People were queuing with containers. People were queuing with mitungis to collect fuel and walk distances to go fuel their cars. We had that crisis, and we had to think about a solution that could have gotten us out of that problem because At that moment, we were coming out of COVID. There was war in Ukraine. There was a problem of demand and supply. We had no dollar reservoirs. No, no. We had to come up with a solution. For as much as Kenyans did not understand the G2G model, that G2G model at least managed to stabilize us, our fuel balance. And right now, we can see the fuel prices coming down steadily. Sahi tuko one something, which in 2022 without subsidy could have been 209 shillings. But will you tell Kenyans that and believe? No, they won't. Number four, I mean, the president looked at the problem, the same. I will remain at the energy problem. We had a problem with the electricity shortage. Sometimes stima ilikuwa inapotea the whole day, and there was a problem, a very big problem. But we cannot place the problem on the administration because there was drought. The dams were having less water supply, so pia stima ilikuwa lazima wacheze ndio at least kuwe na balance. But now God brought these rains, and then the rains will come. There will be so much water. Water will cause floods. Where the rains will cut the leaves of trees and they fall on electrical poles, and we have another problem of electricity shortage. So you have to look at that sector and say, what are we going to do to improve our electricity supply? For as much as it took a little long to come up with this problem, this P2P arrangement to solve the problem of electricity, and you know what Adani, the scandal involved in Adani, we had to withdraw from the deal. So it means we still have a problem that has to be sorted. Hiyo lazima tukubaliane, hata turukaruke, the problem of electricity has to be sorted, and we need this problem sorted once and for all, because we can't live in the 21st century and we have a problem with electricity shortage. Some people in the villages don't have electricity. That's another thing. The another thing that I will speak about because I can see Mzalendo is back and maybe he's driving and he might be in a place that has no network, is the problem to do with uh, the youth unemployment. That problem every president has always ignored, because Mwai Kibaki set us the pace. He wanted literacy. He wanted literacy. He wanted people to go to school, acquire skills, acquire knowledge. But the more you get knowledge, the more you also have to create a solution to. If people are so knowledgeable, you have to make sure that their minds are busy elsewhere. He didn't come up with a long-term solution. He only fixed a problem. He left the solution for other leaders to fix. Mwai Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta came, tried to fix the problem using these kufagia things. I don't know how they used to call it. Kazi ya mtaani. I don't know. Kazi ya mtaani, to fix the problem of unemployment, to fix the problem of the youth bulge. It didn't work. It was a scandal. And right now, the president has sat down and said, I don't know how to do it also, but I need your help. I want to know how to create real jobs, because I have to create at least a few jobs, because the more we leave these youths unemployed, the more we are creating a problem that will come on and eat us. He is trying his level best to create both informal jobs and formal jobs. He's trying to also to use to at least use the avenue of export of labor, which is also a very good avenue. Some people are out there and they are doing a good job. Some people out there working and representing our country out there and sending foreign money into our country, which is a good. Foreign remittances is one thing that some other countries are relying on, especially Nigeria. They're relying on foreign remittances to survive, because we all know in Nigeria they have a youth problem that is 10 times ours. So if the president cannot look at these things at a go, if you try to fix one problem at a time, in fact, I can even add the problem of healthcare, because people are still dying in hospitals at this era. People are dying at hospitals because of lack of funds to to treat their loved ones. People are dying because they can't access affordable healthcare. Some people are dying because there is no medicine in these hospitals. So if the president could have sat in office and the first thing we wanted him to do is to fix the cost of hunger and leave other things untouched, we could be now in 10 times the problem. But he tried to touch in every field, at least do something in that field. Right now, those things that he did are the things that are costing his popularity. And I don't fault him for that because that's what good leaders do. You make bold decisions. You leave the consequences to the masses. Those people who will see that you've done something, they will applaud you. Those people who see that you've done nothing, they will criticize you. And that's what we call a democracy. I submit.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. Wonderful submission, Honorable Vincent Machoka. And I'm very sure my audience really missed you here. And seeing you saying some of the good news about the current development that the president had done. But, some of the Kenyans are saying that the downfall of some of the ministries is because of incompetence cabinet years. And of course, the president reshuffled. Now, we saw the other day whereby he reshuffled the Ministry of Interior and also he reshuffled the Ministry of Sports. Actually, personally, I follow sports very closely. They are saying that Salim Mvurya doesn't know anything about sports. Also, they are saying that the Kipchumba Murkomen doesn't know anything about internal security. Do you think that this one will make President marks to go down?
I Is that a question or something?
Yes, a question. Hizi
Okay.
reshuffling zitafanya rais marks yake ishuke chini?
No, let me tell you one thing about reform Zalendo chips in. Sometimes there is this thing the president say, as a minister, you are presented with briefings. You have competent people in your offices who are there to support you. They give you there are so many things that you can read in those offices because you are not the only person in that office. There are so many documents in those shelves in files that you can read and see what your predecessors did. You have a chance to go to the internet and Google. You have a chance to hire close to 5 advisors to advise you how to run your office. So I think we can criticize the appointment of the president into his offices, but I think we should start criticizing the individual people in those offices because if you manage to study a law degree and go into through law school and go to a school of law and pass the exam and pass the bar and become a lawyer, you can study a document, you can hire advisors, you can look for youth, you can go to forums, you can come to some people like me, sit with us and listen to our ideas, go and try to implement them. You don't have to be knowledgeable in the Ministry of Sports to do it. You don't have to have played for Harambee Stars to be competent enough to do your job. You just need to want to be willing to do the job because that's the first urge that should push you to be a leader or to be put in certain offices. Sometimes I see people blaming the appointments. Of course, it's okay. There are ministries that I also feel like it could have been done better, but I feel like maybe these people also were so incompetent that they could not even manage to run an office because Abab Namwamba was so competent in that Minister of Sports. But the problem that brought him down is because of opulence, not because he was incompetent. It's because people claimed that he was so opulent. Kipchumba Murkomen, we've seen him work in Senate. We've seen him do his job in Senate. We loved him because of how he used to speak in Senate. So when he became a minister and he started wearing watches that were expensive, he started wearing belts. People did not see the incompetence. They saw opulence and they wanted him sacrificed for that. So I feel like if I'm given a ministry, for example, now we have seen a list of PSS, and we have seen the likes of Gabriel Oguda in those ministries, in those lists, and we know if Gabriel Oguda is lucky enough to get a chance to be appointed a PS in, for example, the Ministry of IT, or in a ministry of whatever, we expect the way he criticizes or the way he speaks on X should translate to the work he will do in office. And I will tell you for sure, that's not how it works. Once you get in those offices, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure, and you have to read, because you have to be ready to learn new things. The only thing that you have to do is you have to also bring your self competence into these offices. That's the only way you are going to better the lives of the people individually. You only need to do the right thing. You don't need to do the creative things. You need to do the right thing, and your job will be seen on the ground. I think that's the best answer I can give you. When
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. You have answered me, but now, how can be a very competent minister get removed from that docket? Because personally, I believe that if there is one ministry that will miss someone, is the Minister of Sports. Namwamba was the perfect match for that ministry. I do remember even during the 2024, Kenya qualified for the first time in the World Cup, and also Kenya got a lot of improvement when it comes to our Kenyan soccer and also athletes generally. That was a contribution that was made by CS Ababu Namwamba. And of course, people have been praising him for the good job that he did on the sports docket. So I don't think that maybe it is during those finance protests whereby everyone was dropped. But I think the same way the other ministers were given the same position, then I think Ababu should have been given that position because he was the perfect for that. But anyway, that was a decision from the top authority. But yeah,
90% of Kenyan youth sent petitions to the president claiming that Abab Namwamba should be the first person to be shown the door, because he was seen with the likes of Aziad Nasenya. He was seen appointing people like Churchill. Those were the petitions I saw in the public domain. So the president had no choice. The people that made him look incompetent are the people that mostly Moses Kuria, and Moses Kuria was among the people that were the petitions were like Moses Kuria and Abab Namwamba should be shown the door. Those are the two that people wanted most to go out. And I tell you, it was a mistake that we will live to remember, because Abab Namwamba was a good person, and I listened to him being vetted the other day, and I felt like he's he's never forgiven Kenyans for what they said to him, but he doesn't care because he knows he's competent enough to work in every capacity. He's going to serve Kenya as an ambassador to a certain country, and he's okay with that. He does not care that Kenyans said he's seen around with young girls. He didn't care much about that. And we should stop this character assassination of leaders, because we tend to make good people bad.
yes, Mzalendo, it's your turn now. Tuambie unaonaje serikali kuwa kama dereva wa ile gari?
Thank you, Bonnie. And once again, I've been listening to the show from the background before, uh, and I contributed earlier on. Now, I think you've reached a point where you're talking about the appointments and how competent these CSs are. First of all, I want to tell you that one thing that comes to my mind is accountability, and the role of a government appointee, or rather a cabinet secretary. We should have standards. There are things called standards, Honorable Vincent. There are things called standards, standards of of a CS or a cabinet secretary or a government appointee or a civil servant in that manner. There are things that you should not do in public. You can do them in private as a person, but don't let it go out in public. Like if you meet a CS who is drunk 24 hours and is showing that on social media, despite performing so well, people will regard him as a drunkard CS. So those are some of the things that comes with the job. You don't just appoint anybody for those positions, and it comes with character. What is the character of a leader? The character of a leader should be somebody who is upright. The character of a leader should be somebody who should not be seen in for example, in a brothel. Yeah, and then you justify that is their private life. You know, there are things that we uphold so highly as character. A character of a leader, like when Uhuru appeared drunk, that is not a character of a good leader. You have not seen any president of the world appearing drunk on national television. That is not character. It is showing disrespect to the office that they hold. So for people like Ababu, they should know that society is looking up to them. People like Moses Kuria, people like Farah Mahalim, people are looking up to you. Once you are elected a leader, you should behave like a leader. You should behave like a leader. You should not behave like any other private citizen out there who is not regarded in who is not measured in those high standards. So that is what should happen. But I just to go back to our statement earlier that there are some positions in government, like cabinet secretary for treasury. You need to appoint somebody who has got the knowledge in accounts, somebody who has got some experience in that particular field. You cannot appoint just anybody, like somebody like Asili TV is saying on the comment section that those are political appointments. Yes, they are political appointments. You appoint your allies, you appoint people who will deliver on your manifesto. But again, you look at the professional qualification. That is how our constitution was written in 2010. We wanted those positions to be not to be held by politicians, because once they're held by political appointees, they become servants to the presidency or the executive. They don't become servants to the people. So that is why it is necessary to follow the constitution of Kenya, that those positions should be left for technocrats and experts to handle those positions. But they look at them as rewards. So when you look at a CS giving out a statement or in a public rally, they look at these things as rewards by the head of state. When 4 members of the ODM party joined government, that was seen as a reward by the President of the Republic of Kenya. It is not about service delivery, but a reward so that you maintain that particular base. When you see Kalonzo, I saw a video clip going around, I think it was edited, begging for positions in the cabinet. It tells you that these people want to be on that table and enjoy the goodies that come with these positions. So, Vincent, it's not a good thing. It is not a good thing just to employ loyalists, but it is a good thing to employ people who are going to deliver not only for you as a president, but for the people of Kenya. Yes. Moderator of this show has left. Inakaa amechoka, so we can continue. Vincent, or you're tired?
Oh, I'm okay. I can go for around 30 minutes.
No, we can do another 10 minutes. I don't know what you had discussed. What are you seeing as happening in the country at the moment? I didn't see your remarks. I didn't hear your remarks on the abduction
Oh,
of this Tanzanian foreigner who was abducted on Kenyan soil. What does that tell you about the security in the country?
I said quite a lot. I said quite a lot about abductions because I started from how
No,
I see politics.
I want to hear your opinion on a foreigner being
Sure, sure,
abducted in the
sure,
Kenyan
sure.
soil.
So, sure, that's where I'm heading. And I said,
Mhm.
in fact, this guy that was here earlier, Jeremiah, we we had some discussion about it, and I said I do not whatsoever support anything that is called unlawful arrests or abduction because last time when Dennis Itumbi was abducted and tortured, I really felt so bad because we had a meeting a day before, and when I heard he was missing, my heart quite stopped because he was the vision carrier of these people that we were supporting the president, that were defending the president's agenda online. So whenever I see that those things kept on going on until 2024 now, they have never settled well in my mind because at some point I usually look at these things as, are the police really doing this thing, or are there is a rogue group of police officers doing these things behind the backs of their senior leaders? That's the question that I ask myself. And when I ask myself such kind of a question, I usually ask myself this question again: do these things happen under the watch of the leadership or the IG of police? Because the IG of the police is the person who is supposed to constitutionally be the head of this police unit, that is from the DCI, from whatever, the Kenya Police, the GSU. This is the person who is the head of these people. And whenever I look at these abductions, I ask myself, is the IG really giving a nod to this? Because if the IG gives a nod to these things, then it means that the president knows what is going on. That's the first perception that we have to create. So if such kind of a thing happens to a Kenyan, and a Kenyan goes missing for a week or so, and maybe he's found, maybe he's dead, and we don't know, we don't even find the investigative agencies telling us what happened, then I usually look at this thing from the point of the politics that is going on in this country. Sometimes will confuse you from seeing the real thing that is happening. That's my first argument. But I feel like that should not justify the fact that there are abductions going on. But I think we should not ignore the politics that is going on, because it's becoming too vocal that these abductions are happening and we are pointing fingers maybe on the wrong direction, but the right direction is ignored. And this direction is to this activism group that thrives in emotions, thrives in chaos. That is one thing that we must look at very keenly. But this issue of abducting a foreigner in your country, because I believe there is a way that these laws are made that for the police of another country to operate in your soil, there has to be the foreign ministries have to talk about it and plan meticulously before you are arrested. That's how it happens in other democracies, because normally hata kwa polisi, the police from maybe Nyancho police station cannot go arrest someone who is in another division when there is police in that area. They have to work together with those police so that they arrest someone. So if such kind of things happen in this country, I think we're in a very big problem, because this is not the image that we have to create outside there. And the president must work swiftly to make sure that this kind of things does not happen. If they are happening under his watch, then I feel like this is the wrong thing that he's portraying outside there as a Pan-Africanist. But I think there's politics, and there's too much politics happening in this country that sometimes we ignore the politics and focus on the criticism. And if I am your opponent, Mr. Mzalendo, and I want to put you down, I'll see your weaknesses. I will see you where you are struggling most, and I will hit you hard in that area. We all know right now William Ruto is suffering the political war, especially the online war. He's suffering so much from that, and he cannot risk to continue painting his image as that way to the international community. But we cannot also ignore that he doesn't care. But let's, for a moment, for argument's sake, imagine that he cares. Do you think that your opponent will not go miles and will not go steps to make sure that you keep on remaining in the side of criticism? That's my first argument. My second argument, if you know what is happening and you are not acting as president, do you think you deserve to be president of people? That's now the argument of these people who are arguing from the perspective of, is William Ruto responsible of these abductions? I'm not saying he is not, but I'm not supporting whatsoever the abduction. But I want the president to do something for us. And I released a statement, ni vile tu mimi sikuangi popular. I released a certain statement saying, of course, there is little experience. From my little experience, social media is
Yes.
one place that will burn this country. Social media is one thing that will burn society. You've seen what is happening in America. There are people are exercising too much freedom. They have even forgotten morality. And Trump has come in to try and restore morality, and he will still receive criticism for doing the right thing. So human beings will never be satisfied whatever you do. If you do the right thing or not, they will never be satisfied. So I think what William Ruto is supposed to do, and I will recommend that if you ever see this thing, let him craft a certain task force that is not even known by anybody. Let these people investigate this abduction that they claim to not have been government sponsored. Let him bring into conclusion all these abductions that are claimed to have been done by some quarters that are not in the police service. Because I believe even the police is starting to play politics with Kenyans, because they will also listen to what Kenyans are saying and also play into their gallery. Because if Kenyans are saying the government is abducting people, and maybe the IG is not responsible, maybe some people have formed a certain group that is abducting people in the name of the police, the IG of police will start telling you, I don't even know who is doing that. Call him incompetent, call him whatever you want to call him, because he's been in office for 2 months now. And for as much as we want to put all the blames on Kanja, he might not be even responsible for the abduction. So let's stop politicizing these things and using social media to gain sympathy on these things. Because I'm sure, and I'm certain that from the things that happened last week, these people that went missing and reappeared, they have opened another chapter of abduction in this country, that sometimes people can fake this abduction story and come home healthy than they left, come home cleaner than they left, untouched than they left, because these abductions sometimes can happen as a means of collecting money from people, as a means of helping some quarters or some NGOs or some activists with making money. But again, unlawful arrests must be condemned, and we must all stand up against unlawful arrests and abduction. And we must never allow foreign soldiers or foreign police to come to our soil and arrest our people. That we must condemn with very strongest terms possible. Hiyo nayo tunafaa tukatae. Another thing I want to tell our people, because I'm sure they are angry with what I'm saying. AI was made to help humanity to become more creative than they are. AI was created purposely by people that uh, felt like there's a way we can solve this problem of searching, typing, writing, and maybe going to look for tutors to help you study some things. They brought this thing to help you gather information at once and collect information and do research. Instead of us channeling our efforts in creating images and creating posts of people dead or people doing what, why don't we channel our efforts and come up with ways of using this AI to be innovative? Because there's a day I was searching about something that came into my mind, and I thought AI will not help me. I don't have so much background knowledge on economics, but I can tell you, Mzalendo, AI is one thing that can give you knowledge that you've never seen. You've never even read in these books because they collect information from all all books in the world that have been posted anywhere in social media. They collect knowledge from all over and give you. They can even link you to a video on YouTube that was never popular but has a certain information. So I think if we put good use these AI mechanisms, we are going to achieve so much as a country. Because for AI to even draw an image of someone in a casket, that is some skill that you have to use. Some people are even using AI to write songs nowadays. We also watch this guy who is in America who usually speaks in a certain way without looking at the camera. This guy has become popular because he uses AI to create his own music. People think that is easy, but you have to be creative enough to instruct AI to give you a specific thing. I think we are misusing the social media. X used to be a platform where maturity existed. Nowadays, if you open X, you see pornography, you see dead people, you see violence, you see insults. It has stopped being that avenue that where you used to go to read news or you used to go there to see what is going on in the world. Nowadays, you go there and the first thing you see is pornography. So I think it's time we start relooking at morality from the perspective of, for as much as our leaders are failing us, we're also failing our leaders. We are not giving them ample time to even do one thing right. We start criticizing even the good thing from the word go, and we politicize it too much that it even fails to even take off. I hope, Mzalendo, you've heard my position. For as much as I've explained too much, one thing I'm saying in conclusion is that I will never and I will never support abductions, neither will I ever support unlawful arrests, because we fought so hard to get to where we are democratically, and we have to protect that space with all the effort we have. I was also ready to go out to protest if these guys were not released in time, and I'm glad they were released healthy. And I want the DCI to make efforts to investigate these things because the people are alive. Go to them, talk to them carefully, make sure that they are given enough therapy. And once they go, if they get out of therapy, invite them, talk to them politely. Let's know, let's get to the bottom of this thing of abduction. Let's know once and for all if really indeed they claim, as they claim, that they are not responsible for the abductions. Let's know from there. Let's hear from these citizens saying that some people abducted them or they crafted the abductions themselves. That's the only way we're going to solve these problems. And I submit.
Thank you, Vincent, and usipotee hivyo, and happy new year. I didn't wish you a happy new year. And Gypsy Corner TV, Asili TV2 TV, happy new year to all of you. We've not seen each other this year, and glad you're back on the forum. Now, Vincent, what I can tell you, your submission is on point. The only thing is that that you have to realize is that we cannot continue doing politics like yesterday. We have to use technology. And I said in my earlier submission that when these young people went to the streets, they were protected and guided by the constitution, and they hoped that the police would also protect them and the government, but they didn't do so. Instead, they abducted and killed these young people, which you agree with me is very, very, very wrong. This These abductions did not just start with Gachagua being kicked out of position. This abduction started way, way, way back when Ruto was campaigning. And politicians are making a joke out of it. I don't know whether you guys are watching the social media. Politicians are also using the social media. They're saying some stupid stuff that they hope that will reach out to communicate a certain narrative. Like,
In
listen
fact,
to
those
this.
who are talking about abduction, do they know if it was not for Baba, abductions were there the worst than what they see? He is one of those who used to be abducted every day, put in Nyayo house. So what are they telling Baba? That he has not gone through what they have seen. They are lucky. They have a new constitution. You can come out, abuse people. That time, Baba, you could not even, in fact, your shadow, you could think your shadow is Moi at that time. Your shadow is the one, you know. But today, you can even draw and put a president in a coffin. Thank Baba. Thank Baba Raila Amolo Odinga.
They say people even to suspect themselves.
Thank Paul Moite. Thank many others.
Yes.
The enjoyers. Thank them, the curators.
So you don't believe...
They can tell you a story.
You know, in...
I actually had this. I listened to this clip, and the only problem I am having with these politicians is that they have also become like us. They have forgotten that they are elected. Mm. They have become don't care. They don't care. Also, they don't care because sometimes I feel like
Yeah.
we have spent since June 25th. We have spent a lot of effort threatening their jobs, and they have gotten to that level where they're also saying we don't care much about these jobs that we are holding. For as much as they care, they want to show us they don't care. And the only problem I have with the Kenyan youth is that we are also falling into their trap. We are following their game, and we are falling into this because we don't think soberly. Majority of us think with influence of other politicians. Right now, some people are believing that Gachagua is right and everybody is wrong. If you ever find yourself in a quarter where you feel like Gachagua is right and your other opponent is wrong, then you're also very very lost. And that's what I'm saying. Our people are lost, and we are losing it as a country, from the political class to the people, because 50% of the Kenyans who even listen to the news, some of them don't even care about what they hear from the news. They don't even listen. Sometimes they switch off. The moment wanaona highlights imeanza wakisema oh this happened, they even switch to another program. I have never watched news for the last around 6 months now because I can find everything I want to read on news on social media, because right now even the mainstream media is playing populist politics. They're even picking posts that are crafted by some bloggers and posting them as news on social media because they're also looking for revenue. They're looking for popularity. They are looking to be the right side with the people. They just want to look right. They don't want to do the right thing. So that's what I'm saying. The likes of Beatrice Elachi are playing that game that Kenyans are not seeing. And I want Kenyans to wake up so early because some people are falling into the traps of these politicians, and they will discover when it's too late. Because the likes of Umtata who are claiming to be on the people's sides, they are also activists who have invested their efforts in destroying the same thing they're they're protecting right now. And Umtata is right now appearing as a saint in some few people's eyes, and this thing of him engaging with presidency will change him pole pole, because he also has to look for people he can trust in his circle. Some people almost turned these abductions into his fault. You all saw that on social media. That's what I'm saying. This politics is too dirty. And if you want to put your hands in politics, you have to prepare that you have to soil your hands into dirty mud. And that's what is happening in this country. And the Kenyan youth are not seeing this. And I want Kenyan youth to see that we will all play into the mercy of these politicians, because at the end of the day, as I said, Raila Odinga will win the AUC seat. And the moment that the Raila Odinga will win the AUC seat, there's a lot of political dynamic shift that will happen. And from February 25th, because now that I'm back in this political forum, we are going to study this change together. And we're going to look at what I said last year before I went on a very long recess. I said that William Ruto is going to do everything to make sure Raila Odinga wins this seat, because this is the only shot he has to recover from the political damage that has happened to his name. And right now, Rigathi Gachagua is also playing to the same gallery, because he's also very inexperienced in this political story. He's so inexperienced that he's playing to their game, and he's not seeing that. He's playing to the game of these three people who knows this game so well. And by the time these people realizes that it's all a game, it will be too late, and it will be 2027, and William Ruto will win, and those people that you think will not win an election will win so early in the morning, and we'll forget about that, and we'll start another process of criticizing until 2032. The only thing that I want the Kenyan youth to put their effort to, and I want you to voice this thing to these people. Let these Kenyans channel their efforts into streamlining our criminal justice system. If we have a good criminal justice system, then we are not going to have people who sanitize politicians that are corrupt into offices, because these are the people that clear the IBC, these are the people that clear the judges, these are the people that clear the president, these are the people that certify fake documents from universities. These are the people that help these people launder money. These are the people that are protecting thieves by being their bodyguards. These are the people that are sent to protect corrupt people in courts. The moment we streamline our criminal justice system, in fact, if we can spend 12 days a week or 12 hours a week protesting about the criminal justice system, instead of fighting the executive and the legislature, that is easy to even implement what the constitution says about their roles. We spend much time interpreting the law to these people that are called the criminal justice system, because the judiciary, as the 99% of the constitution is protecting the judiciary. That's why we cannot even fight the judiciary properly. We need I don't know which procedures to fight the judiciary, because these laws were made to protect them, and that's why even corruption in the judiciary cannot be fought. We cannot even fight the police, because the police are protected. We cannot even know the corrupt people in the criminal justice system, because that's where the problem lies. Some people like Simba Arati, who never went to, who never attained grades for university, the likes of Oscar Sudi, who never attained grades for university, now have degrees. Where did they get those degrees from? And they are cleared every year to run for election. Who is these people that clear these people to run for election? Some people have been even arrested for corruption charges, but when there's a clearance to run for office, they are cleared by the DCI, they are cleared by IEBC, because they have financial muscles. They are cleared by the judiciary to run for office, because they know how to manipulate these laws using brilliant lawyers to run for office. The moment we keep on focusing on the wrong thing and the wrong part of winning an election, the wrong thing of putting good leaders in offices, a leader can pretend bwana. Viongozi wanaweza pretend bwana, uchague mtu mbaya zaidi. We can choose Omtata tomorrow, and from in independent party, he will need to make laws to govern this country. He will need members of parliament to pass his bills. What will he do? He will have to work with either the one side that is the majority of, in parliament, and that's the moment that Kenyans will start turning back on him, because they don't understand that for a president to run his office, or to achieve his manifesto, or to achieve his obligations to the people, he has to work with the legislation, to make laws, to budget for funds, and do all those manner of things, distribution of resources to counties. It has to go through parliament, and if you don't have the numbers in parliament, you will see what Obama saw in the first term. If you go with independent, you will see what Obama saw when he was trying to pass that Obamacare thing. He suffered. He had to go out and campaign for Obamacare himself, until the people had to understand it. So I think the Kenyan people are losing it by focusing their energy on the wrong things. We should focus our energy on streamlining our criminal justice system. That way we can fight corruption, fight abductions, fight bad leadership, fight rogue judges, fight all these things in one go. I thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Vincent. You never disappoint. I like your analysis, and you are always on point. We have missed you in the channel. Welcome back. Now, you have said, you've talked about institutions, they need to work properly. Uh, those are arms of government. These are independent institutions. The only problem in this country is that they are influenced by the executive. That is the problem that we have. When people are elected in independent institutions, then there is another stronger arm of government called the executive that can manipulate any other independent institution that is supposed to be working for the people of Kenya and to protect the constitution. So that is where we have a problem. And the leaders, I keep on, as we wind up, I would want to play the last clip of the night of Moses Kuria. This guy was pathetic, according to me. He should not be the government economic advisor. Just listen to this guy for a minute.
I feel so ashamed. I feel so embarrassed to be associated with a community which says, unless it is you who is reading, see, at least you wait for 3 years or 4 years. Even the 5 years that's allowed within our democracy. But to be associated that I cannot be patient to wait. Hata kama niwekwe vidole kwa macho, that I cannot wait for 5 years. That is a serious erosion of the brand value of my community. And I will never forgive Gachagua for that. Because this is a brand that we just salvaged from an unfair perception. On the very worst, 2 years, 3. How do I now run away from the commitment we made together? And said we are going to change school education, we are going to change agriculture, we are going to change this. He was impeached, he did not run away. No, but what are the, I have told you about the set of conditions. How do you get yourself to be impeached? How do you get yourself to be impeached? So you deserve a medal. Getting impeached. For extracting defeat from the vicious jaws of victory.
What should he have done? What should he have done? If it was you, what should he have done?
Just a little bit patient and a little bit involvement. I was only a minister, my friend. This guy was a privileged guy. He was a privileged guy. He was chairing cabinet committees. I don't want to divulge what happens there. I took all. You never took all. I don't want to say there, but this is a privileged man. He's a privileged man who was...
So you're blaming him for his own impeachment?
I am blaming him solely for his own goal.
Well, that was Moses Kuria. I think I got the wrong clip. That was not properly edited. But anyway, you got the point of Moses Kuria blaming Gachagua. Sometimes we want to believe these politicians, what they are saying. Sometimes they say a lot of nonsense out there. The issue that we have, like Daniel Kenneth is saying, that this is stupid thing ever. How come you called it abductions when then someone is found when when his condition is okay? Don't play hide and seek games. Kenneth, I just want to tell you that there are people who have been abducted and they have been killed. I don't know what you will say about that. They have been abducted and murdered. There are people who have not been seen to date. I don't know what you say about that. It is still abductions. Abductions, they are goals that the people who are abducting you, they are either abducting you for ransom or they are abducting you to silence you. So there is always a motive for abductions. This never used to happen before. But this is a country where we have a Shakahola, a graveyard in Kilifi. The government has not told us who was responsible for those bodies that were found in Shakahola. I think there is a lot needs to be done. The president himself said that before I became, when he was running for office, that he said that he's going to stop the killings and abductions and the bodies that were being found in Rivayala. So I don't know what you are saying by that. This kind of comment. This kind of comment is pathetic, and you should not be looking at things this way. There are families who are hurting out there because their loved ones are missing up to date. This is an irresponsible
Zalendo,
statement. Yeah.
I think maybe this guy, what Kenneth was trying to say, is that for as much as there is abduction that we need to commend, we need to we need to condemn with the very strongest stance possible. There's a possibility that there are activists that are riding on the political abductions story to advance their agendas. There are people who are hiding behind these motives. The same way the June 25th protests were hijacked by terrorists. Because I remember in Kisi, the police had to intervene because the protest that was between 9 a.m. to close to 1 p.m. was very organized. The people were just singing, carrying flowers. But the moment it got to 2 p.m., close to 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., some people started throwing stones all over. Some people came with the ideas of stoning members of parliament's houses. Some people started crafting on how they're going to steal phones. I think the same thing that happened in the June 25th is the same thing that happened to the most recent abductions, because every Kenyan is asking themselves this question. Were these Kenyans that were released the other day in certain locations, specific locations, really abducted? I won't say they weren't abducted because I don't know what happened. That's why in the previous submissions I said the president has to look for a way of these people getting into therapy. They go through the process of therapy, and maybe some of them are traumatized. The moment these people, if the government is really claiming not to be part of this, the government has to be serious about the investigation and take these boys into therapy, give them the maximum care they need, and then listen to their side of the story. Make sure that whatever it is they're saying is corroborating this.
Honorable Vincent, what about people like Kisa Bisije? How are they going to take him into therapy?
Yeah, now I'm saying there are those who died, and they're very unfortunate that there are people who have died in the process of abductions. And this incident of abduction and those people who have been discovered, since June 25th, they are close to I don't know how many people who were abducted and released, including the son of the former AG Muturi, the current CS for public service. Those people have been abducted and are there. And we all have had a lot of misconceptions and myths and some stories that some of them abducted themselves. You see, I feel like it's time we look at this story of abduction from these eyes that I said, sober eyes, and say, if indeed these abductions were happened and these people were released unharmed and untouched, some of them wanasema wamenona kuliko vile walitoka. I think it's time these people and the police become serious about this abduction story. Take these boys through therapy, as I said, give them the maximum care, and let's find out if these not the government gangs doing these abductions, then who is doing these abductions? Because if there's a criminal gang abducting people and the government does not know about it, they have the financial muscles, they have the machinery to gather information, to gather intelligence, and come to the close of this thing. Because I don't like these blame games going on, because the IG is now becoming also like Kenyans. Because PIA ameanza kufanya siasa, he's saying, I also don't know. I also see this on social media, and we will investigate this. That's what we have turned this country into. Everything we just find out from social media. And that's why sometimes I feel like some people can hide and say we were abducted. Some people are even using these activists. Activists are using these stories to get money from their donors, which I don't agree with those sentiments, because I have not seen anyone receive any money. But this story of abduction and blame games, if it continues this way, Mzalendo, you're going to lose a lot of people who might not have been abducted by the government. Because if I am your enemy, as I said, I will do everything to make sure you keep being the enemy in everybody's eyes. I will do everything in my power to make sure I taint you as the bad person. Mpaka nishinde election. That's how politics work, and it's very unfortunate that the collateral damage is the innocent Kenyans. I submit.
You know, I like the way you are analyzing and saying that we don't know who is abducting these people because the police are saying no, it is not us. Then the people who are abducted are saying that they seem to be government operatives who are abducting these people. Then Moses Kuria comes out. I was trying to look for that clip. Moses Kuria comes out and says that yes, I'm even ashamed to be in this government because there are some people advising the president not to abduct and they are to fight abduction, and there are some people who are telling them the president to go on with this abduction thing, and there are some people who completely don't want abduction. And there are some people who are just in the middle. They don't know what to do. They will follow the masses. And that is happening in government. This is a government economic advisor going on a national TV and social. That is a platform that of course, your message will reach each and everybody. And Vincent, social media is a tool for communication. You cannot say that the social media is being misused. No, social media is used exactly to communicate what they are communicating out there. Whether you don't like it, it means that it has reached the message has reached home, and that is the intention. That is the intent of social media. So when social media is used responsibly, then the government is happy. When it is praising the government, when the government is using the social platform to pass its agenda, it is okay. But when critics are criticizing the government on social media, then on the X platform, then it becomes so wrong. I say, Vincent, you support the UDA government. William Ruto had an opportunity, a good chance to come to the X platform. He deliberated with the young people, and they gave him what they wanted done in the government. Remember, we have been agitating for good governance. We have been agitating for institutions to work. But the young people brought this government to its knees. And Ruto literally begged them to stop. And they gave him things that he needs to do. Did he do that? Did he do what these young people were demanding? They were not demanding to take over power. They were demanding that to be given opportunities just like any other Kenyan. And that is not a wrong thing to do. Is that something that warrants a spike in abductions in Kenya? No, it doesn't warrant any spike of abduction. What they were doing is within their constitutional right. And had the president done exactly what the Gen Zs wanted, even just appointing 4 of them into the into the cabinet position, and enabling them to exercise what they have been seeing as wrong in the government, would be a very good thing. But did he do that? No. He got advice from other people and became more and became more authoritarian, stamping on each and every voice that is against the government. Is that the way to go? No, it is not the way to go. Now, today, a few years back, me, you, Mise here, we supported the same candidate. His numbers were up there. But today, Vincent, you are in charge of the elections in some quarters. Today, will you say that if elections were held today, under these circumstances, William Ruto would win? And you made another statement by saying people like Okia Mtata need a political party and they cannot run as independent. Yeah, that is right. That is right. Okia Mtata needs a political forum, to join a political party, and the political party makes him the candidate, or form his own political party so that he can run, because the constitution is clear. You need to be the president of Kenya. You need numbers. You need almost 23 counties to be 22 counties to be supporting you, and that is the only way you'll get that 50 plus 1. So these candidates running today, they know that very, very well. They know that the constitutional threshold for running into office, and they are in the process of registering political parties. People like Netembea, they are registering political parties. People like Morara, I think they are registering political parties. Yeah, so we are people are in the process of looking at ways of grabbing power and doing the right thing for the people of Kenya. I don't say that largely Ruto has failed. He has done some tremendous good things, but one thing that always comes out clearly is communication team is pathetic. The president should not go out there telling us what he has done. Ile kitu ile anafaa kufanya ni ile vitu zile amefanya zinafaa kuonekana, sio kila mara kutangaza that nimefanya hii. And kama anatangaza, then there is a communication team that needs to come out. The communication team that needs to come out each and every time and tell us, this is what the government is doing, this is what we have embarked on, and not the president. So he receives the beatings on behalf of a failed of people that he employed and who are not doing their work, the communication team in the president's office. Yes, I see Mr. here, and before Mr. joins, the village boy joins, so we are now having the open mic session where you can say what is on your mind and what you feel just before we wind up the show. Mr. If you are in a position to talk, then you can jump in. If you are not, then I'll give Honorable Vincent Mashoka an opportunity to respond to my statement. Mr.
I think thank you Mzalendo. I think waheshimiwa ndio wanapewa ruhusa kwanza, sisi wakata nyasi tunakuja baadaye. Kwa hivyo ningeomba umpe mheshimiwa nafasi
wacha nipatie mheshimiwa Vincent atuambie position ya serikali ya Bwana Ruto.
Bwana Mise, unajua hii siasa ndio pia mimi naianza sasa, na it's not easy to do politics. I've been away for a whole year reading books, studying this game, and trying to be close to these people that we condemn, so that I see what I can do differently when I get a chance to serve the great people of this republic. But the only problem that I've discovered from this kind of politics that we have in this country is that we have made politics very expensive, that sometimes we have to recycle these politicians because they are the only people who are capable of running for office. These other people like us who are ambitious but are not, our pockets are not so deep. It becomes so hard for us to even survive a campaign for a month. The same thing you saw happening to Omtata the moment he announced his candidature for 2027. People rushed to his comment section telling him that he does not have the financial resources to muscle William Ruto or whoever candidate that we run. He does not have enough funds to do that. And I will tell you, not that these people are wrong telling Omtata that he needs funds. It's because we, the people, have made our politicians as banks during campaigns, that you have to give us a certain amount of money for us to see if you are serious with this position that you are looking for. So I think we have made politics as expensive as it can be, that you need a close to 100 million to even run for a position that you are not sure you're going to get elected. And if you are lucky to get elected, you'll have to align with government so that you get a chance to recover the money you spend during campaigns. That's the sad state of affairs. So I'm sure even if Omtata wants to run for president, for as much as we will see the cleaner part of Omtata, Umtata will have to go under and do some dirty deals with some people who have funds, and that he will promise to reward handsomely when he gets elected. That is the sad state of politics of this country. So I think from where I sit and from with my point of view is that politics of Kenya, we the people of the people, we are the people who will either shape it or kill it, and we need to start thinking about how we shape our politics, how we start looking at competence ahead of finances. We start looking at who is this person and how is he gonna change the society, not only as a leader, but also but as a representative of the people, because we have made it so difficult to even elect an MCA, because MCAs right now will have to live in towns, because in the villages people will wake up at 5 a.m. and you find them standing at your gate because they want something. Unasikia wanakuambia sasa si tupatie yetu tuende. That's how we have turned politics of this country to become. And I think the earlier we start reconsidering and start re-engineering the politics of this country, it's going to be so difficult for you to unseat William Ruto in 2027, because he is going to do everything in his power to make sure that his opponent does not have the resources to run for office. He's going to make sure that his opponent does not even run a successful political rally, because in politics, when you want to crush your enemy, you crush him completely, and that's what Rigathi Gachagua is trying to do. He thinks Ruto is the enemy of the Mount Kenya people, and he's capitalizing on that, and as a character assassinating Raila Odinga and William Ruto, because that's the only narrative you need to sell to the mountain right now to get elected. And I'm sorry to say, these people have always lived to accuse other Kenyans, especially the Luos. These people from Mount Kenya have lived all their lives accusing the Luos of being foolish when it comes to elections. But if you sit down and look at the problems that we suffer from as a country, majority of those have originated from the kind of leaders that we get from Mount Kenya, because those are the people that have the highest number of constituencies in Kenya. Those are the people that have the highest number of counties. And if you look at the resources allocation, those are the counties those are the places from Mount Kenya that receive the highest funding from government. So if we want to change this politics of this country, we have to also start looking at the politics from the point of ideology. We started well in 2021 when we started looking into ideologies of the president. We followed William Ruto, we read the manifesto, we heard what he promised Kenyans. And if I can tell you, and I'm sure most of you will not agree with me, is that if you look at the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza, there is absolutely nothing that has gone outside. The only problem with the way they have implemented the manifesto is that there is, as Muzalenda said, less communication, less engagement with the people, less information getting to the ground, because the media has not been properly used, because that's the only avenue that you can use to reach the people if you cannot go outside there. That's why you've seen the president going out there telling people that I have done this, I have done that, because the team that is supposed to help him in doing this PR or this publicization is not working properly. And I'm sorry to say that if I were in the position of the likes of Dennis Itumbi and above, who have the attention of Kenyans, I could be doing the Lord's work, because I usually don't fear saying when I see the right thing happening, and I don't fear saying when I see the wrong thing happening. That's why I think like the president has no choice but to go to the people himself and tell them, I have done one, I have done two, I have done three, because even the media cannot help him echo. Because after all, hata akienda aongee kwa hiyo political rally that I have done this, the media will only cut that part that was political, and that's what they will put in the headlines. That's what our country has turned into. We thrive in criticism. We thrive in negative news, negativity. That's where we thrive in. And I'm happy to see Mice. It's been a year or so since we last engaged with Mice. And the last time I was talking this platform, I was telling you how we won the election. And now I'm going to tell you how we're going to win the next election. And it's going to be an easy game than what was being seen as difficult in 2022, because in 2027, the president is going to have a very easy time to run for president, because the only political opponent that you must be scared of might not run for president. The rest of these other people that want to run for president have never even run a successful campaign to be elected anything. They are going there for the first time. They are not experienced how to run a successful presidential campaign. They're only relying on Twitter and Facebook and social media to spread their agenda. And I hope they will learn the hard way. And I hope the likes of Kasmuel Makore, who have been insulted and called traitors, will make it to the next parliament, so that these people can learn that Kenyans can lie to you and they can tell you the opposite of what you think they are telling you. So Mzalendo, I will be here with you for I think this year I'm very active, and until now we get to 2027, I'll be so active in this platform. I will keep on telling you why I feel like the president might be doing the wrong things, but these wrong things might in the future turn to be the positive things that we could have seen from the leader, except the few things that I've pointed out of abductions, corruption, and the kind of the selection during employment or giving these jobs. The way these people give these jobs out has never settled well with me, because those of us who come from less privileged communities tend to beg for these jobs more than these people that formed government. So I think, besides those things that I disagree with the president, I feel like there are policies that were rushed, but they are things that we need to also educate people that sometimes you have to take these bold decisions to get things done. For as much as you have to follow the procedure and the laws, you have to also know that things like the healthcare story, you have to tell Kenyans that we need this thing not because it's my thing, it's because the healthcare system without insurance is so expensive, and we need to talk about it. We need to streamline. Instead of complaining, we need to start giving solutions, and that's the only way we are going to turn this social media influence into positive things. Otherwise, we are going to ban our country, and we are going to live like Sudan. We are going to live like Congo, because if right now people go outside there to protest, I will also go out there to protest so that I can steal someone's car, so that pia mimi nikuwe na yangu, because that's where we are heading. You look for what your neighbor has that you don't have, you go to him and plan how to take it out of him forcefully. That's where we are heading, because the rate.
Honorable Vincent. Yes, you nailed it. Where we are heading is where the poor are going to claim what belongs to them. Not that that's exactly where we are heading. Where the poor are going to claim what belongs to them.
Which poor, Mzalendo?
You see, when leaders are bragging of what they the people who are disadvantaged in society, the people who feel that the government has not represented them, the people who have felt that, this government has been stealing our taxes. So that is that is the narrative that, remember, this is the narrative that won the election. That you, the poor people, you will rise up and occupy the positions that are being occupied by the rich people, the capitalists. So that is what Ruto sold and won the hearts of so many people. So I don't know what Honorable Vincent will be going back to the same people that they lied to, that they will be lifted up and occupy position, and their lives will be changing once they get into power. Their lives have even become more miserable. Today, a civil servant looks at their pay slips and they regret ever voting for William Ruto government. There is no government that there's no popularity that you will gain by overtaxing the citizens of the Republic of Kenya. There is no government that can survive by overtaxing the people. So I don't know the formula that they will use this time round to make sure, unless they are going to rig the election, which has always been one of the things that people out there complain that elections were rigged. Sometimes I say they were fairly won, others have been rigged before. But that is exactly what is going to happen. When you overtaxed people so much, they are going to resist, they are going to revolt, and yes, just as you said, the poor are going to come and take what belongs to them. And that will bring anarchy. And that's where we don't want in our country. Mise, I believe now that you have arranged your files and you're working at the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Mhm.
Yeah, go ahead, Mzalendo.
Yeah, I wanted you to come into the show, and we are having a open mic, and throughout the day we have been meeting we have been having a political discussion in various forums, in WhatsApp, in X Space, and all that, and now we are winding it up on AFRIQ studio. Uh, how is it outside there, Mise? What are people saying about this government?
We all know, first of all, I don't know if there is anyone remaining to supporting William Ruto. I
There
just
is this
heard,
guy, there's the Honorable Vincent here. This is a.
I just heard him, supporting William Ruto, and I'm like, what's going on, Honorable Vincent? We all supported William Ruto. We were abused, bullied in every social media for trying to support William Ruto. But William Ruto has come out to prove exactly the fear of the Kenyans that were actually saying, do not vote William Ruto in. If you vote William Ruto in, there will be corruption will be increased, abductions. And it turns out that these people were right. So to support William Ruto, it's like supporting an a vehicle that is running out of gas, that is running on fumes. And we cannot blame people from Mount Kenya. First of all, the truth is Mount Kenya, uh, regardless of giving, what is this guy called? Regardless of giving Kindiki the presidency who comes from Mount Kenya. The truth is the way Gachagua was impeached was not good. It was not fair. Ruto did not live up to his promise. Gachagua was the mouthpiece for Ruto, and he played a greater role for Ruto to become a president. And the way he impeached him, spending a lot of money, resources to have him impeached, that kind of resources would have been directed towards development and growth of for the nation. But rather, we see a vengeful president who wants to push out anyone who is questioning his leadership style. And that's not the kind of president that we supported or we wanted to support. I mean, we admire William Ruto being one of the smartest person that anyone would have thought he was, but he has fairly failed to address the needs, the immediate needs of the people. We want to know and feel the effect and the impact today. We are not here. We don't live forever. I don't want to die tomorrow without seeing the development and the growth of the nation by the person that we vehemently voted for, spent a lot of Mzalendo, I had to travel to Kenya to go and vote for William Ruto. Some of us used our money to try and vote for William Ruto and drum support for him, but he has let us down. The issues of governance, when we see issues of abduction, and we see two principles in a public forum, Ruto saying hiyo mambo ya abduction tumewacha, That in itself is admission that he was doing it, Number two, when Raila Amolo Odinga said, nimeambia rafiki yangu huyu William Ruto awache kushika vijana, awache kufanya nini, na he agrees that they have agreed that he will stop doing it. That means there is existence of that problem, and with his full knowledge that this is happening. And that's the problem of governance. You can't, you might kill a few, you might abduct a few, but those who made the constitution in their wisdom, they said power, and they put it the first article in the constitution that power is vested in the people. And the people, when the people will rise up to the occasion, that seat in State House will be very hot, and William Ruto will run, and will run not to return back to Kenya. So I don't want to hear anyone telling us about William Ruto anymore. I will only start listening to anything about William Ruto when I will start seeing the changes. Overtaxation, and I don't care about people being overtaxed, but I would only care, I would only, I only care when I find that the people are overtaxed and the taxes are redirected to other stupid things that are not a priority. The priority for the people of Kenya is the food security, infrastructure, security of the people, which apparently you can be abducted from anywhere and nothing will happen, and the police will not say. And the blame game is like, we don't know who abducted them. And that is the problem, and that is failure in terms of governance, and that is failure on the part of William Samoei Ruto and his government, who is the head of state. We cannot abduct the people who are questioning. Instead, we should bring these people to a dialogue, talk to them, and tell them where the country is going. If people are rising up and telling you, we don't agree with your policy, what do? Do you kill them? Do you arrest them? Or do you bring them to a table and have a dialogue and tell them? Not everyone understands, how policy works. You bring us to the table and tell us. And my friend Honorable Vincent, when we had Kibaki had the person called the government spokesperson, who was Alfred Mutua. When we had Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, we had Manoa Espisu as the government spokesperson. And therefore, those positions are created not just to create positions, but to help the president in projecting and communicating better to the larger nation of his progress and execution of his policies. So this government has failed all round. My brother Mzalendo, we are being told about vaccination of cows or cattle and stuff that crop up, and there are actually allocated budgets. This is not for the best interest of the nation. This is a way to swindle public resources to projects that will never materialize, and this is what is happening, and this is what we are questioning, and this is what the young people are questioning. When the young people come and abuse the president, who cares? Why should he care if he's doing the right thing? Mzalendo, how many times was Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta abused? Even the mother was dragged into politics, So what did he do? Did he kill people? How many times?
He left Twitter. He left the social media. He quit.
He quit. And how many times did we laugh at Kibaki? Hata tukamuita mafi ya kuku. Was he upset? Even Kibaki was humiliated up to the point the wife brought him, and he had family issues, that were at the glare. Hata longi kaanguka. Who cares? And people made fun about it. That's the beauty, and that's the diversity and versatility of Kenyans. And therefore, to punish them for their ingenious and the right to criticize, which is actually within the Constitution, the right to criticize, the right to express themselves, is just bogus, thinking. And mediocre way of thinking from the top leadership that we expect to do better. William Ruto was admired by the other nations in Africa. Even when he propelled the agenda of Pan-Africanism, he was well welcomed. And now we are seeing him drifting away from it. Is pushing Raila Amolo Odinga to go to AU, spending, the government resources in funding the campaign of one Raila Amolo Odinga, the betrayer, in propelling his personal agenda and ambition. This is what the people are rising up to the occasion. The young youth are rising to the young people are rising to the occasion and saying, no, enough is enough. And I applaud those young people. Mzalendo, you and me cannot stand. We do not have the resilience to go back to the streets, to be abducted. We are cowards. I'm sure, Mzalendo, you can't go to that street. Honorable Vincent can't go to those streets. But we are here also doing it from this side. But the truth is, those are the heroes. Those young people, they're the true patriots of Kenya. Those young people are only asking to be heard and the right course of governance to be executed and dispensed according to the promises. So the other thing, Honorable Vincent, I want to disagree with you. It is true that people have very high expectation when you're campaigning. They want you to give them money. But where did it start? It started when we give them promises and then disappear, only to reappear during the next election campaign period. So they say tupee saa hii, hatujui siku yenye utarudi, tupee saa hii, na hii pesa unatupa ni ile umetuibia. So which I find that somehow is justified. If you are a politician or a leader who has promised people to bring certain developmental agendas and execute them, implement them as they are supposed to be, and you do it, then you have no right, or you don't, or you're not obligated to give anything. I think I want to stop there by asking my friend Honorable Machoka to now begin looking for a true leader. I'm not even satisfied. I'm even actually, I don't know who is fit for the presidency right now. I'm still thinking. Not even Omtata, okay? Not even Omtata. But I want to appreciate Omtata for coming out and identifying with the young people who are abducted, who are abused, brutalized by the police. That police brutality, it was a victim as well when we saw other leaders who did not even appear. We only saw them appearing in court, in suits, and did not even anywhere. Those leaders are hypocritical, and they're not doing any good for our country. We can do better as a nation. We generate good enough revenue. If the revenue is used well, everyone will have something, and we will be a prosperous nation. Thank you, Mzalendo.
To say, or the standard to say that we are being indisciplined. And the DP starts by saying that we need mentorship. And I want to look at who are our mentors. Is he and Joho supposed to be our mentors? How can they show us what vice is and then demand virtue from us? It is impossible. The young people are a result of the general society and the community. And so if the young people are indisciplined, it is a very clear mirror of what the society is, because basically it is monkey see and monkey do. And so we are just doing what they have taught us to do well. It is wrong to say that we are indisciplined, because truly when we agree with what they are saying, that is when we are being called disciplined. When we cheer for them and say miaka ingine tano for our president, that is disciplined. But when we say this is wrong and we stand our ground, it becomes a problem to them. And then that is when they are redefining discipline into indiscipline. The young people went to the streets in June and they were killed. They did what was constitutionally right. And so the protest morphed into an online one where they believed, or where we believed, that we won't be touchable. But then we see that young people from the silhouettes, and again I want to say that that man in the casket is just an old man. Our president is very much alive and he has proved it over and over again. And so I don't know why the head of the country is reacting to pictures of an old man in a casket, of silhouettes. How does he know how his shadow looks like? And why is he reacting as the head of the country? It is so uncouth and very unsettling to us. And if we're supposed to follow what is discipline, then we are not to be disciplined as they are. We are very ready to be disciplined. This country, if we go where we're going, not for us, and will continue to be indisciplined if that is their definition of indiscipline.
Mzalendo, you know, sometimes I say there are people who go to school and there are people that school go through them. So if, for as much I want to agree with the sentiments of that lady who was spoken in that video, I want to say that if you go to school and copy the character of a drunkard teacher, that when you become a chemistry teacher, you also drink because your chemistry teacher used to drink before teaching you, then you are a stupid fella. So I believe like the youth should be at least different from what our parents are doing. We blamed our parents for not being there when the Kenyatas were stealing land. We blamed our parents when other families were gathering resources and lived in Nairobi, and some live in Karen. We blamed our parents for that, but we are not doing anything to change that. So do we blame the society for that? No, we don't. So if the politicians, as my brother Mai said, if the politicians are the ones who started this character of political bribery, why don't we, the youth, then stop it by going to the villages and even instead of occupying churches, we occupy these political rallies, and instead of heckling, we stop we don't need your money. Because the last time I checked, these people are the people who queue. These youth are the people who are the most people who even cause trouble during bribery. They are the people who can even repeat the line 3 times to get the money thrice. And instead of even using that money constructively, they go and gamble with it. And tomorrow, if you ask them if they have the money, they don't even have a shilling. So I believe we sometimes blame the wrong things for mistakes. We do mistakes.
Honorable Vincent, I wanted to ask you in your constituency or when you are buying, do you have this situation that we have in my county, where a politician, when they are buying, after the rally, the politician says, vijana pangeni line pande hii, wazee panga line pande hii, wakina mama panga line pande hii, wazee kujeni kwanza tuwapatie yenyu mkienda. Do you have such things?
Let me give you the scenario that we have in Kisii, and in fact in Kisii is 10 times worse, because I think the lead campaigner of the MP, because the MP is not from our tribe, so he does not speak Kisii. He's a Hindi who was born in Kisii but speaks a little bit of Kisii. I got the chance to be the speaker, the mouthpiece of the MP. I used to sell the agenda of the MP before I could give him a chance to address the people. Do you know, the moment I took up the stage to speak about what we are going to do for our people, the people were already impatient and they wanted hii rally iishe haraka, pesa ianze kupeanwa. That's how the people treated us. The moment we started the rally, 10 minutes into the rally, they are already saying the only thing MP could say is that mkumbuke tarehe fulani kuna uchaguzi, and kwa sababu wamama ni wazee na wababa ni wazee, tuwaruhusu mapema waende kuchuna mboga. So watapanga line hapa, watapewa yao, wataenda, alafu the other guys, the youth wenye wako idle, they will sit and wait until we finish with the moms. That thing happened all over the country. I can tell you, the only place maybe it does not happen is in Nairobi. And in Nairobi, it happens in hotel rooms where people sit in boardrooms and they are given, and people meet these tribal communities in hotels, in conference rooms, and give them 1,000 each. But this thing does not only continue in the only rallies that there are no money for everyone is the presidential rallies, but there is a lot of money that goes to planning and mobilizing. But most of the people attend those rallies voluntarily. But these rallies for governors and members of parliament and MCAs and women reps, there's a lot of bribery that happens in those, and people don't care, because some people even who constituencies that are on the border, they cross, they come and get money in these constituencies before going back to their constituencies. Some people even have connections to 3 or more political rallies per day. People make it as a job. Every day they know where there's a politician, they know the schedule of politicians, they go there and wait for money, they go to another rally, they go to another rally, and that's how people are surviving nowadays. And this culture will not end. This culture will not end, and this culture will never end, because for as much as I've tried to be on the ground this past
network ya mheshimiwa inakaa inapotea kidogo. Mise, Asili 2 TV is saying that all these people talking of Gen Zs are not genuine. They were silent when people were killed in Nyalenda, Migori, Kondele, Bondo, and Kome said they were removed from the mortuary. Maybe just to add on what he has said, Asili TV, the IG in Kenya is saying he's not aware of the abductions. He doesn't know. There is nothing different from what Kome was saying yesterday, a few years ago. The IG today is saying that they don't know. This is what Kome was saying when boys in Kondele were killed. But sadly, for the MPs in those regions, they didn't come out strongly to condemn the killing of these young people. And they have not even sought out compensation for these young people. And I always say that these are people who are used politically to send a statement. They are political matters, and it is sad they never got any compensation, or the families never got any compensation. Yes, Mr. Mr.
Yeah, so Mheshimiwa, those are good sentiments, but the responsibility lies on the member to, the leader to discourage such kind of culture, because that culture is brought upon the existence or continued poverty. You know, they say that poverty is the best incentive to creativity. When people are poor and pushed by poverty, they become creative on how to survive, and that's what is happening in Kenya. But again, I was on the ballot box in 2017, okay, and I honestly see where the people come from. But as leaders, once you've been given a chance to go to parliament, um, or to legislative assemblies, you have a role. You have a. Actually, I was going through Parliament, the website of Parliament. I saw that every member, on the profile of every member, they have a section where it shows how many bills you have sponsored in Parliament. Unfortunately, most of our leaders have zero bills that they have sponsored in Parliament. So what is the why are they earning salary if they are not doing nothing? You know, you go. What is the work of a member of Parliament? Oversight, legislation, and representation. Those are the key to both the County Assembly, National Assembly, and the Senate. So this is the work. This is the reason why we, elect these people to go there. We do not elect them to go there to steal money and amass wealth so that they can come back and give us, handouts. We should reverse that and say we don't want handouts anymore. Or I'm not going to give you a handout. I'm going to help you to know how to fish so that you can be empowered. And Honorable Mashoka, if you look at I come from Kisi as well. I'm a Kisi, and if you look at the dynamic of Kisis almost in every family they have sent their one of their family members or two or three. They have sent them abroad, and therefore there is money that comes in. So in terms of development, these people contribute. Like Kisii Town, when you look at Kisii Town, you will see a lot of money that actually is there, courtesy of the people from diaspora. So why aren't we having, people who are coming to, calling people from diaspora and telling them, listen, we can come together. What can we do? How can we invest together? And what can we do? Or how can you help us in terms of expertise, in terms of investment, so that we can help our region grow better? But more, you find these leaders are even afraid to even bring people from diaspora together because they think people from diaspora are financially able to challenge them when it comes to matters governance or maybe in the next election. So therefore, they distance themselves. But these are people who can bring in resources. They have money. They have they have everything that they can bring on board for development. I'll tell you, Mzalendo, when I ran for office, and I was not successful. I asked the gentleman whom I was competing with. I said, listen, I came here on purpose, and there are certain things that I had in mind, and if we work together, we can bring them to our people. I wasn't really interested to stay there because, after all, I was taking a pay cut to go back home. That gentleman never was and has never been interested even to talk to me on the same matter. Why? Because they are afraid that you might be a worth competitor or more than him, and therefore they try to ignore you. So this kind of leaders are the ones who are retrogressive. And my friend, Honorable Vincent, if you have youths going to funerals to disrupt the politicians and occupy the funerals, those are private functions, and therefore it's not public. That's family, and the family has a right. Who do you think the family is going to hear? You who is coming to disrupt, or that person who sponsored a coffin or paid a bill, hospital bill? So I don't think that is the right place. I think the young youth, the young people are doing the right way. The constitution doesn't limit them to go back to the grassroots and voice their opinions from there. The constitution allows us, you are a Kenyan and you have inalienable rights, and as a Kenyan you can express yourself everywhere, and that has been the case. Why is William Ruto concentrating on trivial matters and not looking at the big picture? You know, if William Ruto would have been talking about affordable housing, for example, he should be telling us, you know, statistics and say, look, we started affordable housing. We started this project in Madare North. In Madare North, we were able to employ 5,000 youths. We were able to spend on materials and other things from local or from Simba Cement in Kitengera or Athi River. We were able to buy 1 million bags of cement, which means we also enabled the Simba Cement, and we were also able to buy this number of pieces of metal from these. Those are some of the things that we will hear so that we can understand the trickle-down effect. Remember, this government was for the poor and it was for bottom-up. And bottom-up could only benefit from the trickle-down effect of from the top. So the government is not communicating to us that way. We feel that the government is ignoring our concerns. We feel that the government is doing it's either their way or the highway. We feel the priority of basic needs is not part of what the government is championing for. All we see is the government flying high, you know, driving high-end vehicles, you know, spending on a spending spree. This is what we are challenging, my brother Vincent. I know Zahiri Janda in person, and I've had a chance to sit with him. And I can tell you, him too, like any other politician, always understand. He has a very good, I think he means well for the people of Nyaribari Chache. But him too, like any other politician, knows that he cannot survive without giving handouts. So that means it is a culture that we cannot do away with. But I hope that he will use the CDF and other allocation budget that is allocated to his office to ensure that his constituency has developed more than he found it before. And that is all we are asking from our leaders. But the struggle that we are going through as a people, we feel that we are neglected. We only remember, we are used and dumped. We're used, dumped, and neglected, and only will become valuable when it comes to the next election period. So you would understand where we come from. Kibaki, when Kibaki came in, despite the fact that he came with other policies that were long-term, he understood that the people were hurting, the economy was hurting. So he did look for a few things that were exciting the economy so that people would be distracted while they are waiting for the long-term economy. Long-term dispensation of the project or the policies that he had in mind. We were excited the shortest time he came. Why is William Ruto not doing that? It's worth noting that William Ruto is the longest serving president, him and Raila Amolo Odinga. During Moi's time, William Ruto was there. During Moi's government, and Raila was there. During Kibaki's time, William Ruto was there, and Raila was there. During Uhuru Muigai's Kenyatta government, William Ruto was there, and Raila was there. So these two people have the experience and the tenacity and the resilience that is required to propel our country to the highest level. But they have decided to, I don't know why Raila Amolo Odinga doesn't understand and William Ruto doesn't understand that they might wake up one day and find that they are no more. What legacy are they leaving behind? I don't know, and I don't understand. When Raila Amolo Odinga and William Ruto goes to sleep, goes to bed, aren't they moved by the people who are suffering at Kenyatta Hospital and other, county level hospital? Aren't they moved by the people who are going to bed hungry? And aren't they moved by the people who do not have houses? Aren't they moved by the people who have struggled to take their children to high school and now yet they can't afford to pay university? Why did they come to office? Do they ask themselves these questions? I hope that one day they wake up and ask themselves these questions. And if the answer is that is to the positive, that yes, they need help, to help these people need to be elevated, then I hope they will start working harder. We can talk about putting an airport in Nyamira, for example. How urgent and important is it to put an airport in Nyamira versus housing or elevating the condition of housing in Nyamira, or ensuring that there's food security or good protection of the people within Nyamira versus putting in an infrastructure, a massive infrastructure like an airport, which Nyamira, the revenue that is generated from Nyamira might not even sustain the maintenance and the running and operations of that airport. So I want us to see that our priorities are upside down, and they are done on purpose, so that to get huge amounts of money from the treasury as a way of budget allocation, and this way we end up losing money, and that is the problem, Zalendo. Thank you.
You nailed it, Miss. Priorities. In the next few years, you'll find that there are so many stadiums in this country that have been abandoned. Stadiums where people are not even playing any. There's no team. Yeah. So the government is constructing many stadiums. Yet the basic needs of the communities around those particular areas, it has not met. If you go to the area that I come from and you look at an ECD class from my area, then you go to Central and look at the ECD classes in Central. I want Vincent Machoka to go to your area, grab a ECD classroom in your area. Then you go to area like where Ndini Nyoro comes from, and look at the construction of a school or schools that have been constructed in those areas using the same CDF, your leader, who is a member of parliament, constructs some very funny classrooms in the village and says that he has used millions of shillings. But you should look at leaders who are working for the people. They are doing a good job with the CDF. And sometimes that is the only reason why I wanted to remain maybe in the hands of good leaders. But this should not be used to manipulate the voters, because most of the members of parliament today, that CDF is a lot of money. If it is used properly and effectively, it can help the people and the people in many constituencies in Kenya if they elect the right leader. But now, again, it is too expensive for a good leader to run an election in Kenya. The good leaders who would want to probably run for office cannot afford to face maybe Zaire, who is a millionaire. How will you face somebody like Zaire? He has CDF, pesa pia konayo, and you are coming as Honorable Vincent and trying to tell the people that, you have got good policies. They'll ask you, policy tutazikula. So that is the problem. Corruption has led us to get poor leaders. And the poverty level has also made us to get the poor leaders that we get. But in other regions where the poverty level is not as much as in Western or in Nyanza, you'll find that the youth do not line up to get handouts from the political class. They want service delivery. So this is what we are asking the government of William Ruto. Prioritize what is important for the people. Sometimes stadiums are not important in my locality. They need water. Water security. They need food security. If you go to a place like Turukana, you'll find that they need food security. They don't need a stadium there. If you go to, and they need water. How is it important to have a stadium in somewhere in Lodwar, and yet they don't have piped water in that region? So these are priorities that the government needs to look at, and it is there in the constitution that every government, every project that the government wants to initiate in the locality, there must be what we call public participation. So public participation, as much as the government wants to start this project, as much as the MP or the governor wants to popularize himself, but there ought to be public participation in some of these undertakings by the government, and they need to prioritize what they need to do. You can have stadiums all over Kenya, but who will be playing soccer in those stadiums? Is it a priority? It is not really a priority to have so many stadiums, yet the leagues in Kenya are not that effective. All right. Mise, we are now winding up. I think we have done almost 5 hours of this particular edition of our political discussion. Mise, I need
Honorable
you.
Machuka is responding. Is responding.
Honorable Vincent. Oh, you're
Yes.
on. Good. I thought that.
Yeah, and I wanted him to elaborate when he said that there are people who go to school and there are those, and there are people who go through, whose school goes through them.
Yes.
Oh, I meant that when I say that there are people who go to school, those people, like when you go to school and you learn, those are the people that I see that go to school. And there are people who just go to school so that school can go through them, so that they just get a certificate to go out there and show people that they went to school. Those are the kind of people that I say school goes through them, because they much cared about just having that name. I went to the University of Nairobi, but they didn't even get that Nairobi University knowledge entrained in them. That's what I feel like we're having a problem with most of the people, because even as the youth, we are like our parents. I sometimes feel like we are like our parents and worse than what our parents are, because we are all looking for an opportunity to eat. Like we are looking for our time to eat. Like we just condemn corruption from Monday to Monday. But when we find an opportunity to eat, tunajificha bwana, tunakula kwanza. That's what the youth are doing, and we have learned that so well from our parents. As that lady in that video you posted earlier explained, that we have adapted what society is teaching us, and I have tried my level best not to learn from society a lot of things. I have learned to have my independent mind, and that's why sometimes when I sometimes defend some government positions, I defend them carefully, because I also don't want to corrupt my mind with the fact that someone is right and I'm wrong, and you are right, I'm wrong. I usually try to be as objective as possible. That's why sometimes you can't find me saying Ruto is good for no reason. I can't say Ruto is bad for no reason. I can only tell you that there is something I disagree with this person, and I will disagree, and I explain to you why I disagree with that. There's a lot of things we need to talk about, because I have missed this platform, and there's a lot that was going on for the past, because especially this university funding model that someone has mentioned here. In fact, if I tell you for free that university funding model is the best thing that ever happened to our country, I'm sure you will not believe it, because you've not had first-hand testimonies. You know, the reason why I've never debated this thing is because I wanted to experience this thing firsthand. I came to Kitui about 2 months ago, where my university is. I had some things I wanted to do there, and I got a chance to engage with a few of my friends from university, and I talked to them to details, because I know when I get a chance to debate, I don't want to mince my words, so I don't want to lie to the people. I just want to say things that I have heard from the people. I actually realized there are people who are paying fees for as less as 8,000, and there are people who are paying fees for as high as 50,000. And when I asked those people who pay fee that is 8,000, some of them claim that they even have help that is too much for them to even use. Sometimes they misuse that help. Like the government has made this funding model fair to certain people, and some people are happy about it. That's why you've heard the noise about funding model now reduced, because people are starting to accommodate it. People are starting to understand it. That's why we say change is very, very painful. And when change takes effect, people celebrate. That's why you're seeing there's a lot of quiet people. People are going silent on the university funding model, and they're trying to adjust to it. They're trying to make sure it works for everyone. That's how you change things. The same thing will happen to SHA. Very soon you will start hearing people not talking much about SHA, because SHA will start yielding fruits to some family, and some families will have to come out and defend it. So when you endorse them or agree with them, it's because I feel like we have all become political, that we want to be perfect than what those people that we put into office. We want to be better than them. We just want to take over from them and be better than them. But I will tell you that we will never have a perfect leader in the position of president. We can never have a person that is perfect in that position, because everyone will get into that office, and it will not only change them, but they will realize that, wow, kumbe there is a lot of work to be done here than I thought, because they billion pending bills. Nobody's gonna pay them. nobody's gonna come to office and say, I want to write off these pending bills. No, you won't do that, because there are people who did the roads, there are people who did tenders, there are people who supplied, there are people who spend their money, and they need to be paid back their money. So if we all think that we're going to put a leader into office and tomorrow they will effect change, I'm sure we are all dreaming. Even Gachagua, when Gachagua speaks, when Gachagua opens their mouth to speak, I sometimes listen to the people that cheer him, and I wonder what happened to us, the people, because this guy has been the worst nightmare that ever happened to our Kenyan politics, and I'm sure we all agree with that, except those people who feel like he shares the surname with them. Those are the kind of people that I called the people that school went through them, because those people who now feel like Gachagua is right
Honorable
and
Vincent,
they are wrong one. I
Honorable
look at them.
Vincent,
Yeah.
I am one of the sympathizers of Gachagua. Okay. Can you tell me what is wrong by Gachagua calling or reprimanding the leadership of William Ruto? Don't you see anything wrong with this leadership yourself?
Okay.
And,
First
and,
of
and
all,
one more thing I want you to also respond to. What was wrong with you know what was wrong with NHIF?
all right, I'll try to answer that.
So that we can change. Tell me, why did we I'm okay for a regulatory body to be created to oversight NHIF, or what was the rush to change the way, because NHIF has been working, NSSF, NHIF, these people, this thing has been working for many years. Since I was not born, NHIF was working. But if you wanted to make some changes in it, do we have actually to change names in order to make changes in it for it to work?
Okay, first of all, I want to speak about Gachagua, because for as much as you want to sympathize with Gachagua, I try to look forward to sympathize with him. I don't see any, not because I hate him, but because listening to him since he was elected, I sometimes used to feel very embarrassed to be part of the people that campaigned for Ruto Gachagua, because Gachagua never stood for me, not because I didn't want him to stand for me, but because I know he spent majority of his time defending his community, which is, but if you listen to close to 100 or 150 speeches that Gachagua made during his tenure as deputy president, you sometimes could feel irritated. You sometimes could feel so embarrassed to be called a Kenyan. I sometimes felt so embarrassed to be called a Kenyan when I listened to Gachagua going to Nyanza every day, instead of him speaking about what he's going to do as a deputy president differently than what Ruto did as deputy. He spent majority of his time lecturing the Luos or lecturing the Luyas, lecturing other communities for getting so much shares in the government that they didn't even vote for. I used to feel like you don't have to remind the people that they didn't vote for you. They know they didn't vote. They had their candidate. They had an option and they voted for that option. That's number one. Number two, if you are sitting here and believing like the president just impeached Rigathi Gachagua for going contrary to his ideologies, then you don't know politics, because William Ruto knew the consequences of impeaching his deputy. He knew, not that he didn't know. He assessed the risk. He knew what will happen, but he went ahead and did it anyway. Why? Because Rigathi Gachagua must have had committed something that is not only betrayal to his boss, but something personal to him. And I will tell you this without a fear of any contradiction. We might never see what he did, but him and the president, and maybe the close circles of both of them, is because whatever that Rigathi did had something to do with either the presidency or the life of the president. I'm telling you this without any fear of contradiction, and I don't want anybody to mistaken me. That's the only reason that I, as president, maybe, let me call myself president, if I were to sit in the position of president, the community that risked 47% of their votes, or they risked close to 65% of their votes to me, why could I do that to them when I promised them I will not do that? Is because if the person that you entrusted with me to help me serve in my government is either sabotaging me from inside or is aiding in planning evil against my government. That's the only reason that I can think of as a president to kick you out of my government. And I will do it, and I will not mince my eyes. And for Raila Odinga to take part of such kind of a thing, he had to be convinced, because Raila has been in political space for a very long time. He's not as foolish as people think. Raila Odinga had to be given a substantial reason why we had to kick out Rigathi Gachagua. And I want Kenyans to stop this sympathy thing and look at this political friendship. Raila Ruto were opponents people thought would never share a plate, will never share a room. But now see, the guy who was the best friend of the president is the one who is insulting the president from outside. And now we are cheering on him, forgetting the same thing happened during the 2017-2019 when the deputy president went against his president and said a lot of things, and the president went and said a lot of things against him. In fact, the president has spared Rigathi Gachagua. He has not spoken ill of him. Rigathi Gachagua is the one speaking ill of his former boss. So I feel like for me to betray someone who helped me get what I have now, this thing has to be either personal or has to go for my job. Those are the only two reasons that I could think of. Everything that you saw in parliament or in senate, those were just mere procedures that we wanted to enshrine in the constitution so that it can be seen as a process. Rigathi Gachagua had the option to resign because he knew his time was done. He knew he had an option to resign, but he didn't because he still had that mindset that kuna kitu anaweza fanya, kuna kitu anaweza fanya. That's why he even got impeached, and he was surprised at the last minute that the Senate was going against him. That's why he had to fake his illness and go to hospital. We all know what he did, but because we can't question the procedure of the law, we just turn a blind eye and say he was sick, and a sick man cannot be charged in a court of law. So we all saw what happened. That was all political. But I will tell you without any fear of contradiction, Rigathi Gachagua impeached himself by either going for the person, William Ruto, or going for the life of the president. Those are the only two options that I could think of. And I will not mince my words saying that. That's why I don't sympathize with him, because we have heard rumors, and I don't want to say any rumors on this platform because I can't substantiate any. We heard rumors of how the Nyeri County was run during his brother's tenure. And when his brother was kicked out of, died and left office, there's a certain guy who took over from him, who did not even survive months in that office because he was threatening to expose the problems that were in his brother's government. Rigathi Gachagua had to act swiftly because he knew he was the one who did all those things. He had to do something. I don't know. I'm not God. I'm not going to judge. But there's a lot of things that he did to cleanse the messes that his brother caused in the office of the governor of Nyeri. And when Uhuru went after him, people protected him because they thought he was fighting Rigathi Gachagua, or he was doing this and he was going for after his brother and stuff.
That's good. That's good, bro. That's thank you, because we have other guys who have come in, like Mama Mary. I would like to hear what Mama Mary is gonna tell you. You know, you're young, and
I didn't get to talk about NHIF, but it's okay. I will talk about that next time.
Yeah, you will talk. Let us give her, let us give her a chance, and then once she says something, and then you can also get a chance to respond about NHIF. Mama Mary, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you,
Good.
Mr.?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you and everybody. Vincent and Mzalendo. And and also the people in the comment section and the Kenyans, all where they are. Thank you for this opportunity. Vincent, I would say that as I have heard, and I don't know, but it is true. It is true that there is one either MP or senator from Gachagua's area. As people work together, you seem to be friendly to each other, and you might comment something, and then somebody takes it and runs away with it to take somewhere expecting a big reward. So there is this guy called Wamombi. Wamombi, as I heard, this is something I heard, that Gachagua, as they were talking with Wamombi, commented that the more Ruto is doing all these lies and promises and nothing has come up to be done, he will not make it to 2027. That made the whole world upside down. And so when Wamombi got this, he thought this is the time I'll be given another promotion by the Jabazi, Kasongo, Zakayo. So he took the news, breaking news, to Zakayo, and he reported his fellow comrade, mambo ikaanza. So anywhere Gachagua was going, alikuwa ati anawekewa tip, ndio hiyo sasa iwe ni mtego, na ndio iwe kama evidence. And as far as it went, so it reached a point of no return for Zakayo. And he decided enough is enough. So those are the points or the information I have had to cause this damage to Gachagua. Gachagua is not my man. I never liked the way he was talking either. But generally what I would say, this time round, we were unlucky. The whole country was unlucky because Nobody is qualified to be a president in our country right this moment. Hold on, please. Hold on. Sorry about that. And so, Zakayo, as sensitive as he is with everything that he don't want to be criticized, he has to react. You know, there are times whereby you can look at those people who are bringing those news. It can be true, but you look at the picture of why is he saying so. Then you start weighing yourself and going to call yourself a small meeting by yourself and ask yourself, what is wrong? What have I done? Or call Gachagua, sit down with him and talk. Because Gachagua said, and he has been repeating this, me, I can't lie. I don't want somebody who is lying. And I don't want somebody who is doing bad things and I'm close to him. So those ones he has already said, even this time after impeachment. So it's not that he is hiding his face, he's coming up upright. So for me, it's a tragedy in our country that we got these two people in power. Hakuna mzuri, and we have the craziest, the one who is worst, who is on the chair. Mtu wa mauaji, abduction, na anajifanya haja kula hiyo sukari, na sukari unaiona kwa mdomo wake hapa nje, imejishikilia. So what I'm saying is, if you become a leader, please don't expect everybody to love you. Don't expect everybody not to criticize you. If you are a good politician, those are things that come to you and you should know how to handle. But you should not handle na kifua, ama kuua, ama kuabduct. Let me say this to Kenyans. Moi, mnakumbuka ile mchezo ilikuwa inaitwa Ridiculous. Those guys acted impersonating Moi and Kibaki and some other people. Is there anybody who was abducted? Moi was like somebody tried to go to him and tell him, oh, this is what they are doing. And do you know what Moi said? Alipuuza, akasema wacha vijana watafute unga, na akacheka. That was quite a good mzee. That point I took it, a good mzee that time. Na nikachukua vizuri sana. You cannot keep on running around, chasing boys. Ati kwa sababu wamekuchora na bado uko uhai. Hawajakuua, uko uhai. Na bado unakimbizana na wao. So what I have seen with what we have in our government, a lot of childish. Hebu imagine ati serikali yenu inafanya childish, ambayo inaangaliwa na macho mamilioni ya watu wanawaangalia ati those are the people who are leading us. Childish. It's very shameful. So what I'm looking at is that we have no mwelekeo in Kenya. Hakuna hata waimpeach Gachagua na waimpeach nani ama nani. There is no correction that will happen in Kenya except the head goes out of that way. Get out of the chair. Hiyo ndio tabu ile tuko nayo. How do you go on calling yourself a president? People are being abducted in the country and you don't know who is abducting them. IG don't know who is abducting them. And the leader cannot summon IG and ask him, what is happening to my people? What is happening in the country? What am I hearing? Some people are being abducted. Where were you? Those are the evidence, circumstantial evidence to show that the government knows very well who are doing this work. Na mkumbuke vizuri sana, anytime something was happening in Kenya, huyu mtu hakuwa kwa nchi. Hawa vijana saidi walikuwa wanaachiliwa, hawa ambao wameachiliwa the other day, he was not in the country, he was in Ghana. That is how he plays his game. Ndio iwe yeye, hata hiyo mambo yote hajui, ati anakuja anasema, hey, walitolewa. That is how he wants us to perceive, which is a lie. We know all the way things are done in the country. It cannot be that when we go to sleep, the government goes to sleep. There should be patrol. Kwani polisi wanalipwa pesa ya nini? Surely. And then come to think, police can be taken out of the country to go and take care of security of another country. And yours, people are being abducted by strangers. And it is happening day and day and day and day. And so many children vanished. And even up to date, we don't know where they are. Na polisi wametolewa Kenya, wamepelekwa nchi nyingine wakafanye mambo ya security. Lakini kwenu muendelee kumaliziwa. That's the tragedy in our country. That's my feeling. Mambo mingi imefanyika mabaya. And these people, they tend to pretend that they don't know anything. And they tend to pretend that they are not involved. But on the other side, they come and reveal themselves. They are involved. They are the one doing it. Point blank. Alisema tutakomesha hiyo abduction. Nani anafanya? He never said. He never said who did it. Mtu anashikwa, ni yeye ameua wasichana wote wale walikuwa wametupwa Kware. Amewekwa remand. Dakika kidogo, ati ametoka, ametoroka. Nobody knows where he went. How can we have such a very weak? Kwanza mimi sitakai kusikia mtu anasema ati we have a smart guy, smart Zakayo, ati ni smart. How can you be smart and the other side you are a crook? Smartness does not mean harm people. It's to make people, it's to invent, it's to make things work.
Mama Mary.
Yes.
People were smart. People were smart, might be smart but not wise. Maybe he's not wise. Intellectually, he is good. He's pretty good. The problem is he's not wise and he's not a good leader.
Mind if I ask you also, Ms. Wainaina, what the role of the president in investigating a criminal who is killing people and dumping their bodies in quarry? I want to know what is the role of the president in those investigations, because I read the constitution and there's nowhere I saw his role in doing that. I kindly help me understand that, because I like your line of thought in how you understand politics, but I disagree on how soft you are going on Rigadi and going so rough on Ruto and claiming that the president is whatever that you say.
Okay, Vincent, I've not gone soft on Gachagua. I am saying the reality of how things are. And I said Gachagua is not my man. Okay? I'm not supporting, I never supported Gachagua. I never liked him. So that one's put it aside. I'm trying to put things into better perspective of how I understand. I'm not a politician, by the way. Me, I'm just talking my guts, what I understand. And the president, anything that happens in a country, he has the right to know. He has the intelligence who will be reporting to him, this has happened. And how far have you gone? What are your plans? Why is it things going like this? Where is the IG? Where is the police? Don't we have enough police to cater for my people? You don't have to say that he has to be on the constitution directed to be, he is supposed to investigate. I'm not expecting him to investigate, but he has the power of asking the investigators what is going on. And the institution that deals with the criminals, what is going on. He is the head. And everything starts at his door.
So going by what you just said, don't you think that is now going after independence of institutions that are supposed to investigate? Because the president is only entitled to the briefings of the security, whatever, and the deputy president sits in the same court. The minister for interior, the PS for interior, those briefings are supposed to involve all those people that we're talking about. So Rigathi Gachagua used to sit in the same briefings every day. He knows everything that goes on before he even got out of office. That guy that we was claimed to have dumped bodies in Kware, Rigathi Gachagua used to sit in the same briefings. Why can't he now, because he's a saint in eyes of so many people in the comment section, why doesn't he go outside and tell us what the briefing said about this guy? Because he has been exposing the NIS left, right, center, claiming that they are very incompetent. Now that he was the only one incompetent in that meeting, why didn't he get out and tell Kenyans this guy is escaped from the hands of police, and the police are not looking for him because he's 1, 2, 3, 4? Because I feel like the problem we have with Kenyans is that they only assume that the president is some superpower who should be knowing everything and have a solution to everything that comes on his way.
Vincent, that's a very good question, and I will answer you this way. We have had, I don't know how true it is, we have had institutions not being independent. By the virtue of the Zakayo saying that police are independent does not warrant us to believe that that is what it is. We have seen many things happening, but when you dig and peruse, you find that the president knew. He's aware. And he is trying to put a limit of how much you should say. How did Koome leave? IG Koome, he left. He resigned. Why? If you are more conversant with what goes on with all what we see, how these people come, remember the other IG, I can't remember his name, he was called to the court, whereby he refused to go. He declined. Did anything happen to him? Can the president do something? Now you are trying to put that because they are all independent, they are the one who are failing to do. But I believe if they fail to do, they are answerable to the president. And the president has the order. If I may understand correct, if I am correct, he has the order, seeing that they are destroying my country and I am the leader, so I am the one who is looking at. So what am I going to do? I'm gonna summon them. It has never happened. And if it happened, maybe I wasn't watching. I was not aware. So when you are saying that they are independent, how many things have we seen in this country of ours happening in every institution that really matters to our security, and it has never acted accordingly? Na kwa nini? Why? Unaona mtu anajikokota tu, anajifuruta kwa sababu ni vile ameingia kwa mahali mbaya, kwa sababu anaogopa pandi hii, sijui niseme nini, na kuna yule anafanya hiyo mambo ifanyike, hiyo mbaya. That one, we are not fools. We can understand things. And if, honestly speaking, if IG is independent with his policemen and these guys going around abducting people, covering their faces, they would have been arrested. I believe so. That is exactly what would happen. Hebu niambie ni polisi gani hao watakubali ati wasemekane hawajui kazi yao. IG ati aonekane hajui kazi yake. Those are things that I take it so seriously. That there is somebody somewhere controlling each and everything. And especially to the people of our country, not to be safe. Kwa sababu haiwezekani ati leo, kesho kutwa, mtondogo, kila mtu, watu wanachukuliwa, wanachukuliwa, and no one has ever been arrested. Na hawa watu wanaonekana na magari wakizurura huko. Kwa nini kusiwe ati gari ikiabduct mtu hivi, polisi wanapigiwa, wanakimbia, wanawashika? And I believe they have been told, but they cannot go and arrest. Why? Because they are connected. Now police, they are not independent. They are maybe asking, sasa tufanye nini mkubwa? That is the way it is. Kwa nini kusiwe mtu hata mmoja ameshikwa? By the way, why do we have policemen and the IG? Why should we have an IG in our country who is doing zero? Hata yeye ataaibika. And I believe wherever he is, he feels threatened. But yes, hata yeye anaweza kuwa abducted. Ama mtoto wake awe abducted. These are people parade. Wamekuwa paraded, wafanye hiyo kazi, msijali, muko covered. You are guarded. And that's it.
With all due respect, I wish to ask you a question, because I know you weren't here earlier when I spoke about the criminal justice system, and I was so firm on it, and I can see you are almost going my direction, but the only problem is that you are blaming it on one person. On this issue of IG of police, and because that's the head of where now the police command starts from, because the president is not supposed to command the police. The command of the police is supposed to originate from the IG police. And the reason why I've interrupted you is because I feel like this independence of the police can never be achieved if the institution itself does not understand its independence. Because I feel like sometimes we also need to also condemn some other quarters, because the judiciary, for example, and I wish to say this with a lot of respect to the people who practice law and the people in the judicial system, these are the people who made the constitution so complicated for Kenyans to understand, because they spend 6 months trying to interpret a simple clause of the constitution.
Vincent, before you go further than that, which constitution are you talking about, and which constitution is followed in our country right now?
We only have one.
And who is following that constitution?
Everyone needs to follow the constitution, including Kenyan.
And that is the problem we have. Simply because, for one, I will not name many, but I'll just say one. Protesting is a right, and it is covered in the constitution. And it is the one which has brought all these talks we are talking here. And this is the cause. And this is the cause of where everything starts. And when we talk about constitution and other people are not following, who are supposed to be example of following that constitution, it becomes a problem.
So, according to you, do you think like we followed the constitution to the letter, or to the letter, whatever that saying goes? Did we follow it when we were protesting? Because there's a law that says that the protests are supposed to resume or to assume at exactly 6 a.m. and by 6 p.m. the protests are supposed to have ended, and the riots or whatever the picketing should be within the confines of the law. That's how it says. I don't know which
Let
confines.
me ask you one question, Vincent. Rex aliuawa saa moja ya jioni. Rex aliuawa saa moja ya jioni.
Madam, I've not finished what I'm saying. That's why I don't want us to argue with emotions. I was just trying to explain to you why I feel like these rights that we have in the constitution are also not favorable to the mwananchi, and also are not being fair to the police, because according to the police, they are told to not use excessive forces. Okay, but the Kenyans are also advised not to use excessive force, because the constitution also wanasemanga msumeno inakata mbele na inakata nyuma. That's how the law says. If you pelt stones at the police, they will pelt tear gas at you to disperse you. That's what they use as a minimum. You even saw that in the US when they tried to infringe the Capitol Hill. That happens in every jurisdiction. If you go against or outside the confines of the law, there must be some little excessive force that will be used against you. I'm not saying it was justified, but if you saw the kind of protest that was held on 25th of June, which was the climax of the protests, for example, and let's go back to as early as March 2023, when Azimio was protesting against the cost of living. The people were even stealing. The people were snatching phones. The people were stealing from the private vehicles. Some people were pelting stones at buildings in Nairobi, and that is not what picketing is, according to me. We have trained our police as the people, we have trained our police that protests without stones and without destruction of property is not a protest. And I'm not justifying, and I want you to understand me correctly. I'm not justifying whatever actions that happened in the 25th of June or whoever died because of the picketing. I just want us to also blame ourselves for not also staying within the confines of the constitution, because some of us didn't even care to write in, as the constitution say, inform the police on where we are going to protest, on how we are going to protest. We did not even include that. Majority of the people just got out and started protesting. That's why sometimes the police had to disperse the people, because we also who did not participate in the protests are covered by the constitution. We also protected by the law that we must go by our daily businesses, as the constitution says, because it also protects us who are not participating in the protests. So you should understand that when you are reading the constitution and interpreting the way you're interpreting it, I also who does not agree with what you are saying, I have my way of interpreting the constitution. That's why I was saying we must clean up the judicial system, because the problem does not lie in one person. The problem lies in every institution that we preserved in the constitution and gave them absolute power to be independent, because there's no one who will ever give these people independence if they cannot give themselves independence. There's nobody who's going to fight for the police to be independent. No one. There's no one who's going to fight for the judiciary to be independent. They have to fight it in themselves, because they are the people who understands what the constitution says about it. We are even trying to educate the police how they're supposed to be independent. We are teaching the judiciary how they're supposed to be independent, and they are the people who are supposed to interpret the laws for the Kenyans. So whenever we are pointing the one finger to William Ruto, we should also point 3 fingers to ourselves and say that we need to also be responsible citizens. When you not supposed to be anything, I'm sure you're a mother and you cannot want to see your son doing such kind of a thing, not because it's a bad thing, but it's morally wrong to wish someone death. No, to wish someone death. If they can, sometimes wanasemanga mtoto wako anaweza fika mahali pia kugeukie. One day this son of yours will turn against you, and you.
All right.
Can I tell Vincent just one thing before Ashley come in?
Yes,
Vincent,
yes, yes. And introduce Ashley. Introduce Ashley when you're done. Ashley.
okay. Mm.
All right.
Vincent, however you put it, it will never work because those children who were killed, they didn't have a weapon, they didn't have anything they stole. They were having a flag, water, and a phone. So I would wish if those police, having that there were people who were stealing, I wish they arrested one or two, those who were stealing, and bring them to book, rather than talking of people who are stealing and doing all these bad things. What happened? These people became overwhelmed because people were many and they wanted to be heard. And so they decided to use force, of which it is not elaborated. And as far as you have said about the 6th in US, January 6th, nobody died there. The people, the people who are in the meeting, I don't know whether it is White House or whatever, they ran away and they left the place. And so these guys got in and they did whatever they did. Nobody died. Nobody was shot, except that they were later arrested and taken to court to be sentenced or to case for their innocence. But when you talk about Kenya, whereby police decided to use force and killing people who have no weapon, and they were not even in somebody's perimeter, they were on the street. That is a tragedy. And that is where we are talking about the leader has failed. And he will never win my heart, because that is a failure I don't know. I don't know what I can say. So you can't convince me that I'm pointing a finger to somebody and then I should point myself. I will never point myself. I'll point him. He is the one. Up to today, he has never even sorry. He has never been sorry. And he even congratulated them, having killed innocent boys. And others are missing since then. Nobody knows where they are. Is that how a leader runs the country? That is my point, and that is my take. I don't want to argue more than that because it really makes me feel a lot of. Ashley, my friend, welcome. Thank you.
Hey, Ashley, karibu sana, long time. Mary, just a point of correction. January 6th, there's one protester who was shot by the police called Ashley, like Ashley, who is who is here. Ashley, karibu sana, but it was not the way our policemen are shooting innocent Kenyans, innocent young people who are just protesting with a flag and an handkerchief and a bottle of water. And the sad part about it is that these people, people have you heard the way these young people are narrating their story when they're going for demonstration? First, they use a marker pen to write their names in wherever, maybe on their thighs, on their hands, just in case they are killed by the government or the police, they can be identified easily. This kind of conviction is dangerous, Honorable Vincent. This kind of conviction that, enough is enough. I have had enough from this government. I now have to go to the streets. Even if I die as a political martyr. And I am dying for a good cause. And I am dying for my country. This is what these young people are saying. And that is what the political class doesn't want to hear. They don't want to hear because this broad-based or bread-based government, they have come together so that they can protect each other. They can protect each other. But who says that the president cannot be removed from power lawfully, not unlawfully, lawfully? with the constitution. It is up to we Kenyans to get organized enough so that we say the right things on the right in forums like this. And if you meet your friends outside, if you are complaining about the government, have the facts. Have the facts on your fingertips. And you will meet Honorable Vincent here, who is also supporting Ruto's government. He also has some facts, and he will tell you the good things about this government and why he is still supporting Ruto's government. Ashley, karibu sana.
Asante sana. Happy New Year. I don't think I've come to this show this year, but sometimes I don't even know you're on. I just saw you right now. So I listened a little bit. Nilikuwa nataka kukaa kama mtazamaji, but actually I thought this is the other guy who's usually your moderator. And I was like, how is he talking today?
No, this is Honorable Vincent. Honorable Vincent, who started supporting, was in this channel since 2022. Yeah, I think, 2022 when we was, 2023 when we were still supporting the UDA government. So he has remained in UDA, he has been consistently a UDA supporter. Although as we left him behind, he is continued to soldier on with William Ruto. And it is a good thing because it is freedom of expression and freedom of choice on who you want to support. And that is the beauty about our constitution. Those who support William Ruto, let them support William Ruto. Those who support Raila Odinga, let them support Raila Odinga. But when we come to this forum, we try to educate each other so that we come to a middle ground and say, the reason why we are in this particular position is because one is abductions, secondly is killing, and thirdly is the economy. Is it really doing well? And if there are things that are working well for the economy, then people like Vincent can tell us on this particular forum, AFRIQ24. Karibu sana Ashley.
Asante sana. Describe, I think I've met him before. Yeah. And I have 3 very harsh words for him today. Okay, the first one is wild goose chase. That presentation he gave was it was like a wild goose chase. He did a lot of rambling and he distorted facts. Mm-hmm. The most recent demonstration, not the women demonstration, but the one for Okia Omtata, they were seated down. They gave. So it's when you want to highlight, instead of rambling or just going around in a wild goose chase to start talking about 2023, okay, some people come as criminals to these demonstrations. And it is true that in the past, they have had criminals. Even this one for Gen Z, on the 25th of June, I need to correct him, it was peaceful. There is nobody that threw any stones. Even when they were arrested, they said we are peaceful. All they had was water and a flag and their phones. So nobody was violent. The police were tear gassing them for no reason, and they were just peaceful. Someone was killed for no apparent reason, just because they went to the parliament, which is not protected ground. That is the people's house. So there is no reason for them to have used excessive force. They can ask them to leave, but there was no reason for them to use excessive force. So let us have an honest discussion without distorting the facts. So the most recent one of Okia Omtata, they gave notice in advance. They have actually gazetted that they were going to have the protest. They went and sat down. There was no violence from the protesters. And they were tear gassed sitting down. So I want to ask Vincent to be specific about that specific one. Why were they tear gassing them? They were not abusing anybody. They were just talking. Each of them would stand to talk and say why they are there, why they are protesting. And when Okia Omtata went to speak, they were tear gassed. Why were they tear gassed? Then they were arrested for illegal assembly, which already we have agreed the assembly is protected under our constitution. If you look at the constitution, I think Article 1, it says that everyone, including the president, must be governed under the constitution. He was elected, and he says, and given mandate by the constitution, but why is he going out of the constitution to govern? I think once he gets and steps outside the constitution, he's not protected because no one is above the constitution. So if we can agree on that, and most of these, even the ones for Raila, the only time or most times when they become unruly is when the police start tear gassing them, and then they respond by stoning the police, which we are not going to say it's okay. And I'm not even going to come here and let those who did those demonstrations support them. I'm going to talk about the ones I support, which is this Gen Z maandamano. They have not been aggressive. They have not been violent. It is the police that have been violent. It is the police that do not want them to meet, to assemble. Now, I'm going to ask, this thing of us assembling together, when you hold a meeting, you should have a license. Why is Ruto constantly disrupting markets, disrupting people when they are doing their little business, and holding so many lorries? Why doesn't he not get a license himself to hold these lorries? Because even he is disrupting people he goes to a market, and you know how much security he needs. He brings a whole market to a standstill without an impromptu meeting about nothing, about lies. But he's not above the law. What Ruto has done is that he has abused the powers that we gave him. We are asking him to leave, and he's saying he has until 2025. I have never seen, if a guest comes to your house and refuses to leave, when an employer gives you a job, even though you have a contract, if you breach it, they can terminate the contract. Ruto is abusing the contract that we gave him, even after having breached it, because even one of the things that a president does is to protect the citizens. How can the president start being the one hunting the citizens that he is supposed to protect? Now, I want to ask Vincent one question, because you want to seem to say that Ruto is not abducting, that we shouldn't blame him. You know, we've given him a job. We've given the police a job. They shouldn't go and say that we need independence. It's us they are protecting. It's us, we have given them a job. It's us they should protect. The Kenyans are overtaxed, but we are not getting the worth of our money. In fact, I want to suggest to Morara, let him refuse to pay taxes. Let him go to court and say, my money is being misused. I will pay when you tell me because when I pay you, you are paying back loans, and these loans, I don't know where they went. So I will pay, but I need accountability from you. So I need to know this money that is going to loans, exactly what loans are being paid. Are they legal or illegal loans? Because we can't just pay taxes that the money, more than 70% of what we are paying is going to pay loans that we know nothing about. So I think actually Kenyans need to come and protest and say that we will not pay loans until we are told what these loans are about, where that money went. We need you to do audit. We need answers. We give them 2 weeks. If they come sooner, I think people need to stop working. Yes.
Actually, do you think Morara should also remove VAT from the products he's selling so that he doesn't tax Kenyans also in the? Do you think that should happen to?
No, saying he would pay. I'm saying
he's including VAT and the taxes in his products and selling them at higher cost. but he's not paying to the government, then he should deduct that from the and sell it at
No.
price.
You asked me my opinion. The Bible says, "Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar," right? Where is this person? Did they disappear? Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. So I believe. So we are not telling him not to pay. We are saying to withhold. Yes, I owe you this money, but before I give you this money, I want you to tell me what you have done with what I have already given you. So yes, he's going to collect, and then but withhold it from the government and demand accountability of what he has given them. Once that accountability, okay, we hope that they have used it well. So once they tell him how they have used the money and he's satisfied, then he can continue paying. And it's not just him, it's every taxpayer. But everybody that has an income should also pay taxes. But once we pay, it cannot be a blank check. Then we have to follow up and know, is our money being misused? These people that are stealing, the COVID billionaires, the people we have been told have stolen, why is the government not following them up to return the money they have stolen? It has to be returned.
Because of Mutuetu syndrome. You can't go.
I went to another topic. I think that wasn't what we were talking about.
No, that's the same thing that the problem that is ailing our country. The moment you go after some big wig in politics, wanasema ni witch hunt. They want to protect their own. No,
I think that the chances.
You cannot.
Let me tell you why. When people die, when people are being abducted, we see everything in life, even in your own personal life, you have to go in order of priority. At this time, what is priority is that the abductions. That is priority. It supersedes taxes. So let us keep that tax issue for another day. Let us talk about abductions. It's higher in the list. And that is what I wanted to ask you. I had Ruto went somewhere and he was talking about being put in a coffin. All his entourage was talking about being put in a coffin. Do you think that issue of just someone drawing a picture of you in a coffin is of more prominence to the fact that people are being abducted, assuming we believe that it is not him or his people that are abducting or the police, that it is strangers and criminals doing this? So as the president or even as anyone, which one has more prominence? Which should the government or Ruto and his entourage address more? Should it be that the fact people are disappearing, people are being abducted, some found killed and going to be tortured? Or should it be that they are being drawn and that they are being drawn in coffins? Like if someone calls me a dog, why should I care? I don't bark, I don't grow a tail, I don't have fur, I'm myself. That is them and their tormented minds. If someone draws me in a coffin, like they are wasting their time. Anyway, we all know that one day we will die. So even if you draw me dead, if you draw me, it doesn't matter. If you call me black, I don't care. It shouldn't matter. It's petty. So the reason it is confirmed that they are the ones abducting people is because instead of addressing something so serious as death, please stop interrupting me. You know, when you were talking, I had to hold my breath because the things you were saying were so aggravating to me, but I have to teach myself patience. So please just hold your breath and write down.
Let's have some order. Actually, finish your statement, then Honorable Vincent, you can rebuttal. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, sorry. I think I went off topic until I misused my time. But I want to say that if Nani, before you give it to Vincent, or if let Vincent answer, between someone being drawn in a coffin or even being abused and people being abducted, citizens being abducted and found dead, citizens being abducted and tormented or harassed or whatever they are doing to them when they take them, which one should the president address first? How selfish is he that he's mad that people are putting in his in drawing him the way he doesn't want to dethrone, that it supersedes the fact that people are being killed. And if he doesn't like that comes with his position, what is so hard for him to just step down? Then he can go to his private life where nobody will care whether he lives or dies. I'm going to ask you this question, Vincent. Between being drawn and between abductions, what should the president be focusing on? And why is he focusing on being drawn and ignoring the fact that people are being abducted? If not, and the reason the people who are being abducted are doing the things he's complaining about, which leads us to say circumstantial evidence leads us to believe that he is the abductor.
Who said that when someone supports everything they do or say? You know, I'm listening to you and I'm wondering, were you even following what I was saying? Because I remember Mzalendo asked me my opinion about abduction, and I was very, very clear about my stand about abductions and unlawful arrests. I said conclusively that I will never support anything called unlawful arrest, and I will never ever support something called abduction, because I saw what it did to my friends in the previous administration. I saw my classmate and my deskmate Franco Begi die and lie helplessly in Karura Forest, my classmate and my deskmate, and I will never forgive whoever that did that for doing that. And I said that conclusively, and I'm not going to repeat myself to make someone happy or angry. But one thing I'll tell you, that if you ignore the fact that politics can do anything to make you believe that someone is your enemy, then you don't have any business discussing politics, because then politics is not your portion. Because I have played this game for a very long time. Sometimes I feel like I don't want to turn like these people, because politics is like an infection that spreads so fast, and you sometimes don't know that you have contaminated or you have contacted the infection until you find yourself doing the same thing that these people are doing. Because in politics, you have to survive, and for you to survive, you have to do some stupid things for you to keep on surviving. And I will tell you this: for as much as, yes, we are blaming everybody and we are blaming the president, we are blaming the people who are only the side of William Ruto for this abduction story, I won't miss my word to tell you that maybe even the political enemies of the president can be in a position of doing the same thing and paint it on the president. And I'm not saying it's the president doing it or it's the enemies of the president are doing it. No, I'm just saying that sometimes when you look at these things from these eyes that we want to use, we are going to miss the point as a people. We are going to fall into the trap that these politicians want us to fall. And this is how we are going to burn the country ourselves. And we are going to blame us and blame the politicians for burning the country that we burn ourselves. Because this kind of talks that we are having here and throwing names all over and hoping that we are the only people who are on the right side of history, that's very wrong, because that's not how we make change. That's not how we effect change. For as long as ndio mimi sijaongea vile wewe umeongea ama sijatukana mtu vile wewe umemtukana, haimaanishi mimi ni muoga ama mimi nalipwa ama mimi nalamba sana. No, I have my mind and I have my brain, and sometimes when I use it, I anger some people because I say things they don't want to hear, because some truths are so painful to tell people, and I will tell you and I will not fear. I'm not supporting William Ruto because he's my brother or he's my father or he's my cousin. I don't agree with a lot of things that he does. I don't agree with so many things that he does. But I also don't look at politics from the eyes of what you people want me to look the politics of this country from. Because I have my mind and I know I want to be a politician in this country. I just don't want to be infected with what people are infected with. Everybody's thinking political. Everybody's just blind to the fact that your political enemies can do anything stupid to taint your name. That's what politics is. You have to defeat your enemy. You have to kick your enemy whenever he's down, so that he doesn't find his feet ever again. William Ruto knows right now. For example, I want to use social media because that's the place where we are sure that he has so many enemies in social media, and it's so difficult for him to defend himself or use people to be so difficult. But these people on social media who are maybe close to They can be 1 million. I don't know how many. These are among those people that in the last elections spent their entire campaign period or the entire 5 years painting William Ruto with so many things. And most of the people ignored them. People ignored them. Not because they didn't know Ruto. Most people know Ruto. Most people know who Raila was. I was in the team that was criticizing the other side. I have never stopped criticizing them. Even if they have joined government, I still criticize them. And they were just on the opposing side of the divide, and they wanted to just be popular. That's what it is about politics. For as long as I condemn these abductions, and I feel like some people could not have died, and I feel sorry for their families for losing such kind of youth who stood up for those of us who didn't get out there to complain about access. I want to say to you actually today that I'm not here because I am a defender of government. I'm here because I have spent my entire life building my career of politics, learning from people. And whenever I see something wrong, I don't sit down and keep quiet and celebrate when someone is dying from something. I have spent the entire evening from around 12 midnight. I have spent this close to 5 hours now trying to tell you how I feel sorry for our country, that we have a very broken judicial system. We have a very broken criminal justice system, and the only focus that we are putting on change is the presidency. We are focusing on change in presidency, and we are not focusing on the only problem that even a president who is so powerful can never change. There is no president that we can put in power who is transparent, who is perfect, who can get into power and just find everything working and just transform the country by a press of a button. There's never something like that can never happen in any democracy in the world. We have to fight to change our criminal justice system, because that's the only way we are going to obtain independence in these institutions. That's what the countries like America did to have such kind of a strong judiciary and Supreme Court. If we cannot stand and fight the criminal justice system, so that we clean the judiciary, we clean the DCI, we clean the DPP, we can never achieve all those things that we want. Because as I said before, and I will repeat to you because maybe you weren't following, I said that those are the people that clear these corrupt people to go to run for office. Those are the people that are bribed for these politicians to get clearance for DCI to run for office. These are the kind of judges that defend these corrupt people so that they can have much money that is maybe stored in offshore accounts entering the country, so that they can run campaigns and bribe voters to vote for them. Those are the kind of things I was saying here. But the only thing that you picked from my argument is that I was supporting Ruto, and I'm shocked, because from my sentiments today, I have tried to be so much objective that I have tried to tell you that there are things that are going wrong in this country. And the only problem that we are having as a people is we are pointing the fingers to the wrong direction. And for as long as we keep pointing these fingers to this direction, Kenya is not going to change. I have been here, I have exams at 4 p.m., but I did not care much about my exams, not because I have not studied, but because I feel like for as much as I want to do these exams, I listened to the Minister of Education and I was in tears the other day, because there's no way we can have 600,000 people scoring D plus and below, and these people need to get a job somewhere in this country and be transformative, and their parents are relying on them. And we are going to have another 600,000 next year. We are going to have that cycle going on and going on and going on. But at the end of the day, who carries all the blame? Is the president. Should the president also go to class and do exams for these people? No. So whenever we want to blame these things, we need to also start looking at our country from a certain angle, so that we can change everything at a go. We should stop blaming and sending blames to the people that we have put in power to do certain things. We should also start looking at our morality as a society. We should start looking at our children as a society. What are we doing wrong as a people? Why are our students not performing well in school? Because the teachers are underpaid. The teachers are not motivated as other professions are. How are we going to improve that? We have never talked about that. We don't care much about that. We just care about the people who come from our regions who have been betrayed by the government. We care about the people. Hata sometimes naongeanga hii siasa inanikasirisha kwa sababu I'm lucky to come from a community where we don't know if we will ever become president, but I dream to be president from my community, because these regions that have succeeded in raising candidates for presidency and getting good leaders in power and having several ministers have the highest number of poverty cases, have the highest number of people in prisons, have the highest number of people dying from cancer, have the poor roads, more than those of us who come from less privileged communities, because they all they saw is having someone in power who has their surname, who speaks their language whenever he holds a mic. And now that we have someone who has not only tried to okay, vile mzalendo ulisema kuharibu multi-party democracy, to bring other people into his government to try and at least stabilize things that had gone wrong. He is trying, for as much as I don't agree with the word broad-based government. I just feel like he had to also survive politically, look for friends who can work with him, because other people had started pointing fingers at him, as this lady that left said that Rigathi was telling the president the truth and the president wasn't listening. And I told her, without mincing any words, that that's not a reason enough for you to impeach your best friend. You have to do something personal or something that points to your job. You have to do something that will affect something so that you be kicked out that way. So whenever I speak all these things, I don't speak them because I support William Ruto. I speak these things because I also live in this country, as most of you do. I have spent all my entire childhood and my best part of adulthood here, and I feel like I'm ready to go for these political positions. But I'm not going to this political office with the mindset of what I'm seeing the Kenyans on social media do. I'm not going with this mindset of everyone thinking that you should do this for you to be seen as you are on the right side of history. I'm not going to sing some choruses so that I be seen as a saint in the eyes of some people, because that's not who I am. I have my independent mind, and I anger so many people sometimes. I anger a lot of people because of what I say, and I sometimes feel like I should not care, because as a leader sometimes you have to turn a blind eye. As Ashley said, yes, I agree with her that the president should turn a blind eye on these things. But sometimes these people push you to a limit where sometimes you have to react. They go for the people that you care most. They go for your children. They go for your wife. They go for your mother. They go to a level where you sometimes feel like now, for as much as you guys are doing the right thing, you are crossing a line that I also have my personal rights. I have my personal life that I sometimes care about. And I don't in any way say that whenever somebody touches your children, you should touch their children. No, I'm just saying that we should not be the first people to do the wrong thing, because even these people are like us. They can react and do the wrong thing in return. So actually, for as much as you have been angered by my sentiments today, that's what politics is. You can keep your emotions aside and we can argue freely and fairly, and we can argue as sober people. That's what I want us in this political forum to do. And in my life, I've spent a year away from politics trying to study a lot of things. And now that I'm back, maybe we'll engage more about these things, and we will go topic by topic so that we don't get to jump from one topic to another, so that someone will look like he doesn't prepare for such kind of debates. I wish to thank you because I have exams and I don't think I will have I will have a parting shot. I want to say that I'm happy to be back, and whoever that feels like they have a lot of complaints to raise about the government, bring them up. Let's discuss and let's be solution givers. Let's not be complainers, because we have been complainers for the past 2 years. Let's try and change this time around, and let's be people who offer solutions to every problem. That's the only way we are going to help this country. Complaining is going to ban this country, because we are just complaining and we are not giving any solutions. Thank you, Mzalendo and Ashley and everybody who has participated in this forum. And I wish you a very, very good day and good night for those who are going to sleep.
All right. Vincent, before you leave, I think Ashley has got a word for you. And actually, even as you say the word for Vincent, maybe make it your last comment. as we close up this session. Vincent, the Kisii community have got Morara as a candidate, so don't say that you've been left out as the Kisii community. You can join Morara and support Morara for president. Ashley?
Yes, I don't have much. And Vincent, I actually came in when you were talking about the demonstration, so I didn't hear your previous submission. So don't think that I picked out that. That's what I had. And when I heard you talking about that, I came in because I do know the most recent demonstrations have not had violence from the people. And when when they were demonstrating peacefully and the government started bringing paid goons, it's when the Gen Z stopped coming to the street. And you see these days when they call people, people are not coming out because paid goons were actually brought to make it look violent so that the force that is being used by the police can be justified. That is everything anybody in Kenya or is active in politics knows. I am not a politician. I am not seeking office. I am just an involved citizen. So there's a difference between me and you. So I'm not into politics and I'm not playing politics. I'm just trying to advocate for the rights of people who have been oppressed. So I think there is so this is what I think I have written. I'm a citizen who is actively involved in the participation in the democratic process. And I think that is the duty of every citizen, to abide by the constitution and to get involved. Because the more we get involved, the more we get educated, the better we choose the kind of leaders we do, regardless, without considering tribe. We'll choose leaders that will bring us benefits to the ground, not just because they belong or talk like us or look like us. So I'm going to close by saying this. If someone came and killed my child, or killed someone I know, or killed, and then now they want to sit down and talk about policy, I'm going to say, as they used to say, I don't know whether they still say that, I do not negotiate with terrorists. Who is a terrorist? A terrorist is a person who uses violence or threats of violence to achieve political or ideological goal. They use violence or threats of violence to invoke fear so as to achieve a political or ideological goal. So when the government becomes the abductor, there is nothing to discuss with them. It is time to decide how to get them out. That threshold of even discussing anything, even I don't know whether the threshold is gone. And that is where we reached with the government of Ruto. So we don't have time to discuss education. We don't have time to discuss taxes with them. Ruto must go. That is my parting shot.
We wish you well as you plan to remove him, because there are constitutional ways. We wish you well in 2027, because, oh my God, 14 million people didn't vote for Ruto in 2022. And whenever I see close to 1 million people on X criticizing him, I say, in fact, these numbers have come down from 14 million. We used to be a few people in this camp, and all of a sudden we became so many. So whenever I see these people make noise, and sometimes when I see them criticize, I am happy that we are growing as a democracy. The only problem I have is that we have shifted from issue-based politics to petty politics, and it angers me a lot that petty politics always ends up badly. We burn our country because of petty politics. We have seen in history what petty politics can do. So we are heading the wrong direction. We should all agree that we are heading to the wrong direction politically. For as much as people want to claim that economically the country is headed in a bad direction, I disagree, and I will have proof to why I feel like you are all wrong, that we are heading into the bad direction economically.
All right. I don't want this back and forth. You guys, you have a lot to say.
Ruto is the president. The buck stops with him. He swore to uphold the constitution, and he has continued to disobey it. If we had a working system, he would be out like yesterday, because he did more crimes than Gachagua has done. He should be out. But because we do not have a working system, he's still there, and he will go. He will not reach 2027. That you can take to the bank.
All right,
I'm
viewers,
glad.
you've
I'm glad.
heard it from Ashley and Honorable Vincent. I want it, and I want us to end it there, and maybe tomorrow we can continue on another topic. We have done enough of Ruto and government. Maybe tomorrow we look at the solutions that we have for the country of Kenya. I want to thank you, my panelists, Ashley, and those who were there before. Honorable Vincent, thank you for staying for 5 hours. I don't want even to say it. 6 hours now on the clock. Thank you very, 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 very much for your valued contribution. Guys, this is the show you want to be. Here we allow contributions from those who are in government, those who are opposing government, to air their views here democratically without gagging them or without criticizing their opinion, because we are all Kenyans and we want the best for our country. Otherwise, thank you guys very much, and have a good night and good morning, panelists. I also want to thank the guys on the comment session. We had Evans Osoro. Evans Osoro, thank you for keeping me company. Penny Nyagaka, Mogaka, umepotea sana. You jumped in and then disappeared. We need you back on the show. We like your value. You add value to AFRIQ discussions, and please don't shy away. Please come back. We know we lost the elections, but karibu sana AFRIQ. Calvin's Carreta. Yes, we saw your opinion. They are very, very valid. Thank you very much. But take a step and subscribe to AFRIQ24 if you like our stories, if you like our analysis. If you don't like our analysis, please also leave a comment there. We will work hard to improve the panelist selection and the moderation. We are not best at it, but we will try our best to improve everything that happens here on AFRIQ. Having said that, Ashley, you've been lost for a while, but karibu sana. Mary Wanyaina, we were here before. Thank you, Kabisa, for your contribution. We love you, Mama. Karibu sana tena AFRIQ. Gypsy Corner, asante sana. Ashley, Silly TV, thank you for being part of the comment section. You keep us going with your analysis on the comment section. And I hope I'm not leaving. James Mwangi, asante sana, karibu sana. Ruto must go. Yes. Next time, step here and tell us why he must go and where he is going to. 20 million Nigerians are outside Nigeria. Ashley TV tells us that. Asante sana. Professor Senior Tutor, karibu sana AFRIQ. Make sure that you have subscribed to AFRIQ. If you're watching us from Tembei TV and our sister channel True TV, please make sure that you subscribe to AFRIQ, so that when we have these talk shows, we are also able to read your valued comments and put them on air for other Kenyans to benefit from your knowledge. Otherwise, thank you very much, guys, and have a good night. Asanteni sana na mkaribishwa tena katika show la AFRIQ.